Nothing's ever promised tomorrow today. What's going on? What's going on? Welcome to the Aaron O Show. What's going on? What's going on, everybody? I told you I'm on Black people time. I've been gafted into the black. I don't even know if it's community, but they throw me in, they throw me out when they feel the need to. But I have my birthright to be late. Okay, we ain't gonna keep going over this. It's literally my birthright to be late. Literally, that's exactly how it works. You a black man by default. You get to be late. So technically, I shouldn't have started the stream until 10 minutes from now. So stop saying I'm late. I'm actually 10 minutes early. Y'all know how black people time work. What up, Stephen Day? Y'all know exactly how black people time work. Okay, we're not about to play this game every time I show up and y'all put he late. You know it ain't even true. What's going on, CC? You know I keep telling you I can see the comments. I just haven't hit start the stream yet. Okay, and keep going over this every single show. You know what I can do? Let me tell you what I can do. I can actually put in the set because I think you can actually block certain comments from your stream. I don't know how to do it, but I will Google it. And I will stop allowing y'all to put late. I will block that entire word from being able to be played in a particular stream. That's how petty I can be. Even though I'm not petty at all, but I can be petty. Jordan, what's going on? Kojak, what up? Miss Mother J, what's going on? What's going on? First Gen, what up? No, I was humming that Kanye West Heard Him Say. I really like that Heard Him Say song. Nothing's ever promised tomorrow today. That's my jam. That's my jam. Wrestler was what up? What up? This is Kanye before he made the change. This is Kanye before he had to change. You know what I'm saying? Daryl Long, what up? Oh, I see you had that thing rocking then. Shout out to you. Okay, I see you, bro. Well, hello, Miss Amber. What's going on? What's going on? I'm not here to cause no trouble. I just want to have a conversation. I mean, I always get in trouble, but I'm not here to cause no trouble. And he said, I know how to do it. It's on YouTube Studio. See, don't let him teach me. Ricky Webster. Hey, shout out to my guy, Ricky Webster. What up, fam? It's good to see you, bro. I appreciate you supporting. Appreciate you being here. That is my guy. Ricky is always holding me down, man. I appreciate him. Because these YouTube streets is crazy. These YouTube streets is crazy. They insane. All right. I almost had to get about these YouTube streets. They too crazy. I was looking at early retirement and everything. They like, you ain't even been YouTuber that long. I was looking up early retirement. You know, I was looking up 401k plans. You know what I'm saying? Like, where's my retirement plan from YouTube? So you know what I'm saying? But shout out to my people. What's going on, Vanny Rue? What's going on, Vanny Rule? Now, listen. I got my brother Cheeky Banner in here. I'm gonna open the show. You know, he always on time. So let me just be clear. That man, always on time. I myself, I get a little nervous before the stream start. You know, he's more confident, you know, and all that good stuff. So he don't get nervous. The problem is he hit the thing and his internet didn't work. That happened too often in the streams, but we're gonna make sure he's taken care of. We're gonna make sure the internet get rocking. Don't even worry about all that. But listen, welcome everybody. We're gonna get straight into the show. Okay. I titled it particularly Popular Loner, and you're gonna find out why I titled that very, very soon. Okay. Very, very soon. Shout out to my man, shout out Ricky Webster. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. We're gonna have a little bit of fun here today. We're gonna have a little bit of fun, but the truth shall set you free. All right, the truth shall set you free. Now, I know a lot of y'all be in this chat, and you know what y'all be saying? When we have this conversation about nerds, y'all know y'all number one thing is, especially the ladies, I love nerds. I really love nerds. That's their number one statement. I ain't ran into a woman yet that admit I love nerds. How many of y'all in the chat heard these women say, you like nerds? I love nerds, right? It's their number one line, right? And then when the so-called nerds actually pressed them about it, you wasn't feeling us back in the day. They say you lying. We was feeling nerds back in the day. That's what they say. They absolutely say they was feeling the nerds back in the day. They're like, yeah, we was into them. Y'all just didn't know we was into y'all. Now, I'm going to ask y'all to do something that is very, very difficult to do. I'm going to ask y'all to do something that is very, very difficult for y'all to do. One, tell the truth. That is extremely difficult, but I'm going to beg of y'all to tell the truth for the sake of having a genuine, truthful conversation. And then secondly, I'm going to ask y'all not to have revisionist history. I'm going to ask for y'all not to have revisionist history, okay? That means do not tell me the 35-year-old version of yourself experience. I don't want that. I want the truth when you were in 6th, 7th, 8th grade towards the middle to the end of high school. I don't want to hear when you're 25 and you make these statements lying. I want the truth. 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, all the way up into high school. That is the experience that I want you to pull from today. Don't you dare mislead the people, because we don't like lies over here. We just don't like them, okay? Now, the first thing I need y'all to do is admit this. Do y'all know where y'all hierarchy was in school? Where did y'all rank? Was y'all popular? Was y'all on the popular scale of school? Was y'all one of the known people in school? Was everybody feeling y'all? Was y'all part of the in crew? Was you a cheerleader, something like that, a jock or something of that nature? Were you popular in school? Because see, I'm having a hard time believing y'all was popular. But if you were popular, I accept that. I want to talk to the popular people. And then I'm going to have Cheeky come up in just a second, because he's going to explain to you what the definition of popular actually is. Because we got to have that truthful conversation. We're going to have a truthful combination of that. Shout out to First Jenny, said Alexa play always on. That is one way to get around my chat rule. Oh, that is actually funny. They love what the nerds can do for them and think we are easy licks. Silly rabbit tricks are for kids. Facts. That is absolutely the case. They definitely think you easy licks, but the truth of the answer is they really think that they can wait on you like marriage. See, women tend to see nerds like marriage. I don't want them when I'm 20. I don't want them when I'm 21. I'm looking at the nerds when I get about 27, 28. I align nerds to marriage. The guys that they want to marry, somehow, some way, they're nerds. I'm looking for I want the nerd. I want that guy. I want the engineers. I want all them when it's time to get married. But you know, I'm not going to even run y'all over with a bulldozer today. I'm not going to run y'all over with a bulldozer today. I'm just going to hit y'all with the straight truth. Look, I'm going to play the video. I'm going to pull my brother Cheeky Banner up. We're going to play the video. We're going to break it down. We're going to break it all the way down how we do. And then we're going to see if y'all are going to be able to tell the truth and admit the truth. That is the whole goal. Shout out to Black Don. He said, can we establish another rule? Women, you can't also say I've always been a nerd too. Yeah. Well, you know what? Let me pull my brother Cheeky up real quick. Hold on. Look, you know what the crazy thing about that is? They actually can say that, but here's the thing. Female nerds are different from male nerds. It ain't the same experience. I know we like to attribute because a man go through it and a woman go through it. It's the same. It's actually not. And we're going to touch on that. What up, Cheeky? How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling good right now. Right now, I'm all right. You know, I'm here just to see what's going to happen.
Look, Black Don ain't standing for it today. He said, if you say I've watched a Marvel movie or two, you are not a nerd. Oh, the women are already going off in the chat. They swear they nerds. They swear they nerds. They swear they nerds. They already going off in the chat. They absolutely swear they nerds. So
they nerds at an all-girl Catholic school, so it don't really mean nothing.
Hey, yo, so listen. It's shout out to Black Don. He says, if you say your favorite programming language is English, you are not a nerd. Yeah, Black Don, you're not gonna be able to convince them that they don't love nerds, bro. They love them. And then in the stream, we about to prove just how much they love nerds. We're going to prove just how much they love nerds. We're going to show y'all revisionist history. We're going to show all of that. We're gonna show all of that. You got anything to say before I jump? Because I'm gonna jump right into the video. I ain't playing no games today. I'm gonna get straight to it.
No, let's go ahead.
I want to get straight to the. Hold on. Put a one in the chat if y'all ready for me to just jump straight into the video and the breakdown. Because I ain't gonna be going back and forth. If I ask what your favorite anime is and you say Tom and Jerry, you are not. Hey, can we get a stipulation there? How about possibly a nerd if you like Tom and Jerry? You know you rock with Tom and Jerry. Stop playing. Everybody, come on. You know you rock with Tom and Jerry. I rock with Tom and Jerry. We can't do that. Now, look, listen. I'm not a nerd, but I'm guilty by association. Okay, I used to rock with it. It's just guilty by association. You know what I'm saying? But this stuff be crazy when we really. I'm going look. I like to point out the hypocrisies of people. That's what I like to do personally, and this falls right into line. And I don't want to personalize it because you know women they eternalize everything you say and then blurt out things that you didn't say to them. Shout out to my bro Spence. He said I'm asking for trouble. No, I'm walking a thin line.
Just honesty, not trouble.
I'm walking a thin line, bro. I am walking a thin line. It's true. If you attack what their beliefs are, I will be attacked. It's true. That's a fact. But let me get into the video because I ain't playing no games with y'all today. We're gonna get straight to it. No games.
To show we got Michael B. Jordan, the director and the star of Creed 3. And you know, we know each other. We go way back all the way to Chad Science in Newark, okay?
Oh, that face. You rolling back the face alone says all it means.
Listen, you know he was holding back. She felt so proud to say, look, listen, this
we went way back.
She felt so proud to say, we go way back, we know each other. Somebody looked up the definition of known because I'm not saying they don't know each other, but honestly, I just want to know the definition of known because I don't know. I want to redefine that word. I don't feel strongly about that. My sis Sherelle says, I love black nerds, always have, always will. Okay, so black nerds are different from other nerds. Okay, that's interesting. I guess they got their own little group. So the black nerds hang out with the black nerds, the white nerds hang out with the white nerds. Is that what y'all trying to say? First Gen says nerd equals non-educated rubber ducky. Bro, I'm sorry. Look, I don't know why people always trying to, you know what? Refrain from saying what you was about to say. Don't do it. Don't turn into somebody that go crazy on these crazy statements. All I'm saying is she just jumped right into it. The director. You know what I mean? She hyping him. You know, why didn't she just, it's nice to see you, Michael B. Jordan. Let me ask you some questions. She went to hype mode. Man, okay. I'm going to play the video, y'all, but y'all got to understand. In the moment, it's funny. We're going to call it out. It ain't nothing personal. It's just what it is.
The corny kid, right?
No,
See, I break down things piece by piece. He said the corny kid, right? Her exact response was no. That is an affirmative saying she did not say such a thing. She said she didn't say such a thing. That's her statement. That's her statement, bro. I don't know if you heard it, but that's what I heard. He said the corny kid, right? And she said no. Okay. No. Okay.
I did Chad Science in Newark, E3. And you know, we know each other. We go way back all the way to Chad Science in Newark, okay?
The corny kid, right?
No, I did not say that in Newark, okay?
The corny kid, right?
No, I Chad Science in Newark, okay?
The corny kid, right?
No, I did not say that. Misquoted for sure. No, you did not hear me say. I said we used to make fun of the name, but yeah, he is.
We used to make fun of the name. Why is it used to? You gonna do it again? You don't want to make fun of the name no more? You done? You just done? You don't make fun of the name no more, huh? We used to make fun of the name. Okay. I know. Look, I'm trying to get through it, but listen, she said we used to make fun of the name. Listen, she said we. Now, I don't know if when someone if I said we don't like you, there's an attribution there that says I'm involved, right? Wouldn't you say if I say we, I'm involving myself with that? Otherwise, I would say they.
This is before the whole non-binary bull crap we got going on. This is back in you just a he or she.
She should have said they. If it wasn't her, she should have said they. That's all I'm saying. I'm not the smartest kid in the room, but I do know the difference between we and they. They be tripping, bro. If I say we be tripping, that means I'm involved. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to have this conversation with her.
Obviously killing things out here. How is the difference between you actually directing and working with the same people that you were directed with versus?
It was awesome. You know, it's a family vibe. Yeah. Last 9 years of my life, I spent on the Creed films. They're very supportive for the fact wonderful experience.
And was it difficult for you mentally because you're coming out of a different space?
I didn't know he was doing the athletic kid. I mean, I was staying in it. This is about y'all.
Isn't this the sexiest man show off right here?
I mean, I was staying in it. This is about y'all.
Isn't this the sexiest man?
I mean, I was staying in it. This is about y'all.
Isn't this the sexiest man?
Doing the athletic kid. I mean, I was staying in it. This is about y'all.
Isn't this the sexiest man show off right?
I swear to God.
Look, listen. I'm trying to get through the video, y'all. But listen, y'all know me. Y'all know how I do. Did she just say, "Isn't this the sexiest man showdown over here?" Now listen. All I know is he wasn't worried about that interview. You know what I'm saying? He saw his guy. His guy saw him. He's hyping. What up? You know how they do. And she said, "Isn't this the sexiest man?" Now I'm gonna ask y'all to tell the truth. I'm gonna ask y'all to tell the truth, and I'm not playing no games with y'all. Have y'all ever seen a woman say that man is the sexiest man alive and call him corny in the same sentence? You ever seen the sexiest man and corny attributed to them? Don't worry, I'll wait. I've never seen it. I've never seen women be like, "Oh, he's so fine, the sexiest," but he corny. Never have heard it, never seen it. Don't know it exists. Don't know it exists.
This is insane.
Listen. And we ain't.
I don't know what to do with this. Oh my God.
I haven't even broke it down yet. I haven't even broke it down yet. I'm trying to get to the end of the video. Listen, I'm trying, but y'all know me. I want y'all to hear that stuff. He called it out, corny kid, right? Oh no, she looked away from him, right? The first sign of guilt, right? And then she follow up with, the sexiest man alive. Okay, do your job. Do your job. Don't add none of those super. Do your job. Do your job. That's all we want you to do is do your job.
Right here. Who's the sexiest man? Because now who's the sexiest man? Because
see, real quick. You see how she just tried that? Who the sexiest man? She tried to divide the brothers. You saw how she tried to divide the brothers? Who's the sexiest man? Who's the sexiest one? Who is it? See, she tried to take, you know how women try to take the attention off themselves when they go to separate the two? Notice that trick. I know y'all not used to it. Notice the trick. She very quickly said, "Which one of y'all the sexiest man? Y'all fighting for this?" Man, they think they slick, bro. Oh, they think they slick to throw that off of her back ASAP. Ain't slick. We caught you. On camera, candy camera, we caught you. Oh, yeah, we caught you.
Because I thought you said you're on the way up. He might be the one right now.
This is the one. This is the one right here. Yeah, see that?
Is it a tie?
No tie. We don't compete. This is the one right here. Yeah, see that?
Is it a tie?
No tie. We don't compete. This is the one right here. Yeah, see that?
Is it a tie?
Ain't no tie. We don't
Not a-
we don't
it's not a
compete.
tie.
Yeah, we don't compete.
Two number ones.
Technically,
Batman and Batman. Or should I? Oh, no, can't say that.
Superman and Superman.
Superman and Superman, sorry.
Good luck with that.
like, bro.
Okay, so you also are going to do a new film with Will Smith very soon coming up. Is the rumor out there?
Not sure. We're still working on the script. You know, that's something that I plan on doing in the future. Not sure when. You know, with these movies, I'm just trying to get through this project.
Right,
When I get finished with this one, then I'll figure out what's going on next.
How is it filming in Atlanta?
It was amazing. I've done 4 or 5 films down here, shot a couple television shows. So Atlanta's a second home to me. And
Translation, I've been working. I've been getting to this money. I did about 4 or 5 films, you know what I'm saying? I'm directing now. I did this like my second home down here in Atlanta. Yeah, I got like 4 or 5 homes all over the. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, Mr. Sexiest Man Alive. Well, I don't think his statement was, yeah, y'all used to call me the sexiest man alive. You used to call me the corny kid. All right, look, I'm done with that video. I'm done. I don't want to talk about it no more. We seen the truth get played there. We seen the truth. It was spoken, and then we're gonna break it down. I shout out to Gory. He says, we need a nerd paperwork party. Show me your STEM degree. Let's go. Hey, yo, no, the conversation is not if you are a nerd, because we know for a fact, for the most part, the truthful answer, I'm not gonna even show my hand yet. But that's fair. That's fair. If you're claiming to be, that's fair. But these women are claiming they love nerds. That's the claim. They're claiming they love nerds. Shout out to my bro Thanos. He says they don't love nerds. It's for survival. That cold winter, yeah, that cold winter is here. Shout out to my guy, Rod Wave. He got a lovely song. Man, I love that song. What you thinking about, Cheeky? What that video? What does it take you to, bro? Like, what do you think when she's saying that?
Back then they didn't want me. Now they all on me. Mike Jones, who? Mike Jones. It's the one and only guy.
I'm here.
Oh, Wall, it still can't get us out. That's why.
I'm here. I'm here to debunk all this cap, right? Because let me just ask you this, right? Just your experience. It don't have to be directly you, but what you perceived, right? Do you recall women wanting the nerds back in the day, middle school, towards the end of middle school, towards high school? Was the nerds the ones they was looking for?
Nerds was the ones they was making fun of. Nerds were the ones, they set the tone. Nerds were the people they felt like they could have power over and say whatever they wanted to, and then had the entire school follow suit. That's what they were doing. Nerds was not the ones they was looking for.
No. Every lady listen, we've had this conversation. Every woman we talk to, they say they love nerds, correct?
Yeah, they always say that. They're liars.
They always say they love nerds. Now, watch me break it down, right? You know how also we have these conversations, right? And we say this. Now, we also say women are like sheep, right? Women are the ones that follow trends, etc. Right? That's what they do, right? Do you know what the definition of popular is? Can you pull that up for me so we can read it on screen to the people?
Big facts.
Because a lot of times these women that they say they love nerds, they think the nerds don't remember. They think the nerds don't. Yeah, go ahead and read it to the people so that they understand.
So popular is means liked, admired, or enjoyed by many people or by a particular person or group. An example, she was one of the most popular girls in the school. You notice how they ain't use no man, right? That's crazy.
Do they got a second example of what popular means? What's that say?
So the second one says of cultural activities or products intended for or suited to the taste, understanding, or means of the public general rather than specialists or intellectuals. The popular press.
Now, what it means is nerds can be popular. They can. Technically, by the definition, they can be. However, in order for that to be, that has to be what the consensus of groups tend to look at it, right? I don't recall that being the thing in school. Nope. But you know what I do recall? that the nerd that people say they love nerds was never actually a positive word. It was actually 95% of the time used as an insult. 95% of the time, the word nerd is used as an insult. You hanging out, what's up with such a, oh, he a nerd. Oh, he a nerd. Man, the nerds, man, they over there with the nerds. I'm trying every single time I think about it as I listen, I'm not pulling from right now, right? I'm diving back into the middle school, towards the end of middle school to high school, and I remember the conversations and the people that nerd was never actually a respectful term. It was a derogatory term most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a derogatory term last time I checked. It wasn't a positive. No, not at all. So for the ladies that say they love nerds, let's play this out. We going by popularity, right? The most popular men in the world, the men that we believe that all women tend to want are the top 20%. The top 20% of men, the top 5%, the top 1%, etc., they are the most popular men. They're the most popular men. And what do we say? All y'all women want the same men. That's what they say. That's what we say. All y'all women want the same men. The top 20%. That is literally the conversations that we have all the time. You know what we don't have the conversation? All y'all women want nerds. The nerds can't keep y'all up off them. It's never the conversation. So let's just extrapolate just a little bit. Let's just extrapolate just a little bit. We go back to high school. We use the fact that we know women are high-minded. Women kind of want what other people want. And women tend to do what is popular. If you are a nerd in school, how can you be popular? How is it possible? Oh, I got more. What do we tell the men? Look, become the top 20%, top 10%, then you get the pick of the litter. That's what we tell the men. You get the pick of the litter. Once you get the top 5, top 10%, top 20%, once you become one of the top guys, you get the pick of the litter. You know, we never limit them. We never say, oh, you only can get this one. We say you get the pick of the litter. You know what we tell the so-called nerds? You got to date other nerds. No, if you're a nerd, you got to settle for other nerds. That's what they tell them. You was going after the popular girls. Well, excuse me. If the nerds are so they're so popular, then they should have their pick of the litter, right? We just extrapolating. The most popular top people, nerds is everybody's favorite choice. They should have a pick of the litter. Why do y'all always say that nerds should settle for other nerds? Just wondering. Anybody got an answer for that? No answers for that? Interesting. You know what actually they say about nerds? They're weird and strange. And also, I'm just telling you what they say. They say nerds, weird, strange, and
my God.
I know. This is just what they say. All right. Nerds are weird, strange, and lack social skills. That's what they say, right? Now, let me just tell you something. In that same breath, this is what I hear women say when they're giving good advice, as if they ever really do, right? But when they give the good advice, this is what they say. Y'all was just looking over the women that was into you. Y'all was just there were women interested in y'all. There were women interested in y'all nerds, but y'all wasn't interested in those women. They invisible to you. Now, I'm not a smart guy, right? But I am extremely observant. I'm a really good listener. And what I found out is that if you guys claim nerds are a little, they lack social skills, how do you think they're going to be able to identify the women that like them then? Just wondering. If you're saying they lack certain social skills, wouldn't you think they have a difficult ability to identify the so-called indivisible women that are into them? It's just simple logic there. I don't know how I can identify women that are into me if I lack certain social skills.
It makes too much sense. It just makes too much sense. Oh my God. Aaron.
And see, look, here we go. This is what I'm waiting for. Yeah, this what I'm looking for. Y'all using the term nerd incorrectly. Yeah, I told you it was coming. I told you it was coming.
I hate this. So I gotta go, bro, for a second. I'll be back, bro. I can't right now.
I'm just telling you. We're actually I technically, Cheeky's just he's not even exploded yet. He just said pause. He just said she said y'all be using the term nerd incorrectly. Okay, so put it in perspective for me. When you were in school, when you were in school, what did you call them? Aaron, you bringing up bad memories and gaslight. I apologize. I'm just trying to have the conversation the only way that I know how to have these conversations. I can't have it the same way as everybody else. All I'm saying is, I know you're going to accuse me of using the term nerd incorrectly, right? So go ahead and CC, tell me what a nerd is to you then, so I can use it correctly. So I don't want to inaccurately use the word, because I'm pretty sure y'all have called people nerds before. Did you inaccurately attribute it to the wrong person? Yeah, see, revisionist history, I tell you. Revisionist history, I tell you. You know what? Should should we drop them the link so that she can explain to us how we so off that we incorrectly using the term nerd? We incorrectly using the term nerd, right? No, I don't want to Google nerd, Sherelle. I don't want to. I'm asking you. Not y'all wasn't Googling nerd in a high
What
school.
do you right? You didn't use qualifiers
Thank you.
besides whatever social status or whatever you thought was weird to do it. Now we're looking for technical terms. When you're ignorant behind didn't know how to read a dictionary, now we got to find and use one. Oh, come on now, bro. No. We're going based off of what you call people. It's funny because nerds didn't call themselves that; they were called that.
Correct. Yeah, so we not gonna fall for these tricks that y'all got for us. We not gonna fall for them. Nope, not at all. We're not gonna fall for you. I know y'all gonna try to throw us off our square and try to push us to the direction that y'all want to head us to, but it ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work. We're gonna keep right here. We're gonna keep the conversation right here. Let me ask y'all this. You know, she said, what's the point? What's the point of what? The point is very simple. What did you think a nerd was in school? That's exactly what's the point. Nobody was looking up, hey, is that person a nerd? Pull up the dictionary. Can we attribute that to them? No, y'all called them a nerd for a reason. They got their work done. They was always at school on time, not disruptive. When they got called upon in front of class, they probably answered the question correctly. Yeah, see, the question is, y'all call them nerds. Now, I'm not saying you can't call nobody a nerd. Call them whatever the hell you want. But stop acting like y'all using the term as it's defined right now. Stop acting like y'all using the term nerd as it is defined right now. Go back to school. Go back to middle school. When you call somebody a nerd, you did not look up the definition of it when you called them a nerd. This is why we can't have like genuine conversations, because all these liars. Let me see. Luda Legend says women are now redefining what it means to be a nerd since they can make money on Twitch, the platform for nerds, by nerds. Facts.
He's
You already know.
Facts.
Big
And they
facts.
got the nerve to do it in a bikini in a hot tub and not play.
Oh,
Lou, Lou.
bro. They using the anime to their effect too. They using all that to their advantage. They don't even watch the shows half the time. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I don't want no trouble. Sherelle didn't bulge into the program.
No way. I gotta go, bro. I can't do this right.
No, don't rage quit. Don't rage quit because you don't seem like a nerd. That's why we need a clear definition, because y'all saying that nerds are not people that's smart, because I know some valedictorians who was also the captain of the basketball team, right? Captain of the football team.
Did you
So
call
it's
them a
not
nerd?
smart. Huh?
Did you call them a nerd?
No. So if a nerd is not somebody that's smart, and then Cheeky's not lame, so nerds are not lame, right? He's a nerd, but he's not lame. So what we're saying is that nerds are people that's in the anime and stuff like that. But then they
No, no.
got kids who are in the anime who are not technically nerds. So what's a
So
nerd?
don't ask us what a nerd is because y'all think, see, y'all women think y'all slick. Y'all can't answer questions yourself. So y'all try to put the questions back on us.
Y'all the experts.
No, 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 no. We also highly intelligent enough to know that that trick won't work on us. No, no, no. I designed this show specifically so that women will not be able to back out of these particular conversations and then have us redefine things for them. No, no, no. When you hear the word nerd growing up, was it a positive thing or a negative thing?
It was positive to me. I mean, you were smart because that's what we call nerds, the smart kids.
No way.
This is crazy.
I'm saying, so you're saying you got to be social. I still don't understand what y'all calling a nerd.
No,
You
it's
got to
fine.
be
It's
socially
fine.
awkward to be a nerd.
No, no, no. It's fine. I'll accept that answer. So were the girls okay? How okay? So were the girls particularly looking for nerds on the campus?
What campus?
I'm just talking about school. I'm just saying I'm using was girls looking for nerds.
Girls like the boys that like them back.
That's cap.
Yes.
Why are you lying?
Girls didn't go after boys in school. Boys
Okay.
went after.
You gonna have to come back and have a different conversation later because Black Don said he don't want to talk to you right now, and it's actually pretty fair. So Black Don, you're right. I will restructure this conversation and get us back on track, right? Because it's a really good question. I think it's a really good question. So we're not saying nerds are smart. All right, we're not saying nerds are smart. We're not saying nerds are this. We're not saying any of these things, right? All I said was the term nerd when you was growing up and when you didn't have access to Google, you knew what you meant in that time. Y'all think y'all so slick trying to be like, no, nerds doesn't mean this, and y'all lying. Because you know how we know y'all lying? Because none of the nerds that y'all, okay, watch this. For everybody in the chat, if your parent is married to a nerd, put a 1 in the chat. If your parent is married to a nerd, put a 1 in the chat. That means, i.e., somebody's, oh, wow, they toxic.
Oh, I'm toxic. Back because the black nerds know I love them, okay? I'm back.
He not even a damn nerd. Oh my God, bro.
Look who I hang with the most. Y'all two. Ain't y'all nerds?
I am not a nerd.
Boom. So what now? Black Dawn tripping today. I don't know what's his problem.
You said y'all too. That's 50%. You're failing. Congratulations on your F.
Okay, we'll try this again, right? We'll try.
Bring a third one up here, and I'm going to pass.
Oh, look, you get any of your friends in the chat that swear. Okay, Monique says, my mom is a nerd. Okay, my husband is a nerd. Okay, yeah, And I believe that y'all got these husbands, right? Now, when you married your what age were you, Monique, when you what age were you when you married your nerd husband? First, I have to ask if the parents was married. Chelsea, you ain't no good. You ain't no good. So all I'm saying is the most popular people. Okay, you got to come back later, Sherelle. Like stop antagonizing Black Don right now because I want to have this conversation. So Cheeky, you see what Sherelle just tried to do. She tried to come back up here and redefine what a nerd was, right? She tried to do it in real time with people that we've had conversations with as an adult do, right? But when I said be honest, be genuine, and have these conversations about how you said them in school, they know that that's not the same thing they're attributing. They know they lying. They know they lying.
Like hell, boy, they lying, but they lying like hell, and it's so.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. I'll give some examples. Hey, he the most popular kid in the school. He get all the chicks. You know what they say that you know who they attribute the most popular people in the school to want to get all the chicks. When have a nerd ever said, "Yo, I used to get all the chicks in school"? You ever had a conversation with a nerd seriously, and they be like, "Yeah, in school I got all the chicks." This is crazy. They toxic today. Oh, they real toxic. It don't make no sense. You're gonna have to refresh your browser. She's real toxic today. Sherelle claims to have gone to one of the you getting support by the nerds. This is crazy. So
Thanos
Granville,
not a nerd either. It's literally the people who aren't in the group or the nerd. They're doing this. Nidus is not a nerd. Thanos is not a nerd. They're
now
doing it. And it starts off with women gaslighting and triggering and joning and flaming and finessing, and then all the dudes follow suit, just like they did in high school.
Granville is my friend. He's a nerd. He wants to
You
leave.
are at
no, but you wasn't with Granville in high
66.6%.
school.
You are 66.6% right now. That's still a nerd.
Granville chose to go to the high school that was a rival of my high school, and my
You're
high school was a
still
high school for
failing.
nerds to thrive in.
I can't, bro. I can't do this right.
Okay, so check out what she just said, right? Now listen, we understand nerds exist in probably larger numbers in collegiate in college, right? For obvious reasons, right? But when we talk about middle school and high school, they are the minorities. So you telling me you went to a school that was full of nothing but nerds? That's what you basically say. Oh yeah, when I went to school, everybody was a nerd. That's basically what you just said. Or am I mishearing you, or did you?
No, I said my school was No, listen, my school was a school for nerds to thrive in because I went to an A+ school. You had to test inside of my school, and if your grades dropped below a C average, you got put out of my school. So my school was the school that smart kids went to. He got accepted into the school where the smart kids go. He chose not to go there.
Okay,
He would have been accepted because,
Cheeky, do you have the clip of when Tommy B broke it down? If you can find that clip for me, I want to play that particular part of that clip. I would.
I'll find it. It won't take long.
Yeah, I need that clip. Because now we getting all this revisionist history. Oh yeah, the nerds they was number one. So I'm gonna repeat this again. Women love to say they love nerds. None of their action dictate that. You love nerds as an adult. Y'all ain't love them back in school. Why y'all don't just say, okay, we admit it? Just like that woman on video sat there and said, oh, I didn't say that. I said we. You part of the we. Why can't y'all just acknowledge, yeah, you was corny back then, but she was scared. You know why? Because with women, because they're so fickle, they just change at the drop of a dime if it benefits them. If it benefits them, corny. I said that. You could be talking to a woman in mid-sentence, she'll say something and then say she never said it if it don't benefit her. I didn't say that. Did I say that? Oh, I must have lost my mind. She'll say things like, I don't even remember saying that 5 minutes ago. I was just talking.
But the normal kids don't pick on them. The popular kids do that. Then the popular kids pick on everybody.
So you
So
just
y'all probably
admitted.
not. So what y'all saying? And it's the majority of kids are not popular. Majority of girls are not popular. But because the popular girls bullied y'all put that on all the rest of the girls, and that's not fair. So when you hear all the girls that say I like nerds, it was because they was the regular girls, the ones that was invisible to y'all, and y'all wanted to
Invisible.
the popular girls said y'all wanted to feel accepted by them.
Invisible.
We were in class.
I heard you say invisible.
Y'all be lying.
No. We were in class with regular girls and boys. It wasn't a class full of popular people. It's not like the principal said, let me find everybody that's so regular people, regular girls did the exact same thing because they all followed suit. It's the dumbest thing in the world to assume that all the nerds was just in the class with all the popular kids and experiencing that. And then it went to the lunchroom and then all the same people in the lunchroom, all of them popular. And come on now, that don't even make sense. That popular kids was a small minority and the nerds were a small minority. In most cases, you didn't even interact with the popular kids just because you couldn't, because there were a small group of them. What are y'all talking about?
Thank you. Shout out to Chelsea. She's still with the same nerd since high school. So she get the victory lap because she not capping. The rest of y'all ain't got we not. I don't know why y'all just can't admit this stuff. Go ahead and play it because this is crazy. This is insane. Go ahead, Cheeky. Play the video.
What's up, Mike, JB, Cheek?
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
Mar.
What's up, Tommy?
Hey, what's going on? So, I was gonna speak because we kind of started this conversation on Anton channel, but I think it's a little different the way you guys are phrasing it now. Because on this time, you kind of talking more about acceptance, and I think like my only problem with the way that you're delivering it as if it's a black issue, and that's where I kind of have pushback because I think it's an American at whole issue. And so after we had that conversation, I had some conversation with some of my white friends or whatever, and their stories generally are way worse than black nerd stories. I mean, they're putting trash cans roll downstairs, stuffed in lockers. Uh, the what they call that when they put a under like they get abused, and so I think the way that the conversation went, it almost made it sound like this only happens in our community, or that it's like overwhelmingly happening in our community. When I think overall, it's just an American thing. Even if you what's the
Pause it right
Mexican
there.
movie America?
So what Tom is explaining is that the conversation about it is, oh no, it ain't just black nerds. It ain't just an isolated thing with them. It's white nerds. It's all nerds all over America. It's a nerd thing, right? And what Tommy doesn't understand is what he's wrong about is this. Black women historically do not like nerds the most. The most. They demonize it the most. They don't desire it the most, right? Conversation was with, I think Anton had a conversation the other day. He said nerds are the least desirable, right? But let's say I accept that statement, right? But he's saying desirable as far as sexual attraction, physical attraction, things like that, right? The problem is when we say marry somebody, we say don't use those attributes. So nerds, the ones that get married, right? The one we attribute nerds to the most is what? Asians, the ones that are really good with math and yada yada, all this good stuff. They're the most married. So that means those Asian women are checking for those Asian nerds, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it, they checking for them. And take the list going on down. Indians, whatever you want to call it, those women checking for their nerds all the way down.
Aaron,
most of the time they get married in college. Go ahead.
Watch this. Michael B. Jordan's still corny. What does he primarily date? What's his dating preference? He's only been with one that we know about, one black girl, and it just happened to be the biggest healers of all time, right? One of the few names that can heal Future and anybody else. You see how black women are still calling him corny, and then his dating preferences is definitely not black women. This man is even with all the success, the sexiest man alive title, you still get black women in here saying, well, he's not all that cute, all that this, that, and the third. You're right. So why does everybody get so upset?
Cheeky, do me a favor. Can you pull up the definition of corny?
I'll try.
Because we're gonna play this game today. We're gonna play it. Y'all got
And while he's doing that, I got something to say. Because I want y'all to point out, if y'all didn't notice, on that video, who was up there? Me. Always been with the black nerds, trying to tell y'all to love who love y'all, and y'all gonna ignore me. Who? Me? Because that's what y'all do. So actually, y'all been proving my point.
Shout out to Thanos. Cheeky always dropping the juice. He always dropping. Come on now, Now Tommy is telling the truth as far as who nerds are. There is no difference. How women treat the nerds does differ based upon the race of the woman. That to me is not debatable. That's a shout out to Thanos though, because Tommy is right. It's across the board, all across. But however, let's be clear. How those women treat their men are vastly different. See, when Tommy talked about they was getting through in lockers by men, ain't no woman throwing another nerd in a locker, putting them in toilets. We talking about how the women treat them, and the women treat them differently. black nerds by black women get treated way differently. Now, if y'all don't believe me, you're going to have to substantiate your position. If y'all telling me that black women more than any other group love these nerds, or y'all saying it's equal across the board, you're going to have to substantiate that. You're going to have to substantiate that. You know why I'm going to tell y'all that I don't believe it? Go ahead and pull up the definition, because I want to break this down, because people think this is a game.
I mean, there's one on Urban Dictionary, but the other one, I'll pull up.
No, we'll take the primary definition. Forget Urban Dictionary right now. We'll take the primary definition and we'll break that down.
All right, here we go. Let's see here. Mawkishly, old-fashioned, tiresome, simple, and sentimental. Told corny jokes, corny greeting card, of or relating to corn, tasting strongly of malt.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we got. And then I guess we can go here.
Mm-hmm.
Trite, banal, or mawkishly sentimental. It sounds corny.
I think it's pronounced banal, but let's look up that word.
Banal, yeah.
Let's look up that word, banal or banal, however you want to describe. Look up that word for me, because we can directly attribute this thing. I'm not that smart, but I'm gonna try to be smart today. What's that say?
So lacking in originality as to be obvious or boring.
Okay, read that one more time. No, go back. That definition is, yeah. Go and read it one more time.
So lacking in originality as to be obvious and boring.
Mm-hmm. Lacking in originality, boring. Okay, lacking in originality and boring, right? Okay, so we attributing this to Michael B. Jordan. This is exactly what we're doing, right? So let's stick there. We'll stick there. We can come back to it if somebody wants to smoke. But listen, lacking in originality, he is literally directing his own movies. He's literally directing his own movies. He made you take a name that's Michael Jordan, and his name is Michael Jordan, and you had to put some respect on it. Now, when they say Michael Jordan, what you talk about? You talk about Michael B. Jordan, you talk about Michael Jordan. They actually say that. You talk about Michael Jordan, you talk about Michael B. Jordan. He made you put some respect on his name. And then you know what you had to do? You know what you had to do? You had to look him dead in the eye and call him corny and then prove it. So since look, oh, I wish these lovely women would I wish y'all would cam up. Creed ain't original. Is that the only movie he's done? You think that's the only movie he's directed? I'm not trying to make it simplistic, but I'm going to do my favor. What about him is a lacking originality? What about him is actually corny? If you're going to stand on the fact that he's corny, why is he corny? Because y'all think y'all can just throw out these words and not stand on them. Why is he corny? What are you, since you know he's corny and you're steadfast to that position, why? You steadfast to that position, he corny, why? Why is he corny? Now, Quinn, says, please revert to the video of myself and Melanie King. She said I give her Carlton and Russell Wilson vibes. Also said black women may have a problem with my vernacular. Oh, did they say that, Quentin? I did not know she said that. I didn't know. She said that. I didn't know she said that. So Carlton and Russell Wilson. I wonder will we consider them corny too? Once again, different. But they're popular, right? They're what all the ladies like, right? I've never heard a woman that like a guy call him corny. They don't tend to want to go after corny. This stuff is sad. It really, really is.
Russell Wilson got married, right? Once before.
This stuff is crazy. No, we're not saying
to a white woman that didn't do right by him, and now he in a happy, loving relationship, married to a black woman. Okay.
A black. What now?
That's crazy.
Woman.
No, Peaches. No, Peaches. We're not gonna answer the question for you. You tell us why he's corny.
The details.
No.
No, the D was just a black woman without a child.
I swear they love calling people corny. They love calling people corny, but not gonna substantiate why they corny. They love calling people corny, but not gonna substantiate why they corny. Gore says the paperwork party is for all the women who claim they like nerds in school. We need proof of the proximity to nerds then and now. They lying. We know they lying. We know they lying. We know they was not into nerds.
We not lying.
We not lying. We know y'all lying. We know y'all lying. Y'all was not into
She
nerds.
went to a nerd heaven where everybody around her was a nerd, so they couldn't distinguish themselves. Apparently, I don't know.
Crazy. This stuff is crazy. This stuff is crazy. I am the cream corn. You cry. You wow, bro. You wow. Thanos says white women treated nerds the same. They didn't marry them until college or later. Nobody's disagreeing with that. I will say this though. I will say this. When you say white women treated nerds the same, that's fine. But what about Asian women?
Or
what
Indian?
About Asian women?
Or Indian?
No, what about Asian women? Let's not limit it to black. See, the black and white woman, y'all love that conversation, but nerds are not limited to only those women. They're not limited to only those women. Nerds don't only come in black and white. Pause. It doesn't. It's all different type of nerds. And what we do know is that Asian people are the most married and least divorced. And you know what also happens in Asian schools specifically? If you act up, you in trouble. Nobody is like, yeah, we love you, class clown. They don't like class clowns. They come to school to learn. They come to school to learn. And the women, they are impressed by the smart ones. They're impressed by the people that do their work. They're impressed by the people that like to read books. Like, they are impressed by that. They're not impressed by clowns. See, this is why every time I come up here and y'all say, oh, make me laugh. And I tell you, I'm not a clown. I'm not here to make you laugh. I know y'all think we are. We here to entertain you, have all this charisma and this swag, and then he's so funny, he makes me laugh. We not clowns. So I'm not arguing with you, Thanos, bro. I'm not arguing that. I'm just telling you this now. At the end of the day,
how you know you ain't no nerd? How you know? You don't know. Let Cheeky talk, cause he a nerd.
You right. I'm not aware enough. You right, then Chica could talk then. You right, that's fair enough.
No, because then it's gonna sound even worse. Because you don't got the same emotional damage and scars that people just act like don't exist because they all of a sudden like nerds after 15 how many ever years after the fact. And then got the nerve to pretend like none of that happened. No, we always do you know how disrespectful it is to watch that video and see his face and then my face match his face? That's crazy. Oh my God. We got the same facial expressions, same understanding, and then people got the nerve to when they think that you're not something. Like, again, they like to redefine things. You place a title on somebody and then say that's not what it means no more. Well, you know what's funny? Black people don't do that. As a matter of fact, they took the word back. They took a word somebody put on them and took the word back. And they don't understand how someone putting a word on them and nerds is doing the same thing. You calling us a nerd? Okay, cool. We'll take that. We'll be successful, do whatever we want to, and then we'll deal with whoever we want to deal with. It's a problem now.
See, well, let me get to Optimus Price says, what has Peaches or her man done recently? I'll wait. While Michael B. Jordan is on top of the world. Autobots, we out. Well, I can't say facts because I don't know her man or whatever the situation is, but I'll say this. Y'all can say what y'all want about what corny is, right? But to me, women call things corny when they can't have it, right? When they don't want, I don't like it, you corny, right? We know most of y'all dropping y'all draws. Michael B. Jordan give y'all a chance, but here's the sad part: y'all not in the catbird seat with him. He's the one giving you a chance. You ain't giving him a chance, and it's the problem with women. They so used to being in the catbird seat, the guys desiring them. You ain't used to a guy telling you next. You think you doing a dismissing. No, he's in a dismissive position. You get dismissed. See, this is why y'all all caught up thinking, oh, well, no, Lori Harvey, she left him. Y'all really fall for this stuff. Y'all absolutely really fall for this stuff. This is why it's sad. This is
And
why I
the
said
first one to sound bitter was her.
no. We gonna watch her. Listen, we gonna watch her storyline play out, and we'll watch his play out. That's the thing about life. We get opportunity, we get time. We'll watch it play out, and we'll see how it goes, and we'll see which women want to be her, or if the man would rather be him. But we already know the answer to that. Asian man least desired on dating apps, yet most married. Yeah, because see, women. This is why they haven't substantiated why he's corny yet. By the way, they haven't done that. They just said he is corny, and they say Drake is corny, right? Now, I'm not arguing that they're not. I'm asking you to substantiate why they are corny, and then admit when you say corny, it's a negative connotation. It's a undesirable connotation that you're applying it to them. This stuff is sad. This stuff is real sad. And they won't even admit it. That lady wouldn't even admit it on cam. She knew in that moment, if we play it, when Dave Chappelle, when they right in that moment, you messed up, right? Like, seriously, she knew it. She knew it. And she was like, damn, let me just. It's like when you have a conversation with a woman and you're correcting her. She like, okay, and they want to bypass it. She don't want you to continue to talk about what she messed up on. She just want to be like, okay, and move on. Don't continue to break it down. Don't continue to excoriate me. I said I was wrong. Now move on. That's what these conversations be sounding like. None of these women have confirmed that he's corny just because they said somebody in school, they treated him like he was corny. This stuff is crazy. Oh, this is good. So Dano said, let me up so I can break it down for you. Y'all, you're talking from the nosebleed section. Okay. Yeah, I dropped the link for you, Thanos. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna just send the link to him.
You just gonna send the link to him?
Because we're gonna have 10 nerds come up here lying.
Oh, and then look. Then they want to silence the truth. They don't want the nurse to tell the truth about the situation because they lying. These women are liars, bro. I've never.
So
I've
what I'm
never,
saying is what
I've
I want to
never
know before
in
anybody
my
come
life
up.
experienced a legitimate case of gaslighting. This has gotta be the worst. Every time anytime a nerd says anything about anything, the first thing is that's not true. How is it that every single nerd that has said anything on this has been my experience and it lines up, and we've never met each other, never said anything to. I didn't know Jonathan Barronville. I didn't know Jedi Mike. I didn't know Granville. I didn't know none of these people. But every time we spoke, it was like, bro, yeah, that happened to me too. Yeah, it happened to me too. Yeah, it happened to me too. And then when you make a video and it gets 18,000 views, and out of the 400 some comments, 200 more, yes, this is what happened to me as well. And then when you talk, I promise you, this is so ridiculous. I don't know what can make me question my existence more, God or women, when it comes to this topic, because this is crazy. I've never had this happen to me like this.
Do me a favor. Don't fall for the trick when they keep asking what makes y'all nerds. You answer what a nerd is to you. We keep telling y'all
what it is. How about that? Stop asking me and you tell me. I didn't put the label on myself.
Out to AL. He says, I'm a nerd. In high school, I played 4 sports, academic, decathlon, started a popcorn business, and did
astrophysics research too.
Astrophysics. Okay, I got it. Astrophysics research too. I could also fight so nobody was throwing me in the locker. No chicks till college. So you basically just described exactly. Actually, you wouldn't even be considered like the so-called nerd in which they place that on. You wouldn't even be considered that technically.
Look at this. Do you think he just called himself that? Do y'all really think we are walking around saying, yes, I'm a nerd? Can't wait. Do you think we woke up? What do you all think is going on? This is so crazy. Not a nerd. You just didn't have game? No way. I cannot believe this. So on every level, when somebody says, this is what I am, not because I'm
wait, stop. No. Wait. Do nerds have game? Because now they're starting to say it. So mind you, right? I know. We're gonna start making the same reaction. No, do nerds have game? If y'all saying y'all like nerds, and now y'all saying, oh, you ain't got game. So y'all saying nerds got game since y'all want nerds, right? So put that in the chat. Nerds got game. Y'all want nerds, so they must got the game,
Put a
right?
one in the chat, please, for that.
This is crazy. People don't even realize what they be saying.
And this is so gaslighting, bro. Nerds don't have game. That's not part of the thing of being a nerd. And then you know what's so crazy? You want to know what's so crazy? The girls will tell you after they got 1 or 2 babies or whatnot, I used to like you in high school. So why didn't you say anything?
Well,
and then it's quiet.
Wait. So you telling me that a lot of the guys that have kids in school, how many of them were nerds? I'm just wondering how many of the people that had kids in school, how many of them was nerds? Because there's chicks running hand over fist for these nerds. How many of them was nerds?
I can't believe I'm being gaslit. Aaron, I can't right now, bro. I gotta go. I can't keep. There's no way. People, I cannot believe this. It's not like I'm making this up. This is literally my experience. It's somebody saying you're not this because I don't think you are currently. What is this? Who does that?
So we got.
Oh my God,
so listen. So we got nerds. First of all, you was
bro.
not attractive. We got first you wasn't attractive. Now we got you didn't have game. So I guess I don't know. Thanos here to shine the light because everything we didn't hear or everything we didn't acknowledge is off. But now only thing I
don't leave.
You said what?
She can't leave. This is his idea.
The only thing I asked Thanos to do is to make sure he pulls from back then in middle school, back then in high school. Do not pull from your experience and knowledge now. I need you to compartmentalize. Don't redefine it for me in today's time what people think nerds is because they've been popularized and all that kind of stuff. No. In middle school and in high school, was nerds the popular ones? Were nerds the cool ones? Were women checking for nerds? I want those answers. I don't want all this extra other stuff because we know they didn't rechange it, repackage it, and said, oh, that's what's popping now. Anime popping, girls making millions of dollars on Twitch with anime now. So I just want to know if that was the experience in middle school and high school, that when somebody called somebody a nerd, it was an affectionate statement. It was a respectful statement, or was it derogatory to try to play them? What's up, Danos?
What's going on, Mr. Aaron? No. Yeah, so the thing with nerds, like Cheeky said, it was a very select group. You probably have 7 different groups in middle school and high school when we was coming up. I'm talking about from goth kids, from the popular kids, the jocks, rich kids. Like it was different sections for everybody, but you can have nerds in each one. But we use the term nerd now when we talk about somebody focusing on something that's not popular. So, if he's in science, everything he's doing is science. He don't care about the latest fashion. He don't care about being cool mixing in. Sometimes he would look at others and try to mix in, but for the most part, nerds didn't want other nerds. They wanted the popular women too. They just couldn't get them. That never changed.
No.
That
Stop
never changed.
lying.
No, the nerds still wanted the popular chick. I don't know
Stop
where it come from that
lying.
the
No.
wanted the
Okay. Let's have a productive
Come on
conversation.
camera, Cheeky. We're not taking you seriously. Come on
So,
camera.
so Thanos, I'm gonna ask you this then. So you're saying the nerds wanted the popular chicks, and what you're also saying is the popular chicks wanted the nerd, right? Because girls been saying that they wanted nerds, so
No,
they wanted each other.
that was not true about the girls. The
Oh,
girls
so
part, no, because
oh,
at the
This
end of
dude
the
is
day,
lying.
no matter which section you was thrown in, he's a male at the beginning. So you want the best looking girl. I don't know where it came from that a nerd wanted another nerd.
so whoa, stop right there. So you said a female nerd is unattractive.
No, they're just not falling into like, because one thing you can notice, if you went back to your high school reunion, the girl you labeled as a nerd may have flourished and grew up and looking totally different than she did in school. Like bad, but you didn't pay attention to her because she didn't have the latest stuff. She wasn't mixed in with the cool girls, so you basically ignored her.
See, I understand, like, if you're popular, you ignore the nerd girl. I understand that. But you talking about the nerd guys was not paying attention to the nerd girls.
No,
But here's the problem. They're saying that there was a bunch of nerds that hang out together. Like, okay, so in the
Right.
video, Tommy says you're supposed to be okay. Can we finish the video with Tommy where he talks about how you're supposed to group? When he said the nerds supposed to be with the nerds and da 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 da. I don't know if you remember.
He's not a nerd. Thanos is not a nerd. What is he saying?
Wait. How you figure that?
You're not, because there's no way you're saying this and there's no way. The problem was or is there's not enough female nerds to go around. First of all, majority of the nerds are men. And then if you are lucky, you get a splash of female nerds and they typically go with each other. And then once they get finished going with each other, there's no more left.
That's anecdotal.
There's 10 dudes that are nerds. There's 3 girls, and she can't go through all of them. And if she looked good enough,
size was your middle in high school?
And if she looked good enough, niggas was definitely trying to get at her too, who weren't part of the group.
What size was your middle in high
But
school?
Cheeky, that's not fair. You're telling Thanos he's a nerd because he had a different experience. You're telling him he's not a nerd, and you don't like when people tell you that you're not a nerd.
I don't like it when people. No. I don't like it when people say something and it's the same exact people that call me a nerd. That's what I don't like. That's the problem that I have. The issue is you cannot be somebody who's to call other people nerds and then tell a nerd after he's grown up, you're not a nerd. I didn't call nobody a nerd.
How was I the one to call someone a nerd? Because I flew through all groups. That was my nerd.
What nerd fly? Wait. What nerd can fly through all groups? Please let me know this.
Because I wasn't a jock until I started playing basketball and football. But I also was with the nerds in computer lab and all that, starting from the 5th and 6th grade.
We hated. You were the people that liked playing video games with us when we had video games and pizza, and then you would go back and hang with whatever friends you could find. You're not a nerd.
No, I could hang with everybody because of my personality, how I move.
What nerd do you know could actually do that? What nerd do you know could actually do that? Hang around everybody and not be joned on, not be the butt of every single joke. You don't know. What are you talking about?
It's no different than now, depending on how you move.
This is mind-boggling, bro.
See,
this is crap.
See, Black Don saying you lying, Thanos. I don't know how many people in the chat agree with Thanos, but Black Don don't agree with Thanos. I know Black Don is a goddamn nerd. So far, a bunch of nerds. Well, the nerds have spoken. They're not agreeing with Thanos. I don't know why. I'm not saying Thanos is a liar. That's my guy. Y'all know I rock with him heavy.
Because he's lying. That's why we don't know. No, that is not how things go. He's lying. That's why he got kicked off. He's lying. You don't just float through every group as a nerd. You literally get rejected from every other group, and then they go, you go over there, nerd ass nigga. And then you know what's so crazy? A woman will be the one to tell you that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Thanos is my guy, but to me, he way off as far as being able to go through a bunch of different. Like I get, and mind you, I structured the conversation to say in middle school, in high school. I understand you can go through your nerd phases after you get in college and go after that, but I'm taking us back to the mindset. I don't like this reinvented nerd thing that everybody is appropriating, saying nerds are the best is because it's been popularized by a bunch of rappers now. They claim they like anime and all this stuff. Like, y'all got to realize, stop focusing on what you understand now. Not a lot. None of y'all have the ability all the time to compartmentalize, okay?
Fam, Ricky, I mean, there's plenty of people.
Real, that's why you always get in trouble. But
I didn't click that. Cheeky, click that.
No. I didn't say that. I wasn't talking about that, Sherelle. Anyway, I'm talking about you being a bully, okay? Now stop bullying people on the nerd show.
I'm not a bully. What? A bully? No. I'm saying like you're not a nerd, right? Boom. But you was friends with nerds. So which means that exists?
No. I wasn't friends with a lot of nerds. Okay. And then also, I also know that nerds are limited in school. There's not a lot of them. There's a very, very small amount of nerds, an extremely small amount of nerds. So when we sit there talking about all the nerds used to hang out together in school, it ain't that many of them. So Cheeky is right. The majority of nerds in general are men, and they overwhelmingly outweigh the number of nerds that are women. So when we sit here and make these blanketed statements, sit the nerds with the nerds. How? How are the male nerds going to get female nerds, and it ain't enough of them when we talking about middle school and high school? Specifically, I'm trying to take y'all back to y'all experience when somebody was like, man, you a nerd, and y'all acting like it's positive, and these girls lying, talking about they like nerds. They've been liking nerds. This is where we at right now.
But can I say something? If you stop trying to blanket a nerd statement, it's different things that you could do to end up hanging with them. That don't mean you're not a nerd, but you have access to a different group because you do something that group like. So if you was a nerd who played basketball like my star quarterback was in high school, of course he gonna be loved by the jocks and we gonna look out for him. But he also can still nerd out with the rest of the nerds. Because it ain't just on one thing. It was nerds who had parents who had money, so they did know how to dress, but they were still focused on their subject area. So a lot of them were virgins by choice. A lot of them were, if they couldn't get the popular girls, they didn't want the nerd girls. That's why I say I don't know how small his school was, but I went to a single school.
School.
When you say they couldn't get the popular girls, so they didn't want
high school.
Bro, look, hold on.
Everybody wants the popular girl. Like,
that's
why
not
are you trying to differentiate from it?
Because what I'm trying to get you to understand is this. Even if what you're saying is true, and most guys want the popular girl, I can't get Rihanna, but I'm gonna get a girl. So how you gonna sit there and act like they just said, I don't want no girls if I can't have a popular girl? That's crazy. You don't think that's crazy?
Why is it crazy? No, because I actually saw it happen. I'm gonna go back to 6th or 7th grade. So I wasn't getting looked at until I hit that growth spurt from 6th to 7th grade where I grew like 4 or 5 inches. All of a sudden, the same girls who wouldn't pay attention to me turned their head around. I was getting notes all day on the first day of school in 7th grade. Didn't do anything different than what I was doing before, but just changed the physical. But I was still in all the high learning classes. I was still in the after school groups in science and computers, math. Like I don't know what else to tell you, but it's no one set a nerd, but the overall baseline of it. If you play any sports and all that stuff like that, you can elevate to it. But you're not a natural jock, but you happen to make the team, so you were taken in by the group. But it's just levels of popularity. It's not like one group of popular kids. You got even a group that's more popular than another set of kids. That's why I was like, if you're in a small school, it'll make a difference.
I get what you're saying, but here's the problem with your statement, right? Every single rapper say, back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot, they all on, right? There's a reason why that's a shared experience and why most people go, I know exactly what you mean. Because these women are liars. They move and hurt. Whoever's the guy, we want him. Oh, you was corny? Even if you watch the same damn things we called you corny, you still did them. We like you now. So why is it okay to like me now and it wasn't okay to like me then?
Because now they're looking at survival. They're looking at the money. It's still not about the person. He's still a nerd. If he's lame, he's still lame. If he's corny, he's still corny. He just got bread.
This is not making sense. It's not making any sense. Because then we the same people to say, if a nerd get a girl, a Pookie and a Ray Ray smashing her.
You said if a nerd get a girl, a Pookie and a Ray Ray smashing her?
Oh my God.
Yeah, on regular
saying it's
terms.
not about.
He said stay in school.
You said it's about money and it's not about personality, but it is about money and personality.
It's not about personality.
Then why is it so common for men in this space to say I was this and your girl is getting banged out or smashed out by a Pookie and Ray Ray? It's about a personality or something. It ain't about money.
most of the nerd girls couldn't even come outside unless you knew their parents or
We're
somebody
talking
that can
about
vouch for
nerd
you.
girls, but the crazy thing about nerd girls is it was only 4.
That's probably your school. When you went to school in Atlanta.
What?
This is
It
a
doesn't matter
lie.
where
Don't
you
make that
go.
up.
Most of the fam,
Every
I'm really
school is not the
trying not to
same.
get triggered
Because I
right
was a
now.
military
But
brat
this
and
is
moved
so
to
crazy hearing this. I'm
moved
not
to
Oh
gonna
different
Lord,
lie.
here come the
schools.
nerd.
They were not all the same schools. Like you can't like go to one school and say it was the same across the board because it was not.
So you and Sherelle went to nerd heaven, apparently, and everybody in your school was just a talented and gifted nerd, and they didn't like any of the things that people called you a nerd for. There was no such thing as white people music, white people stuff. You just was there, and nothing happened.
Okay,
I know she's
you
lying
see
her
those
ass off,
videos out.
dude.
You see those videos out now where you see the nerd guy trying to ask out the popular chick. That stuff used to
No,
happen
because they
all
stick to
the time.
themselves.
That never happened, bro.
I'm
Thanos, you a
saying.
fucking lie,
Oh,
bro.
fuck.
Dog, I swear to fucking God, son.
This nigga's lying.
Lying
Yeah,
his
so
ass
yeah.
This
off.
So
nigga's
This
yeah,
nigga's
Guys,
Lying
guys,
lying.
his
guys,
ass
genetics
off.
help you, nigga. Genetics help you.
no,
You
no,
grew a fucking
no,
foot and
no,
they
joined
made
no, no,
money
no,
can't
no,
buy me
no,
love.
no. Be respectful, okay? Don't come up here derailing the conversation. Please listen to each other. We're trying to have a productive conversation, and if you're gonna call out their lies, do it strategically. Not just don't scream at each other.
They didn't respect us in high school. Why should I respect them now?
What are you talking about?
Poser.
This is
So
bullshit.
Called him a
What are you
poser.
talking about? See,
one
you
at
just corny. So you may be a nerd, but you corny too. So that
See?
What the fuck does that mean?
Yo, what
See?
the
What does that
like
hell?
mean?
Look at this.
because
Look at this.
it's
Look at him.
different levels. It ain't just a nerd and that's it. If you got other attributes, it's gonna change what kind of nerd you are. It's not no one type of nerd.
Oh,
Poser.
okay, hold on. Okay,
Yo,
there's not
talk
one type
about
of nerd,
nerds
all
like
right?
they omnivores and shit.
See, just corny. I can't make this shit up.
This guy.
Tell your experience. See, you so focused, quick to talk, but tell the
I
experience.
don't have to explain myself to you, poser.
Exactly, because you have nothing to say. You come on these panels just to talk and have fun. I'm telling you
Isn't
stuff that
that what we
happened.
all
You don't
do?
see me up here talking all that.
Pretty much, yeah.
Are you getting paid to be here, sir?
Look,
Fake nerd.
Who you asking me or Black Don?
I was just saying in general.
No, I don't have to get paid because I'm myself no matter where I'm at.
You said
I'm not
that
a
we
character.
come on the panels to talk and have fun, right?
Yeah. That's what he said. That's what the poser said. Yeah.
Can we focus on the
No,
conversation?
Aaron, you
Okay.
The ones
Aaron,
who
you pulled
talking
up
with no attention in their conversation, I'm talking about.
Aaron, you pulled up the definition of nerd, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanos, does your definition of nerd follow that definition of nerd?
What did you eat
What
for
from
lunch
the
today?
dictionary?
Yes, from the dictionary.
Black Dawn.
I
or
mean, it's a
Black Sheep.
baseline, yeah.
So if it's a baseline, it's not the same as what he defined as nerd.
No, you'll still be a nerd, but say they found out you can actually play basketball. So now you're not just a nerd, you also now get to mix in with the jocks because you're on the basketball team. It don't change that you're a nerd, you just got access to a different group.
My question
That's so
is
crazy.
Yeah.
for all the people who were supposedly nerds in high school, right? How do you deal with the fact of, did you ever think to yourself while you were sitting at that lunch table in high school, for the people that are self-proclaimed nerds, did you ever say, hey, 10 years from now I want to be on a random YouTube panel speaking about how I was a nerd in high school?
No.
Okay. So then how smart or how much of a nerd could you have really been?
What does that have to do with it?
Usually, right, it has a lot to do with it. I can only see half of you, right? What I would say is that if people are attributing certain things to intelligence, how did you predict where you are right now? And are you still a nerd? If you were a nerd in high school, did you change out of your nerdness?
No, I did not. I don't know about anybody
No, I'm
else.
the
but I
same
did.
person I was.
Okay. Okay.
First of all, that has nothing to do with anything because it's not like nerds claim to be nerds. Yeah, it's almost like y'all keep missing this part.
Yeah, I
the
get what you're
part
saying.
where
It's a
you're
label given to you
chilling
by
and you have
somebody else.
you have nothing. The part where you're chilling and you have nothing to do with anybody but you're minding your business and liking what you like. And then all of a sudden, while you're doing that, you get the title, you get the social pariah, you get the jokes, you didn't do anything. You literally didn't do absolutely anything. All you
Well,
did
did you
was
give
sat
the
there
jokes
and
back?
enjoyed yourself. Of
You
course
said
you
this.
get the joke. Of course you give
Of
the
course
jokes
you gave
back.
the jokes
You
back,
give
and
the
you had to
jokes
fight
back.
when you had
And
to fight.
and you had bro. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's almost as if the expectation is you didn't fight back. But nerds, if you didn't fight back, they kept coming in a certain way. It got worse when the girls got involved. They were the game changer. They were the ones that were ruthless, and then everybody would follow suit. Because I can't flame a girl in the same way I can't flame a man. Because then if you
Oh, I
flaming a
doubt
girl
that.
and it's somebody else's girlfriend, now you got to fight that nigga. How do I know this? Because I had to fight that nigga. What are you saying?
So this is high school stories all over again, basically, right? So I get what you're saying. The label has to be attributed or given to you by somebody else. It's not a
No, this
positive
is
thing.
not high school stories, Eric. This is about keeping that same fucking energy you gave me back in high school. Keep that same shit now. Don't
No,
lie
he
now.
locked it in. He locked
Stay
it
the
into middle
fucking
school and high
same.
school. He locked it into middle school and high school. That's what Aaron said to that.
Okay.
So just for everybody to get back on task. I
Y'all
understand.
crazy.
I know
Y'all
it's
good
hard.
at gaslight, bro.
I know it's hard.
I'm
I
gonna bring
know it's
Sean
hard.
Antonio up.
Look, listen, I know it's hard. I'm trying to understand for a lot of you to understand they have popularized nerd now. They have redefined it, and they made it. They've dazzled it up to sound like a very respectful thing and a desired thing and all this good stuff. I'm telling you to go back to when you were at middle school and when you were in high school and you heard people call people nerds, and you heard and you looked at and saw the people that they called nerds. Was the women checking for them? And or is that a positive thing, or is it something to separate it? Be like, oh, they nerds over there. We don't rock with them nerds. Everything to me, when I remember growing up, 95% was derogatory in a sense. It was never positive as the way it's packaged now. And the women that keep claiming that they love nerds, I love nerds back then. I'm saying they're lying, and I'm just asking them, is that what y'all remember as well? That's all.
I got a better question for the men. Why are y'all pretending like y'all was nerds? Like that's just like why?
To answer your
What
question,
do you mean
that's
pretending?
exactly how I
You were
remember. That's a
pretending.
great question.
Hold
The
on,
best,
now,
If
see, the
somebody
thing,
you might
labels,
want to
that
put
gave
a
it, the
name
thing
on
that
that if
gave
you
it
would,
away,
please.
the thing that
somebody
gave it
labels
away,
you a
and this is
nerd.
how I knew that you were
But he just
pretending.
asked us. He
No,
asked
no,
a
no, no,
great
wait,
question.
wait,
Y'all
wait, wait,
talking
wait,
about
wait,
something else
wait,
now.
wait, no, wait. The thing
He
I knew
asked a
that
great
gave it away
question.
was pretending. But you were saying, why did you just get with the female nerds? You would know that if you was in any nerd class whatsoever, especially in STEM, there's like a 20-to-1 ratio to girls in that environment.
But
That's how I know from
in
the
that,
get-go you're
hold on a
fucking
second.
lying.
But your
Every
past,
school is
hold
So
on
not
a
the
nice
second, time out.
try,
Time
Thanos.
out. Hold on a second,
Every
time
school
out.
is
No,
not
no,
the
hold on a
same.
second, stop. With that, are you talking about college?
No, we talking about
Because
high school.
No, high
They're trying to
school.
say every high
Any
school is the
nerd,
same.
any STEM
were
class,
you
it
in
doesn't matter.
AP?
High school, college, it doesn't matter. It's the same.
I don't think he
You
was in AP
No,
because we
hold
had
on a
plenty of
second. No,
girls.
because in high school, are you talking about most of your classes you're together because you have mandatory classes?
Yeah,
I don't
we're
know what
talking
type of high
about.
school.
No,
Are you
we're
talking
talking about like
extracurricular
electives.
activities?
Yeah, like
Okay,
the,
all
the
right,
real
okay, all
nerdy
right, I
class
got you.
that you get to actually pick
So
and
you were in like
choose.
robotics club or something
Yeah,
like that. Okay, I
yeah.
got you. I get what you're saying.
There's like one
My
woman to
nigga,
like
y'all
maybe
niggas,
20
No,
guys.
son, hold on, Black
it was a
man.
lot of girls in that
Y'all
class.
motherfuckers, son.
You're lying.
Who the motherfucker, dog? Y'all motherfuckers wasn't the people playing Minecraft, the computer lab, and World of Warcraft, Dungeons and Dragons, in math class, in chess club, and
Who
shit.
wasn't
Y'all
that?
didn't
I
deal
just
with that
named
shit,
all.
dog.
I
No,
just named
Thanos.
all of that.
I get you, bro. I get you, bro. But you had it different. You co-mingled, bro. You wasn't ostracized, my nigga. Let's be real, my nigga.
I just told you
If
from
you went and
sixth
hung out with
grade.
your basketball homies, you wasn't bringing me
That
with
didn't
you, son.
happen until a growth
You
spurt.
wasn't.
That didn't happen until a growth spurt. And then I was able to play basketball better
That's
than
what I'm
most of the guys
saying.
on
That's
the
what I'm
team.
saying. So your genetics
Right, but
changed
that don't
everything
mean you're
for
not a
you,
nerd. That don't mean you didn't start as a nerd.
my nigga. My nigga. You
I
got
was
a
still doing
chance.
the same things. When I was ostracized, I was still doing the same things.
This nigga a
Bro,
liar.
can we all right, can we frame the conversation and just talk
Y'all being
rationally,
cheeky
right?
rage
Look,
quit. What is
so
going
look,
on?
look, somebody said it's based upon how other people saw you. I'll be honest, right? I was always really smart, but I ran away from being the smart guy because I wanted to be the cool guy. And anything that was considered smart, people who finished their work on time, people who raised their hand, and answered questions in class and things like that, people who score high on tests, they were considered nerds. People who, may not have been very talkative, people who were even polite. You know what I'm saying? They felt like they were nerds. People who dressed a certain way, we considered them nerds. We got to high school, niggas started taking peon fees, quote unquote, from niggas that was seen as a certain way. So there is a definitive definition, a look, a perception of what we consider nerds. Now, there may be some variance from place to place, but overall, we know if we say the nerdy looking nigga, we know we ain't gonna look at Thanos because that nigga don't look like no nerd. You know what I'm saying? We know we were looking for the nigga with
But that's
glasses
now.
or the nigga. Right. Yeah. I get it, bro. I agree with you on that. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? We wouldn't look at the nigga we wouldn't look to the nigga who looks like a jock. You know what I'm saying? At that point, as the nigga that they were describing as a nerd. We would look for the nigga who couldn't dress, the nigga who had on the busted shoes, the nigga who didn't talk to no women, who had glasses on. But I agree with Thanos. You can glow up and be accepted as cool. People will start to accept you into the circle. Then everybody else, based on that social proof, will then consider you to be cool as well.
Thank you. That's all I was trying to say.
Nah, fuck that. He wasn't a nerd.
Not at all.
Wait, when y'all talk about nerds,
We're not hearing
hold
that.
up, Black Dawn. When y'all talk about nerds, it sound like y'all saying it more as like a status, right? So it's like pretty much in high school or middle school, whatever, they got labeled as nerd, and you can't move beyond that social status or whatever. So it's like you're relegated to that. You can't be that in the
No.
Go ahead. I was just saying.
Stop. I'm gonna do my very best to say this one more time, right? I'm gonna do my very, very best. I am not as smart as y'all, so y'all dumb it down just for me, okay? Just dumb it down. When you were in school, middle school towards high school, not necessarily in, but right, and you heard someone being called a nerd, was that somebody that was popular? Was they using that in an affectionate way or
A
way?
derogatory term.
It's a derogatory term for a nigga that was an outcast.
So that's what I'm trying to identify, because this redefining the nerd is not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so Thanos, answer that question. So were you called a nerd, Thanos? Were you an outcast?
Until once again, I'm saying the same thing. Until I hit my growth spurt, I was considered a nerd. When I started expanding, going into different other groups and all that, because I had access now because of basketball, student council, and all that. I was able to.
Not the question.
Not the same. It's not
the fucking same. Hold on. Don't y'all Black Don. Thanos, look, bro. You grew out of it. You got a chance, nigga. You started dunking on niggas on the team and starting this shit. You had a chance to get out of that. You escaped that fucking label, my nigga.
How
you ain't have to stay there and keep fighting these niggas.
How are you talking like
to be
this
your
now
fucking
if you was
self?
a nerd? If you was a nerd back then, how are you talking like this now? If you're
because this always who I was. You know why? Because I kept getting my fucking ass whooped by them niggas. That's why. I fought every fucking day till them niggas left me the fuck alone.
Me too.
Because that's what the fuck I did. Because this what I had to do. Because if the niggas kept fucking with me every day, they was gonna keep going until I fought back. That's why.
That's the truth.
So for you be a nerd, you would have had to get bullied. That's what you saying.
Yeah, you gotta fight.
Nah. If a nigga fuck with me, if a nigga wouldn't have fucked with me and just let me be, I wouldn't have fucked with nobody. But niggas looked out for that shit.
But Granville, look where you from. Every school is not like that. So that's
say like you walking down the
my nigga, what a school I went to, it was like that, my nigga. And I'm sure these niggas on this panel got same experience.
Okay, all right.
I ain't no fucking dummy.
All right. Stop, guys. Thanos.
My bad, Thanos. I'm just talking, dog. You my nigga.
I'm gonna try again, and I'm gonna rephrase the question. Thanos, were you ever called a nerd in middle school or for high school?
Yes, I was in all their classes and all their after-school groups.
Okay, when they called you a nerd, was it a positive or a negative? How did you receive it?
It was negative because it wasn't popular to be smart.
And so, were women checking for you?
No, not until I hit my growth spurt and started playing basketball.
So once you moved out of the sphere of what people consider nerds are, right? Not
But
saying
see,
you wasn't
I
still a
never
nerd.
moved out of it. I just was able to. I would have access to
Look
their.
at here.
I just
This
had
guy.
access to their group. I was still in the same classes with the nerds, but I had access
I
to the
get it,
group
Thanos.
because
I get it, Thanos. You had the
Let's speak.
access. Niggas like me didn't have the access, Thanos. Them niggas fuck
Me
with niggas like me until I
and
started
me.
fighting back, and they got tired of fighting.
Me too.
Wait, I get what he's trying to say. You're trying to say basically now, right? Like those of us who from the hood, we may be in corporate settings now, but at any point our hood past is still good. Basically, like that. You
right.
kind of could
Yeah.
coexist in both spaces.
Yes, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
could somebody pull up that definition again?
But
'Cause
that nerd people,
Merriam
that's
Webster saying that they unstylish, unattractive, and socially awkward people, right? That's what I'm looking at as nerd as a noun. So no, you're not. You wasn't a nerd. You wasn't a nerd. You wasn't a nerd.
You wasn't a
'Cause if-
nerd.
I
Fair enough.
was
Just eat it.
unstyled people.
Is it popular? Is it possible? I'm just asking. Is it possible? Thanos just made me think about this. Is it possible to be a popular nerd?
Yes.
No.
I mean, just
No.
explore that thought for a second.
That defeats the whole definition
It's a
of what
new
a
thought.
nerd
I
is.
just had a
Yeah.
thought. I'm just saying.
Like,
Can we
what?
explore the thought? Is it possible
Hell
to be a
no.
popular
No.
No, man.
or a well-known nerd? Like
Give
Bill
me an
Gates is a
example.
well-known nerd, right?
Wait, who?
Somebody
I
like
ain't
Bill
gonna
Bill
be
Gates.
Gates.
Bill Gates.
No,
Holy
Like
shit.
what?
no, see, no, stop. See, y'all keep shifting the conversation and removing the context of it every single chance y'all get. Sean, you my guy, 100 grand. Go back to middle school. Go back to high school. When they was calling people nerds, now you actually gave a good depiction of the visuals, etc. It ain't nothing positive about it for the most part when they throwing that out there, correct?
Oh yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So the
Ain't
lady
You're absolutely right.
that swear they love nerds, is that what you saw when you was growing up?
Fuck no, they hate it. They ignored them. They made fun of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there you go.
That's exactly what they did.
My bad. I was
And
fast forwarding the conversation too.
until my eighth grade,
We got to start the baseline that these women that be in the chat screaming, I love nerds. We always, Sherelle on here lying herself, talking about, oh, I
That
love
is
all the
such
nerds.
cap. That is such cap. I always love nerds. My ex is a nerd. Majority
Oh my
of my
God.
friends in school was a nerd. I
You
did
go
a
with the
poll
gaslight, dog.
She said she went to a
I
school.
did
that
a
was
poll.
good when I was in
Son.
school.
I did a poll yesterday asking black women that they like nerds. The majority of black women said they did like nerds.
They're
And
all
they
fucking
did like nerds.
liars.
They're lying.
They're all liars.
I
Yo,
never.
All right, stop.
They're
No,
liars.
no,
yo,
no,
yo.
Screaming
no,
over
no,
me.
no,
Let
no,
Aaron,
no,
let Aaron have it.
no,
Let
no,
Aaron
no,
have it.
hold
But
on,
I'm not finished though.
No,
No, you're not allowed to finish.
no. I
Cut her
want to
off.
move. I want to move the point. I want to move the
Black
point.
Dawn, you better shut up.
Yeah.
Now, I
Stop.
want to move the
Liar.
point. Hold on, guy.
It
Calm
really
down.
ain't no fun thing.
Cause all I'm saying is the majority. I told black nerds check in with me. So many of my friends. Matter of fact,
Damn.
one of the person that checked in me, I was like, "Wait, you was considered a nerd?" This boy was my best friend in high school. I would have never even knew he was considered a nerd. Like, so I'm just saying, like, it's different
you
strokes. We not
wasn't
taking
paying
y'all
attention.
existence and removing it. If y'all was nerds and y'all went through, that's fucked up. But at the end of the day, when you grow up, if you gonna feel like it's
Nope.
fuck whoever was saying
That's
fuck
not
you
what we
back then,
said.
I have no
that's
problem
not,
with
That's not
that.
what the conversation is. Why y'all making me raise my? Okay, listen. I'm going to try. Chris, go ahead. Be quick, bro, because I'm trying to move the point. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, go ahead. Mine's going to require some time. Just go ahead, brother.
Remember what it is, because I want to move the point. For anybody that considers themselves a nerd, all I want to ask you is, was the black girls checking for you? Which women was giving you more attention or more of a chance?
Can I answer that one?
Yes, sir. We'll start with you.
What kind of chance? A good chance or a bad one?
Shut up, TJ.
Christopher, don't be disrespectful. I think he was referring to a negative experience on TJ.
Oh, okay. Thank
Somebody
you.
go clip that and have that shut up on TJ as a sound.
Always
To answer your question, it was the white women who looked more favorably upon me growing up in high school and middle school.
The white girls for me too.
Okay, that's 2 for the white girls. Anybody else that considers themselves a nerd, was viewed as a nerd, acted as a nerd, that is the nerd. Everybody would go in and say, yep, you is a nerd. What is your experience? Which girls was checking for you or would have gave you the first chance or opportunity? Were they black women or different women of different races? We got two for white women.
But this my thing.
Well,
Granville is
no,
lying.
no,
White
no,
You're not a
girls
no,
be
nerd.
no,
around
You're not
other
a
no. I'm
nerd.
girls.
not asking you.
Granville did not go to school
No,
with
I'm
white
not
girls. He
asking.
is
I'm not
I did
lying.
not.
asking
You
you.
right. You right.
No,
I didn't.
He
I'm
I
did
did
asking.
not go
exactly.
to
He didn't
school
go
with
to
black
school with
girls.
white girls.
That's not that ain't got nothing.
Man,
Cut
look,
her mic.
man.
Cut her mic.
Eric,
Cut her
can me
mic.
and Sherelle do this right
That has
quick?
nothing to do with my question.
No.
Okay, that's nothing to do with my question. So I'm gonna ask the men again, and then Sherelle can go and scream all the other stuff she want to scream in just a second. For the men that consider, was the black women checking for you or was it somebody else? That's all my question is.
They're a white and Indian, but white.
Okay. Foolish scholar.
I ain't gonna cap. In middle school, high school, I can't really consider myself a nerd because it's like I had a similar experience to Thanos. I played basketball, I ran track, I did stuff like that. So it was like I was kind of blending with everybody. So I wouldn't consider myself a nerd, but I did talk to the nerds and hang out with them on occasion.
So he's not even a nerd.
Oh, okay.
You wasn't in there.
What?
You wasn't in there.
Yes, Mr. Black Sheep is black.
So, Auntie J, you were considered a nerd back in school.
I was. It was the worst.
Wait,
From going in
what
sixth
point we talking
grade.
about in life? What
Aaron,
point?
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it.
Can
This is
we
a real
not?
subject right
Can
now.
we not do this?
I
Can we
can't
not?
do Aaron. I
Can we-
can't do this though.
No.
Please don't do this.
She's on the panel. She has a right to tell her story. She's on the panel. She
You
can
trying to
tell
get me
her
to
story.
waste $100? Is that what
Go
you're
ahead,
trying to
Auntie
get
J.
me to
Tell your story.
Do it.
Don't let
So I
nobody
was
take
in the eighth grade and in seventh grade. Back then we went from sixth grade to seventh grade, which was junior high. So you had
Oh
eighth graders.
shit.
We had eighth graders and ninth graders in the same school. Right? So I'm going in the bathroom one day, walking down the hall, and this boy in the ninth grade said, "The flood is over, the land is dry. Why you got your pants so high?" So I had on high water.
Snipers.
Yeah. I went in that bathroom and pulled my pants down with a zipper was almost to my knee
All right.
and put my coat around it. So
Yo, I'm not playing with my childhood trauma for this shit. I'm not doing it. Kick
Okay,
it the fuck
all
off.
right.
yes,
Somebody, please.
I did.
Okay, we go, Auntie J. We gonna move on. Thank you for your quick insights. I want to get the story sped up and so people can explain
This is insane.
because I don't know what Auntie J. If that's the experience you got,
Bye, Auntie J. Salute to the
Bye.
salute to the
Bye.
snipers.
Man, that's crazy. Black Don, anything you want to say that I'm missing that I'm not touching on during this conversation of how women was feeling all the nerds back in the day? Because I'm clearly wrong.
I just want to ask why they're lying. I just want to know.
That shit definitely not true.
I know I'm never gonna get the truth, but hey, let's just have fun with it. Like
I
why
know
lie?
I know the answer.
You know the answer?
You know the answer?
Yep.
What's the answer?
How many non-nerds have they ran through by?
Their whole fucking roster.
And guess what?
Wait.
So
Finish.
how many
All
non-nerds
of them.
ran through them? How many non-nerds ran through them? Let's be honest. The dude
So
that
the
was right
only
for
way that you could say
They
you
give
nerd
us
is
G through Z.
No,
Sherelle, I love you. Hold on, sweetheart. They've been ran through by so many of these niggas. The niggas that was for them was right there the whole time. It was the nerd. Like, think about it. Everybody want to bring up Urkel. All right, let's go there. How many times Laura has been dogged out till she finally married Steve? What was it, the last episode of Family Matters? Well, you went through all them niggas, and the guy that you was gonna marry was right there the whole
She
time.
didn't marry Steve. She
So-
and how
was with Stefan.
long did Steve
So,
ignore Myra, the girl who wanted to be with him, and he cheated on Myra every time for Laura? And that's
Let him
all.
finish, Sherelle. Let him finish.
Sherelle, do you need a hug, sweetheart? Hold on. So, ladies, it's cool to like nerds because you gave the other guys a chance. It didn't work out your way. So now you're settling for what you should have been with at the beginning. That's just the answer. Y'all want to bullshit? Go right ahead.
Thanos, this your cue, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead,
I
Cam.
know.
Bro,
I'm just letting it
she
sit
didn't
in.
marry
I'm just
Steve. She
letting it
married
sit in.
Stefan when he leveled up, bro. Big
Exactly.
difference.
Exactly. That's why I don't understand
You
why
should. You want to do that? You
they
want to
don't.
do that?
No,
You
it's
want to do that?
true. It's not like we lying. Look,
A
he
man
took the
that was
glasses off.
a brother that was born in
He wasn't acting
1987.
like
You
a
want to do
nerd.
that?
It's true.
Because
What you talking
what
about? Do we want
happened?
to do
What
that?
happened to
What you
him
talking about?
with Stefan? I wait.
Oh, I don't remember. I'll be
Thank
honest.
you. That's all.
You
That's all
don't
I'm gonna say.
remember?
I'm going on mute.
But
So
what
amnesia.
initially opened her eyes to him? It was Stefan, right?
That's fine.
Now, do you want to do that?
Who did she marry at the end? Was
I
it
didn't ask
Stefan?
you
No,
that.
you can't skip that part.
What initially made her stop looking at him like a nerd? Was it Steve becoming Stefan or Steve remaining Steve?
Steve becoming Stefan.
Right, bro. You're not gonna run mental laps around me, bro. It was Steve becoming Stefan.
Yep. Yep. And then that allowed her to really get to know him, so she could take him at himself, because now she fell in love with his personality and his heart. I know that sounds crazy, but I mean that's basically what it is. People get ignored.
Just so conveniently, after you get ignored for a while, you just conveniently, when you're making all this money, now it's like, I want to get to know you. I know it's really convenient. Yeah, I get it. Now you want to get to know us. Yeah, that's
But
fair.
is this not what these men in these spaces keep preaching? Become your
Right.
best self and this and that. The reason to tell people to become the best version of yourself is so you can get into a different echelon in life.
Exactly.
Why is this foreign now when it's applied
That's
to a
not
different
the issue we
conversation?
talking about, bro.
That's not the issue.
At
The
all.
issue is the fucking lies that these motherfuckers saying today. That we know is lies because we live
Oh,
this shit.
I'm not arguing about that. I'm not addressing that. I have no idea about what
Or so we're right, and
I'm
you
just
don't know
saying
what
what
the
I'm
issue is.
saying.
Got it. There you go. All right, moving
Nigga,
on.
we get the part of glowing up. We get it. I get it, Sean. Glow up now. Get on your shit. You out of high school now. We understand that.
But I'm speaking to
But
Aaron's
the
Aaron's
issue
point
is
that these people were invisible before a certain point. These chicks cannot
facts.
act like they were paying attention to these niggas because they were not. They and to Chris's point, they was fucking ratchet niggas like me who didn't care about them and looking past the guys who would eventually become the high value men as adults.
And that's
But
why I
then
You're
they
not.
said
get
that
You're
then
not
they
nerds
right.
grow
didn't
up
want
and
other
say that
nerds.
they say they never looked over niggas like us. That's a
Nerds didn't
fucking
want other
lie.
nerds. That's just the facts. That's why I
But
don't know why that
I
was
think
even
the
My
said.
nigga,
majority
you ain't
of
gonna sit
women.
here and act like it's one for one
I
nerd to
I think
women and
Like
women
this
and men.
guy, I don't know why
You're
he
not gonna
keeps
sit here
saying
and act
that. It's
like
just wrong.
shut up. I
Yeah,
think the majority of women who didn't like nerds, who used to bully nerds, they still don't like nerds, and they are not the ones screaming from the top of the mountain that they like nerds. I'm just saying, real life.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Those are not the ones. The
okay.
girls who are saying that I have always liked black nerds are the ones who always liked y'all. The Maras, who y'all didn't care about because y'all was chasing Laura. Those girls feel like, yeah, guess what? We have an existence too. But
That's
y'all
Oh,
want to do the same thing
a
that the
good point.
popular kids did to y'all,
okay,
which
no,
was
stop, Sherelle.
that's
I'm
fucking
I
sick
hear,
of that.
cap.
guys, calm down, calm down. I hear your point, but this is the point that I'm making, right? I know y'all keep trying to box in nerds that they only get to have other nerds. Yeah, y'all don't realize y'all say that, right? This is why it's sad, right? Because y'all will sit here all day and say, "Look here, the top guys, which is the top 20% of men, are the only men that women tend to want and see." That's what y'all say. I ain't gonna argue with you about it. That is what is preached, and that is what is perceived, and that is exactly what we argue about all the time, right? So if the statement is nerds, we like them, we love them, we want them, that would popularize them. That would make them in the front of the class. And if that's the case, stop telling them that they have to settle for other nerds only. They should get their pick of the litter. But y'all don't pay attention. Y'all don't realize that's what y'all saying. So both things can't be true.
Facts.
So who can debunk that statement or respond to that? Now, Sherelle, you can try because you've been saying my school, they all was all the smart ones. We all got together. So it was smart nerds and nerds and nerds.
But this my thing. Okay, so this if you go for something that's not popular and you're into things that are not popular, why should like most kids are followers? Most kids click up with the people that are more like them. So and then ever so often there are people who like people who are not like them. What's wrong with that? If I'm a if I'm on a cheerleader, I'm probably gonna be into the niggas that's on the football team, basketball team, because those are the people I'm gonna be in
Right.
close proximity with, right? That's normal. If I'm in a band, you know, the majority of the people that was in the band, they was with each other. Everybody clicked. The football table, nobody. If you was on the football team, you couldn't even sit at the table. But the basketball niggas never made no fun of, like, they never made a diss about that. Like, oh, I want to sit at the football table. The football table's for the football table. The band and stuff, they hung with each other. So it's like, what? How are we gonna make it bigger?
That's
Making
also
Like,
not
my
true.
point.
But like, cool.
Wait,
don't
Black
realize
Dot,
you making
Black
my
Dot,
point?
what kind of school? What school did you go to?
What do you mean? Went to a
No,
public
like what kind
school
of high
like
school did you go to?
went to a public high school like everyone else.
No, what kind? Like what area? Because that matters. Y'all keep thinking that everywhere in the U.S. is the hood. Like just because I'm black, all the schools I went to was hood schools.
I don't know, like a school in Georgia. Like I don't know what type of question is that. You think I went to like a
Bro,
hood high
did you
school
go
or
to a
something like
mixed
that?
school? Did you go to all black, all white mix?
No, it was a mixed school.
It's a mixed school. Predominantly what?
Predominantly black.
It's a black school then.
Okay.
So all high schools aren't majority black. That's why you can't put this to every school in the U.S. because every school is different depending on which area, which region or state in the U.S. They're not all the same. I went to 3 different high schools, and they were all 3 different places. 3 different personality types for the same type group. It's like being popular in Georgia, and then you go to New York, and you ain't nothing. It works the same way.
Now that's a fair statement, but don't go back up against what I was saying. Now I'm gonna try. Don't go back to what I was
I
saying.
hate these 6'5" niggas that dunk basketballs, dog. Perpetrating, man. Fucking perpetrating, dog.
I'm like, what high school
You
is
still my nigga
nerd
though.
popular?
Hold
No,
on,
but if
Devin.
Granville didn't tell me he wasn't a nerd, I would have thought he was a thug from the
So
NO.
do you think
until
that
he tell
I
his
ain't no
story.
motherfucking thug. I'm a product of where I grew up at. But I have to
Wait,
do
can I ask Sherelle a question real quick? Do you think like the people on the football team or the athletic team they didn't date outside their social group? They think they only dated within it? Do you think that's actually true? Like they were only able to get girls within their social group?
They probably settled for
Nah, that's for Sherelle.
Oh,
they
okay.
go for attractive girls. It's
Thank you.
different. They gonna go for
Answer
the
the
attractive girl. They
question.
gonna go for
No, I
whatever they
didn't say
want.
attractive
But
girls.
the
I said within
majority,
your
but the
social
You just
group.
majority.
did.
But
That's not.
let me
No,
tell you.
that's
Let me tell you
not.
because everybody has a story. At the end of the day, the majority of the niggas that was on the football teams, they didn't even care about the girls that was into them. They wanted the bad bitch, and they was sad when they watched her walk out the door and get in a car with a grown man.
All right. Look,
That be their story.
Okay,
The
I've had
girls
enough.
that they like being the drug dealers and the niggas that got cars and all
He's
that.
not wrong.
You're not answering my question.
Stop. This is all the cap is just too much for me. Well, one thing I really do is really listen. And you know what I hear all the time? These men they asleep with anything. They asleep with anything. We got 400-pound women running around with kids, all this stuff. These men asleep with anything. But all of a sudden, we get into conversation when the nerds is telling their truth.
And now niggas got standards.
Now all of a sudden, oh no, the football players, they only would deal with the popular chicks or they wouldn't take no chick at all. But all the time we have this conversation, most men tend to take the chicks that they can get, not wait around heavenly score and be like,
that's not what I said.
Don't realize what
the
you
girls go for what they. I said that's what the girls go for. If I'm a cheerleader, I'm into the jocks. I never said that the jocks are only into the teenagers. They into whatever they can get. Anybody that's gonna suck their little dick in high school, that's who they gonna mess with. Which is why they prey up on y'all nerd girls because they don't really like the nerd girls. They just know that the nerd girl not used to attention because y'all not showing them no attention. They're not used to no attention, so that's why they get to swoop the nerd girls from underneath their feet clean over y'all.
So you think other nerd boys aren't showing other nerd girls attention whatsoever?
No, they're going for the girls outside the group.
All right. There you go. That's all. Okay. All right.
That's cap.
Like, why are you lying? I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand.
Black,
like,
Black
this is
Dawn.
not true, man. Like, I don't tell you.
Wow.
Hey, Black Dawn.
That's cap.
Black Dawn.
Podcast, please.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, go ahead. Ask me a question.
I swear to
Was
God.
that you that asked the question earlier? If it was possible to have a popular nerd, or was that somebody else?
That was somebody else.
That was me.
Yeah.
Okay. I think everybody said no, but that's not.
I said
actually
me.
true.
I said yeah.
I actually didn't say no, but
Oh, okay.
I actually
Yeah.
created that. I actually talked about that theory before I let everybody up in the chaos ensued.
My nigga, he can out. Oh my God. Son.
Yeah. Because I went to a school in Chicago called Providence St. Mary. It was like one of those churchy private school, cost like $600 a month to go there, right? But then I also went to a school called Steinmetz, and they had a real academic program. Like they actually made a movie about the fact that it was a cheating scandal that went on at my school while I was there. But the people who was on those, excuse me, on those academic teams, yeah, they was popular for real. Now, does that mean that they were screwing? Not necessarily, but the fanfare was definitely real for those guys. It really was. They were appreciated because they was bringing, trophies and medallions home back to the school. So they were celebrated.
We were talking about popular in the sense of like female attention. When we're talking about, that's not what I was talking about. Like when I meant like popular.
Hold on, one sec. One sec. I know Sean is not a nerd because his calculations when he was shaving his head, he nicked himself. Nerds don't make no mistakes.
I put glasses on to show you I'm a nerd. I wear glasses low key.
They don't make those mistakes. Everything's calibrated perfectly. But let me get Callie Bev in here because I want to hear how she tell the truth of how she loved nerds. Go ahead, Callie Bev. Let us hear the truth.
I think Callie Bev is an actual
like
nerd.
nerds, but because I'm a nerd too, I went to a nerd school. They bust everybody in from different areas. You had your Inglewood kids, your Compton kids, your LA proper kids. They all bust them into this one school. So yeah, I like nerds. I was a nerd.
Wait, nerds don't like other nerds. They just vehemently disagree.
Yeah, they just
hate each
exactly
attention to each other. They only like the popular girls. That's what they said.
I hate black people.
Well, since there was still a hierarchy within the nerd school that I went to or whatever. I went to a whole math and science academy. You know what I'm saying? So you still had your hierarchy, whatever, but
there's a hierarchy in every group.
So you was a nerd gang member?
Let her finish.
But my thing is that it was, just because you was a nerd doesn't mean that you were a lame. You can be a lame and be a nerd, and that you pretty much out of it. But you can be a cool nerd or whatever like that. Like my husband or whatever, he went to school out here in Georgia. And to speak to the Thanos theory, whatever like that, that's true. It's a guy in his crew or whatever like that I know. And he said that he floated in between the different groups or whatever. He hung with his nerd crew, and then he also hung with my husband and their friends or whatever too.
What are you nerds? What are you nerds?
Keep talking about these floating ass niggas, man.
Callie, can I ask you this?
Now?
Can I ask you this question? I just want to hear. Do you think and no one is gonna answer this honestly, and no one has yet. And I want to see if you're gonna be the first one. Do you think the female to male ratio in these like specific like nerd groups is like 1-to-1 on par? I just want to hear you hear your answer. Do you think it's the same? Do you think it's like a 1-to-1 ratio?
What the
I wouldn't be able to say because I went to a whole nerd school. So you know what I'm saying? I didn't have a ratio to work with.
What the hell is this? First of all,
I can't say there was more boys.
I like how y'all.
Thank you, Callie.
I like how y'all tried to ignore what I just asked. What are you nerds crying about now?
Hey, don't you got some rocks account? A block to enforce. Don't you got some?
What did he say? I didn't even hear what he said.
Don't play with Angry Man. Don't play with Angry Man.
What did he say?
He said, "Don't you got a block to enforce?"
Hey, let me tell you something, nerd.
Tell him what you told him yesterday, Angry Man. The thugs is taking over you.
Don't you got some beakers to buy and some fucking measuring tape and some whatever the fuck and some
Yeah, I'm doing it for a science project. You're doing it to cook crack.
Hey, don't be mad at me because don't be mad at me because I found an effective purpose for chemistry, motherfucker. You still over there making homemade volcanoes and shit.
Yes. I'm looking for the cure for cancer. You're looking to destroy the community. You're doing different things.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta get on task again. All right, y'all all over the board. Now, my brother Angry Man is here. I know you.
My bad, Am.
Yeah. I know you don't normally catch the beginning of the show.
Nerd rage.
But we kind of plan off the engagement that happened between Michael B. Jordan at his, I don't know if it was a premiere or whatever the case is, when she called the man corny, right? And I'm not saying he's not, but she damn sure said he ain't corny no more. I should have played that part. I should have played that part. But anyway, I'm gonna go find that video and play that. But the point of the conversation is that women keep claiming that they love nerds. Everywhere I go, it's we love nerds. I don't know what y'all talking about. We do love nerds. Now, all I'm asking is for the men and the women to be honest. I don't care about 2023. I know we've redefined nerd. We popularized nerd. Anime is the stuff now. Rappers rap about it, so we know how rap influences the culture. I'm going to do a video on that, just how impactful Black culture is on other communities real soon. I just want to ask you, when you were in school, middle school, high school, the beginning more of high school than the end, do you recall someone being called a nerd as a badge of honor, as something cool? Or was it more of a statement of like, you a nerd, get away from me? Or stay that, like something to exclude people or to separate?
If you was a fucking nerd in my high school, you hung out with other nerds, and it wasn't a badge of honor. It wasn't a badge of honor, not socially. If you were a nerd socially, you were invisible unless motherfuckers wanted to pick on you.
Thank you.
Know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you wouldn't see, if they had a school dance and you saw a nerd at the school dance, you were shocked. You even would have a little bit of respect for him for even showing the fuck up to a social event. You feel what I'm saying? But me, I was just having this conversation earlier about the difference between alphas and sigmas. I never really picked on nerds. I was always the guy that would be like, hey man, leave him the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? But in high school and shit, if you were a nerd, especially Black, if you part of Black culture, just being smart was a fucking knock against you. So like if you turned in your homework every day, motherfuckers would be like, you fucking egghead, like you just got all the answers, huh, motherfucker? Like niggas would clown the shit out of you, so much to the degree that a lot of us that weren't really nerds, that were more social, we would purposely not do certain things because we didn't want to get put in that category.
Why wouldn't you want to be in that category if all these women love nerds? Like they
I don't
understand. The women in high school, these are the things you could do to get the women to like you. You either were super popular just because you were an alpha type guy, which means that everybody just kissed your fucking ass, or you were a star athlete, you played football or basketball, or you was a bad boy, you got into fights and shit all the time, or you was a class clown, you made everybody laugh. Those were the dudes that the women liked in high school.
Angry Man, that's not true. Women love nerds, from what I've been told. None of that.
Fuck, they didn't. They lying.
They tell us that they're
saying
that.
If they saying that, look, that's revisionist history, bro. If they saying that, they're saying that now because they're grown and nerds got some damn money.
They got nerd
really?
guilt. They got nerd guilt.
I think you might be right, but I do remember JROTC. That shit used to be cracking in my high school. And I thought I definitely thought all them was nerds, but
that's some physical shit though. So we didn't really look at, I don't know, in my school, we didn't really look at them as nerds. We looked at them as like, if you was a street dude, you looked at them as clowns because they was following orders, like, you know, hut 212, all of that bullshit. Right. Well, we didn't really look at them as nerds and shit.
But see, Angry Man, this is the problem I'm having right here, right? Because I'm not a smart guy. You know that. You spend enough time and you can see how dumb I am, right? But what I really do really well is I do listen and I just apply what I've heard. The way that women talk about nerds makes me think they're popular. The way that they had that, we love nerds, they're popular. Every conversation we have when people want to say, oh, no, it's because y'all lame and this, and that. The only thing I don't understand is why limit nerds to only liking other nerds? Why are they forced to only have to be with other nerds? While if you're popular, you're cool, you're what's in, you get to pick up the litter. So how can those two things exist? How does that work?
Well, look, here's the crazy thing. Like, I would purposely not talk about certain shit around chicks because I know it would be associated with nerd stuff. So I purposely didn't talk about Star Wars. I purposely didn't talk about anime. I purposely didn't talk about that shit because growing up, if you talked about that shit, a chick would, in the black community, she wouldn't necessarily classify you as a nerd. She would classify you as a lame. And in the black community, those two things are synonymous. So that's why you hear black people saying educated lame. That's why they keep attaching those two things, because in the black community, to be educated or to be a nerd or to be smart meant you were lame. You feel what I'm saying? So I would purposely not associate myself with those things in public because I knew it would be a knock against me socially. So this crap that these women are saying nowadays, they're cap. They lying. They lying. Like, yo, I would get, let me tell you something. Anytime I got into a physical fight in school and beat somebody up, the chicks would look at me like when I came back from suspension, that first day I came back, the chicks would be googly-eyed at me.
Okay, let me jump in and get Rob in here because he is definitely the epitome of a damn nerd. And listen, I love Rob. Everybody knows that. Okay, so let me just be clear, Rob. I want to hear from you. Now, Black Don and me and him are aligned with this. I think Cheeky was my brother. Cheeky got to go. He can't take the emotional abuse right now. Okay, I just asked you this, and I ask you humbly: is it true that nerds turn down other nerds? If y'all couldn't get popular chicks, y'all said, "I don't want no chick." Is that true?
You know what? I turned down a lot of chicks when I was in high school that were kind of nerdy. So I did do that every now and again. Like it'd be a chick that I thought that I would be made fun of for liking or being with, and I would turn them down. Yeah.
But you know that's interesting.
That was what I was saying.
Wait. Did you?
That's what I was saying. Thank you, Rob. Thank you very much, Rob.
The context was if he thought that he was going to get teased for dealing with him, he turned him down. But beyond that point, right? Were there a lot of nerds in school, or were you guys a heavily minority?
So I went to a lot of schools, so it depended on where I was.
Sure.
So I went to predominantly white schools, and the amount of black nerds was really small. So I hung out with all the white nerds. I played Magic the Gathering before school and after school, and chess and StarCraft or nerdy shit. So there was plenty of people for me to hang out with that were nerds, but it wasn't.
Can I ask a question?
I hate you, Rob, and I'm gonna tell you why I hate you, Rob. let me just say this shit to Rob, right? When I was in school in Raleigh, right, when I was in high school, I would see the dudes at the table playing the Magic the Gathering, and it looked so fucking interesting. I wanted to play it so fucking bad, but I knew if I sat at that table, it was gonna fuck my social life up. I knew if I sat at that table, bro, it was gonna be over.
It was weird, man. Because
wait a minute, Aaron. Let me ask you something. Are you saying that you believe all these? Now, Rob is an exception, right? He's proven he was a nerd just off his conversation. He's very well read, and he speaks like he's from the UK.
There are many indicators. I agree.
Right, but I'm saying a lot of, because it seemed like it's a lot of men now trying to claim that they were nerds.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what's happening?
Well, that absolutely. Well, I'll say this. I don't know if men are claiming that, right? Because I don't know if most people put titles on themselves, right? Most of the times, it doesn't matter if they're claiming they're a nerd now, because that may be true because nerd's been popularized, right? We kind of redefined it a lot. We've refined it a lot to allow more people to slide into that slot of what a nerd is, right? But back then in school, like Sean said earlier, it was very clear as day. We ostensibly we could see it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is not something that we had a difficult time defining like we do now. So that's why I said let's go way back then of when you said, "Oh, he a nerd," what you meant by that, and if you got called a nerd, what they meant by that. But I want you to
I think a lot of these niggas is just trying to suggest because they did their homework, they was nerds. Like that shit don't make you a nerd. It's a
Oh
whole
my God! Just because you ain't do your homework, we gonna place it on homework?
that's where you wrong at though. See, that's where you wrong at. See, that was the difference between me and the other niggas in the school that was like really thugs. I did all my homework and my in-class work, and I was trying to beat everybody to get it done first so I can get that you finish your work fast and get that puzzle to do it when you finish your work and then finish that before class was over with, right? But I still was a class clown. I still got suspended. I still was getting into the shits. Even though I did all my fucking work, I tested very well, but I still was getting into the shit.
Well, I mean, that's because the boxes. That's because the boxes that people try to put everybody in, they don't fit completely in those boxes.
Thank you.
Like I had nerd tendencies when it came to like social things. Like I liked a lot of the stuff that nerds liked, but I didn't do none of my fucking work.
No, well, angry man. Let's not get too far off. Let's not get too far off the point because Thanos feel liberated. Sean is feel liberated because of what Rob substantiated as far as
me too.
I'm sorry, because you as far as them passing on women, right? Now I'm gonna keep arguing that they shouldn't have to only be with nerds, but everybody else gonna say they should have to be with nerds. Now, my question is this: in general, from what I understand of nerds, there are not a lot of female nerds as far as concentration, right? There are way more male nerds than there are female nerds. And then also, socially, women, according to just these conversations, are way more advanced than men socially in the early stages of life. We know as time goes older, we say they dumb as a doorknob because the women can't see nothing. Go ahead, angry man. Go ahead. You got it.
That's technically not true.
Thank you.
There aren't less female nerds. It's just the perception that girls are smart.
I agree.
So we don't assume that they're nerds because they're smart.
Thank you.
Yes, no. I don't disagree with that, but it plays into the conversation of what we identify. Once again, like Sean said, and I will make him restate it. You go into school, you know exactly what the hell a nerd look like, sound like, mannerisms, behavior, like all this stuff. Like we know what it is. We're more politically correct now. Like we allow more people to be moved in the boxes because we understand there's brilliance in a lot more things. But back then, as kids, our minds don't work like that. We wasn't redefining things in real time. We was going through the experience. And I know it's easy to take from what we understand now, and it's hard to compartmentalize and go back to then.
That's cap. I mean,
hey, Andrew, man,
they're
just mad because I
say that, you know, that's
I think that's real.
There was almost never any girls. I don't think I ever saw any girls.
There was no girls. I mean, that's just cap,
that's
man.
because they didn't fuck with the nerds. They already figured that out.
Because girls had a different social currency.
Right. We already figured that out.
Girls like dudes, like I'm gonna tell you the truth. If we're talking about, you know, just talking to a chick as your girl, you didn't give a shit if she was a nerd, if she was pretty.
Mm-hmm.
She was pretty, you didn't care. You didn't care about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't expect her to be some dudes like the chicks that were like, you would have some dudes that was flat out thug the fuck out. But they would be talking to this meek, quiet chick that you would assume is nerdy. You know what I'm saying? So like they had a different currency. Like their currency was their looks or something to that effect. With dudes, our currency is always our personality. You know what I'm saying? And our athleticism and shit like that. So
did y'all did nobody on this panel ever see the movie Class Act?
Oh yeah.
I watch movies.
Yeah, but it proves my point, so they're not going to acknowledge it.
The nerd girl.
No, I've never
the
seen
nerd
it.
girl was all into the thug, and the thug girl was all into the nerd guy.
You serious?
Yeah.
We going to kid and play right now?
Okay, all right, guys.
We going to kid and play right now.
Okay.
Right. Podcast was right.
Stop. I want to get caught up on the super chats before we get too far back down. T Leaf says, right. If I believe there's logic, there's a different type of alpha men, right? Or there's different type of beta men. Come on, Thanos, you struggling, bro. Lisa says, I agree. Most of us didn't gravitate towards the quintessential nerd. To be fair, though, all nerds weren't smart academically, and all smart guys weren't considered nerds in middle school and high school. I agree with that. And my brother AL says, in high school, I was researching diffuse interstellar space cloud, and they eventually cited that work for understanding hydrogen fuel cells. AL, nobody's going to deny your nerdisms, okay?
I just want to know how many. I just want to know how many thug girls with nerd boys. I just want to know more about that. Like I want to know.
Black, don't even feed into that bullshit.
Wait,
dog.
wait,
I just
wait,
want to
wait,
know
wait.
Don't
how
feed into
realistic
that
it
shit,
is.
dog.
I just want to hear
Let Black
it.
Dawn finish. Let Black Dawn finish.
No, I just want to hear it. I just want to know more about that. Like how many thug girls were with like the nerd boys. I just want to know in high school. I want to know.
I cannot. Well, let's ask Rob. Rob, was the majority of the girls that you turned down, was they nerd girls or was they just awkward? Because nerd is probably typically in my high school.
Nope. I'll ask the questions here, Mr. Real, because I don't like the way you ask questions. Rob, ignore anything she just said, because the way she stated the question was you turned down. That's not the same as you didn't talk to them, you didn't approach them, etc. Turning down is a woman approaching you and you saying, I don't want you because you're a nerd. There's a distinct difference there. So let's not say that. The women that you didn't approach, that's a different statement.
No,
So,
he said that he had girls that he turned down. Did you say that, Rob?
Well, what I meant was like for like to be boyfriend girlfriend type deal. Like I would hang out with any, like I was a chameleon in school. Like I could hang out in any group for the most part. Like cool kids, nerdy kids, it didn't really matter to me. I hung out with who I wanted to hang out with. So, but there was a lot of girls that liked me that I turned down because I didn't want to be girlfriend or be in a romantic relationship with somebody who I thought I would get made fun of for. It was,
Wow.
You ain't no chameleon no more, boy. You sound like you give statements with your chest out, boy.
Oh yeah, no,
he did it off of him.
So why aren't y'all demonizing Rob for doing the same thing the girls was doing?
Because he was
By
a
not dating a
chameleon.
nerd
He
boy?
wasn't a nerd.
Because he was
He
a
could go
man.
anywhere he
Here's the
wants.
problem.
Wait, stop. Hold on. I'll answer, and I'll come right to you, Sean. I see you trying. I don't know if that was Sean or Thanos saying something, but the reason why we're not demonizing Rob, because the men are not out here screaming, "We wanted nerd women back in school." They're not the ones screaming that. The only thing men consistently scream is they want fine, attractive women, and they're consistent with this statement. So it's not the same assessment to make here because women scream something different. So that's why Rob is not getting the pushback. All right, so let's move on now that I've cleared that up. Thanos?
Well, I like Sugar Bum's comment because that's another part that people leave out is
now you know this nigga really wild.
No, because if you ugly, whether you're a nerd or not, jock, whatever group you want to, if you ugly regardless.
That's what
See, just because you was a nerd didn't
That's
mean
fact.
you was unattractive.
Like you think? Oh,
I was about to say all nerds are all nerds are not created equal, right? And we know this from just the nerdy chicks. The chicks that you saw, she had that potential, but she had glasses on, her hair was kind of frumpy and shit like that. But then you got to a certain point where she became a bad chick. So all nerds are not created equal.
And by the way,
I said that too. Like if Chris Brown was a nerd, if he was in robotics, you don't think he would have got
I just want everybody to know. I found Sugar Bum. I found your page, Sugar Bum. She actually is an attractive woman. I have to tell you guys that. Yep, hate to tell you, she's a troll, but she's not unattractive.
Okay.
Just had to let you guys know that.
So I don't know
In the words of Michelangelo,
What do I do with Chris Brown?
Hey, Aaron O, in the words of Michelangelo, when Shredder told him that Splinter was dead, you lie.
I'm just telling you.
So Black Down.
Don't do that to us, man.
What do I do with that information?
Hey, Black Down, what's the pushback? What's the pushback on the attractive versus unattractive?
Well, I think that's not necessarily the conversation that we're having because me.
No, I'm talking about when it comes to nerds because I was like,
I get you. I get you. If the women say we like attractive nerds, fine. We don't like unattractive nerds, fine. I'm taking their statement for what it is. So there's a presumption that there's an attraction to nerds. Now, if you want to add qualifiers, well, they really mean attractive, hot nerds and all this type of stuff. Fine. I'm not arguing that, but we could leave it there and say,
wait. Can we ask this? Can we ask this to any black man who considered himself a nerd in high school and girls wasn't into you? Do you think you're an attractive man? Was you an attractive little boy in high school?
Wait.
I gotta.
So it would depend on what school I was at. So if it was a school that had more black people in it, black chicks weren't really interested in me. It wasn't.
What that is? Steph Curry from half court?
Oh, but this is my thing. Rob already said.
No. We asked you. He answered your question. No. He answered your question. You don't get a counter.
Black Dawn, do you feel like you was attractive? You feel like you was a hot nigga, but you was a nerd, and women didn't like you because you was a nerd, or because you wasn't a hot nigga? What's going on?
Wait, can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry. I was
Man, nigga, was you ugly?
You got bullshit out of my ear.
Do you feel like do you feel like girls didn't like you because you was ugly?
No, because I was a nerd, and I hung
So
out
you
with other
don't you don't
nerds.
feel like you're
I was
ugly?
playing Minecraft in the library. That's why.
But you don't feel like you're ugly.
Minecraft.
Okay, no.
Okay, what about you, Granville?
Yeah, I was hit. I'm still
Okay,
hit.
so Granville
This how I
disqualified.
know we old.
Off with your head.
But get the fuck out of here, stupid ass. Lord have mercy.
This is exactly
So,
how I
wait, do
know
you-
we old, Granville. I mean, not
Do
you,
you
Granville.
wait? No, let me ask you. Do you think
What's up?
Motherfuckers
unattractive?
in my generation, this how I know we old, because y'all
What's
will
up?
make. I have been made fun of because I didn't know shit about Yu-Gi-Oh and them other Cobra
You a
Z ass
fucking liar.
cartoons
You a,
and shit.
shut your
Or
ass
them
up. You
niggas
a
be
liar.
having anger
If a
management
nigga made
problems.
fun of you with that shit, you would beat him up. Stop that fucking lying, son.
Someone
Stop
made fun of me
that
because I
lying
didn't know what Exodia
podcast.
was.
I let them do it though. I ain't gonna lie, they make me feel bad that I wasn't watching this.
Stop that lying podcast.
These is a liar.
He right.
That's
That's
it.
what
You a
The
actually
nigga
fucking
angry
liar.
man. Hold on, listen. The nigga angry
You know
man is
what?
sitting right
Fuck
there.
y'all. I'm gonna play my
When he get off the
Pokemon. I'm
phone,
tired of
when
y'all.
he get off the phone, he'll tell you. He told me one of them damn cartoons is all about black people, and I'm some kind of sellout because I ain't never watch it. The one where them niggas be getting angry all the time and shit. Whatever fucking car. You know they always running and jumping in the sky and shit. What the fuck is the name of that?
anime.
Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z.
Okay.
I'm like, I never watched none of that shit, and I get made fun of for that shit. So it's, I mean,
so podcast. Don't forget that conversation that you want to have. It will be had. Whether it's I don't know what your schedule is, whether it's right after J. Ali stream, whatever the case is, but I want that conversation.
I will be there.
What time you going to bed?
Granville, why are you in the back? Is that you?
I don't know if I'm going to bed for a good amount of time, brother.
I will be there.
Cool.
Bro, let me ask you a question.
He was on y'all ass early.
You got made fun of for not knowing what Yu-Gi-Oh!
You know what I'm saying?
What you telling me? You got made fun of for not knowing the third arm of Exodia. You're telling me this right now, podcast. What you telling me?
Bro, I hate to say this because I know I'm gonna get made fun. I don't know what the fuck you talking about right now.
I see. That's how you know this nigga lying.
What the fuck is the third arm of the Zodiac?
Get out of here.
That came on Kids WB after school. Stop it, podcast.
Wait. Did he say the third arm of the Zodiac?
I'm sick of you.
Exodia.
Why y'all making fun of shit, Jeremy?
I didn't hear what he said. Is that what he said?
Ass. Let's move on.
That's why niggas don't be belong in the shadow realm.
The unstoppable Exodia. You need
Mind
5
crush
cards.
this nigga.
Okay.
Wait, Black Dawn. Black Dawn. Black Dawn.
I'm going on mute.
Yo, Black Dawn, what server were you on Minecraft?
The server on Minecraft?
Yeah.
I have a fucking idea. I haven't played that shit in a minute. I'm all out of here.
What server? You could just
Didn't Minecraft have servers? Don't Minecraft have servers?
Black Dawn said Minecraft. This nigga.
You don't have to play on a server.
Black Dawn, it might have been your laugh that girls didn't like.
Okay, all right. Real quick. Hold on. Since Sherelle's here and she's going to swear us up and down. Black women love nerds. I just want to understand.
I didn't say they did. I said I.
Okay, what's your experience?
Nothing a downtown woman said.
Hold on. So Sherelle, since you want to be funny, do black women in general, from your understanding, do they desire the black nerd or not?
No.
Fair enough. So Black Dawn, she's going to support you and substantiate your position there.
I hate her at the same time.
Yeah, Rob.
But my thing is just the fact that y'all don't like girls like me. You know what I'm saying?
That's a lie.
That's
get
what
the dog
get.
and y'all,
because you're
black
a toxic
nerds. I like
homewrecker.
black nerds. Y'all don't like girls like me, and that's why I don't care about y'all getting
We love girls
traumatized
like
out
you,
here.
Cheryl. What are you
You
talking
gonna get
about?
a dog. You getting a dog. Okay, we getting you a dog.
That's
That's how.
because you're a toxic home wrecker. Don't nobody want that shit.
Okay,
I don't know about that,
that's
but
not true.
Yeah, and just
I
think about it.
don't
Ask
know
any
about.
of the black nerds as much as I go hard on niggas on these panels. Name one black nerd that's on these panels that I haven't been nice to. I'm nice to Rob. I'm nice to Black Dawn when he not kicking me off the panel. I'm nice to Christopher. I'm nice to. I'm cool with all the black nerds.
Watch
I always
this.
have
Watch
been.
this. I can name
I'm
one.
a hybrid.
I
I'm
can name
I'm a
one.
hybrid.
been nice to me.
I can name one that you definitely have been. You have eviscerated because you did it on my show.
Rob, you got a
Daddy.
question?
No,
I was gonna
Daryl
ask you, a
Long.
question, but I think you kind of answered it.
Me and Daryl never had smoke ever.
That is
but
a
no,
lie.
but no,
You eviscerated him on my show.
but
I
no,
went at E Black on your show, not Daryl. Get it together.
but no.
You
Seriously, Cheryl,
sure?
do you think
I'm
black nerds
positive. That
are
Daryl's
on
in the chat. Ask him.
Do you think black nerds are unattractive to you, Sherelle?
Oh,
Like,
maybe it
just
was E
serious
Black
My
question.
you
ex
talking
is a
to.
black nerd.
But
What are
you
you
just
Wait,
said
talking
that.
ain't E
about?
Black a
But you just
nerd
said
too?
black nerds are unattractive. Like you said, a black nerd
Oh,
would
they
never go
don't.
for
They don't.
someone like
That
you.
boy curved me for 10 years. I remember telling this story on podcast. Then
So
he curved me
why'd you
all
just
through
say that
high
statement?
school.
Okay, but why'd you make that statement then? I'm
Because
She
what
she
I'm saying is because
she
he
bitter.
waited until all the other girls broken him down and then gave me a shot.
What other
10
girls?
years later.
Well, she clearly bitter that she didn't get the black nerd that she wants. She could have went after some other ones. Okay, so let's move on. Black Don, do you feel vindicated, or are there other questions that you feel
Sherelle
need to be
has
asked?
Sherelle has
Somebody had a
vindicated my
question for me. I
position.
thought it was Rob. I had a
Oh,
Oh,
question.
Rob had a question. Go ahead, Rob.
Uh,
I was gonna. You kind of answered it, so I don't know if it makes sense now. But I was gonna ask you, what do you think it was that turned black girls off about somebody like me? You can see me, you can, I'm a nerd, but I'm not unattractive and never have been really. So, what would you think turned black chicks off about me?
You know what?
Stutter.
You know what I think? I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what messed up little black. Let me tell y'all what messed up black girls. In high school, I mean elementary school, black boys are mean to black girls. And y'all know what our mamas and our sisters tell us in elementary school when we go back and we say the little boy pushed us down. They
They
say
like
if a
you.
boy is
They
mean
like
to
you.
you, that means he like you. Black nerds are not mean to girls that they like. They actually are nice
Mm.
to them. So when you're nice to them, they take it as huh? But when you're mean to them, matter of fact, my friend just said that. I was like, did the girls bully you? He said, if the girls picked on me, I just figured they had a crush on me.
Okay, so if that's true, what did they?
That's
What did y'all?
toxic.
What do y'all daddies tell y'all then? Because apparently y'all black mom is destroying
First of
y'all.
all, your daddy, you tell your daddy no boy like you because then he gonna be rubbing his gun and all that.
I
Exactly.
got it. So,
Like
so
what
your
the
other
heck?
That's
daughters
crazy as fuck.
I got another question for Sherelle or anybody else that wants to answer this, and I'm just genuinely curious. Do you think who's gonna get like a woman's attention first, an unattractive looking jock or an unattractive looking nerd? I'm curious about that.
Come
Wait,
on,
they
man.
both unattractive?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
both
The
well,
job,
fucking
because
ugly.
even if he ugly, he's still LeBron. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
So
And we
that's
gonna be
the point. Ooh, y'all
No,
realize
wait. Hold on. Black John. The better question would be nowadays, right? Who would get the chick, or who the chick would go for? The ugly jock, stud, thug, right? Or a good looking nerd today?
Them
a
hoes still
good
getting
looking
pregnant by the
nerd,
bum ass niggas.
A good
a
looking
good
nerd.
looking nerd. Rob, do you feel like I answered your question right or no?
Yeah, no, I feel like you answered it because basically you're just saying I wasn't mean, so that's the kind of the reason.
Yeah, that's what it was. They just trained
Can't
up in the
believe
wrong.
this
I just
shit.
think they trained up in the wrong way anyway.
How
I
old
think
is
I think
Chris,
that's
man? I thought he was my age.
I, I would probably agree with that too. Like, there's something about girls that do, and it's not like unique to black chicks, I don't think, but there's something about women who kind of that do gravitate towards bad boys and people who don't treat them necessarily the best. So, yeah, I get it.
so. They apparently they blame their mama for saying the guy that mean to you like you. So that's what they mama say. And if that's true, then their moms is to
And
blame.
then it's a cost of culture because of course we're gonna ostracize anything that's different
but your
or
mama black.
whatever.
Well,
But that's the reason why I like black nerds because I'm y'all know me, I was voted most hated. I never wanted to be a part of the in crowd. I hated followers. I never wanted to be a follower. And the black nerds, that's who showed me Like I saw that's was the guys who didn't want to be a part of the in crowd. They was okay with being I am who I am. So I admired y'all for being that way. So for y'all wanting to be accepted, that goes against you being a black nerd. You're a black nerd because you chose not to be the one that wanted to be accepted. You chose to be your own self and be into the things that you wanted to be. And I don't see a problem with that. And if
Did
they
you
didn't like you, fuck them.
Yup.
did you admire us from a distance, or were you trying to be a part
I
of it?
was friends with black nerds.
That wasn't
Like
my question.
I got literally legit friends that can come up here and be like, we was the best of friends. First of all, they let you cheat on their homework. They smart. My black friend, they taught me how to hack. They knew everything about computers.
They
I
taught
was
you how to
I was
hack.
a reader. I was a reader. I was voted bookworm at my school, so I read a lot. You know the
How do you
only other boys who read a lot?
I
how
just
Black
do you
want to
hack?
people.
point out.
How do
I just
you
want
how
to
do you
point
hack
out that she
computers?
said she was friends with them. Friends with them.
How do you
Well,
hack
I'm
computers?
sorry. I had a father, and my daddy didn't allow me to
No,
be
that's
in
not the point. The
relationships.
point is that you weren't intimate with them,
Okay,
right? Which
and why would I
leads
be?
to
Why would I be intimate in high school?
the
That's the
point.
reason why y'all in the issues that y'all into. I didn't have sex in high school. Sorry to break it to you.
The
Most
point is
people
that
didn't
the
have
No one
point
sex
said
in
is
high
had
that
school.
sex.
the point is that y'all wasn't into them guys
Said
like that.
intimate.
Most people
Right.
didn't have
Like
sex in high
romantic
school. So
relationships.
Yeah,
not to cap on
and
it.
the point is that y'all wasn't
The
into them
guy I had
guys
a
like
crush
that.
on was a nerd. What are you talking about?
All right, okay.
Mm.
Y'all say anything to win.
And he's my ex. So what?
Hey, Aaron, I need a one-on-one with Black Don on a future show.
On the what?
On a future show, because I want to see if you ever get serious and have a real conversation.
Oh, I get serious all the time on Cheeky's channel. Just I can't really do it here. It's kind of hard to. I don't know.
But you
Too
causing
many.
most
Too
of
many.
the
Are you
disruption.
saying you don't respect Aaron's platform?
No,
Yeah,
it's just other
yep,
people that come
yep,
up here. It's too many jokes to be thrown.
yep.
I
No, because
can't. It's hard for me to
Cheeky Pan a
maintain
ratchet
frame.
too.
Because the conversation started serious.
It's hard to
Internet,
maintain frame when there's so many jokes being thrown around. I
internet
just
lighting
gotta.
somebody up.
You was the one throwing the jokes.
Oh, well, you can't beat them, join them. That's all I gotta say. Okay.
I try to have serious conversations all the time. It's never me. Okay. I don't derail the conversation. I try to bring it on track, but I like to allow people to express themselves. And sometimes people take you down a rabbit hole, unfortunately, too often.
Like Sherelle come up here and I just be losing track. Like I blame her all the time.
But some stuff y'all have to listen to people come from all over the place in this space. So you gotta have a conversation. It can't be just unless you really catch a person capping, you just don't throw that out just cause the experience was different than yours.
I'm about to go down and let Cheeky back up.
No.
Sherelle, I got a question for you.
Sherelle, Black Sheep had a question for you. I don't know what the question was
Oh,
before.
okay. What's up? What's up,
Okay,
Black
so
Sheep?
the ex that you're saying was a nerd, right? You said that he got girls and they left him, and then eventually he got with you, right?
He let those mean girls chase those mean girls, right? He chased the mean girls that he was attracted to, and they played on him like mean girls do. I always said that. Like, I'm not against the fact that there are girls who are mean to you or who don't like you because you're a nerd. I
Thank
understand that exists. I'm not ignorant to that.
Did he ever get those girls?
Yeah, he got them.
But he got his
So
heart
he
broke.
can't. So he can't be a nerd if he got those girls.
That's not
Because all the
true.
nerd,
What? No, he's
all
a
the nerds
nerd.
up
He can
here.
get them because once you're an adult, like trust me, he was a virgin like all high school too. But once he
Oh,
was
okay.
in
That's
college and he had a job, trust me, once you get some money, it don't matter if you're a nerd or not. If you're gonna trick that money off the girls, they're gonna fuck with you. They're just not
Facts.
gonna genuinely like you.
You know, Cheeky's gonna pull up a study where it says
We just went
60%
to
of
money in
I
high
hate it
school,
when
middle
Cheeky
school.
comes.
What is we
No,
doing?
he's
said
gonna
What?
pull up
he said
a study that says 60% of
No, I'm saying he didn't get
college
girls until he was out of
educated
high school.
Yeah, he said
60% of college educated people, college educated
He
males
liked
are
to
virgins.
come.
are being virgins.
Haven't had sex within like the
This
past
nigga
something.
Cheeky is the most
Cheeky gonna have
sexually
something to say.
Like,
Hold on. Cheeky made me have this conversation, and then he left me up here dolo to take this type of
And
abuse. It ain't right.
Cheeky would have been so normal at my high school. Cheeky would have been popular at my high school. I
But
promise
look,
you.
all that shit
That's why
about
I always
60% of
say that
college
Cheeky not a
graduates,
nerd because
didn't even
he's
quantify that.
so normal to me. Like he's just a normal kid to me. But I'm not erasing his
So a
history.
nerd
how do
is
you
not
quantify
normal?
who's a college graduate? Someone just say that.
I said whatever y'all just said about 60% of college graduates are virgins or whatever you said. My point is that you can't quantify that. It's impossible.
I can't be on the
It means
panels
it's impossible.
with conversations like this for too long, bro. I lose it, bro. I can't. Like it is ridiculous how much BS I can hear and then compare it to what I've seen, right? And it's like there's no way, especially because I've moved over 10 times, right? I've literally moved from the country to the hood to the suburb, back to the hood. And it's like, bro, y'all not finna catch like me. Like not like this. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I
was
can't
all
die
those
like
schools the
this.
same?
What are you saying? What are you saying is wrong?
Hey, was all those schools the same though, Cheeky?
I
Yeah, because your
no,
experience seems to be pretty similar to mine. Actually.
some of them were predominantly black. Then the ones in the country were predominantly white. The ones in the city was predominantly black. And then when I moved back to somewhat the country, like Douglasville area, if you know where that's at,
Yeah, I
I
do.
went to a predominantly white area called Alexander, and it was totally different. And every single time I knew where I stood. And every time I hear y'all talk about this, I get annoyed because it's almost like it's like y'all really aren't what y'all say y'all are. That's really what pisses me off. One, and then two, it be the same people that will call you that, and then tell you in your face you was not what I called you, and now you upset because it's like, then why did you call me that? So when y'all talking about looks, right? Because I came back just before the looks because I just closed the entire app down, like f y'all really, but I came back because I felt bad that I did leave Aaron up here. I was like, bro, I probably shouldn't have done that. So I felt bad. So I came back like, bro, maybe they cooled down and maybe they talking about something different. And y'all still on here. And I was like, damn. Right. And then I see niggas like out the mud, Cody, bro, just smoke your black and miles and leave me alone, dog. Ain't nobody talking to you. Just do your hood rat shit with your hood rat friends and leave me up out of it. You know what I'm saying? But nah, they full of crap.
Well, real quick. What are some of the things? And the men will be respectful because you know that's typically how they're not, but they'll try it. What are some of the things objectively that you heard spoken about on the panel today that you just like that don't fit? That's just off.
Fluid nerds? That is crazy. A fluid nerd is absolutely insane. And you know what? That just if you're a fluid nerd, you're not a nerd. You something different. You could be an athlete with nerd tendencies. You can be a normal person with geekish trendish moves like that. But a nerd, there ain't no fluid nerd. Because even when I played sports, and it wasn't like I was bad at them, and I was benching more and everything, I still was the nerd. The only difference was they knew he could play football, but you still a nerd. That didn't change nothing.
Okay, so why are you different? Why are
You
you
say
different
fluid
now?
nerd? What do you mean by that? What?
Cheeky, why are you different
I
now?
was hanging out with the
Guys, stop.
I mean, he came on
Let
himself.
Chicky talk. Just let Chicky get his thoughts out. He let y'all
Ask
go off.
Thanos.
Let him get
No,
his
I was
thoughts.
just asking a question.
I'm just curious. What's
No,
a
a
fluid
real
nerd?
question.
Ask Thanos, Rob.
What's a fluid nerd, Thanos?
Oh, I guess he's assuming because I made the statement of basically hitting the draft from Nerville and going to the NBA, being able to float in different groups. But I only was able to do that because I added other attributes. But I still hung with the nerds. I still were in all their class. We were all in the same classes. So even I was never in any of the classes that my teammates was in because I was in high level classes. You know, they didn't do computers. They didn't do science club and all that. I did all that. I was in several groups.
Okay, I don't understand how that's because that's kind of like I was like I was able to hang out with the cool kids and I was able to hang out with the nerds. Like,
Well, that's because they look at nerds as a box and
So
saying if you gonna stay in the box.
stop. Y'all, all right, y'all just realize y'all don't realize what y'all saying. So let me help y'all, right? Because I'm not. No, just listen. Because when I hear things, let me point them out in a moment, so then that you guys can say, oh, maybe I didn't realize I'm saying that, right? I used to be able to hang out with the nerds, and then I left the nerds to go hang out with cool kids, but I couldn't bring them with us. Do you realize y'all just said that?
I didn't leave the nerds. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
You're saying you said I couldn't bring the nerds with me to the cool kids. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. So what? Think about what that means then. If you're saying I am a nerd and I was hanging with the nerds, then I left the nerds and I could fluidly jump over and hang with the cool kids, but I left that group of nerds. If you're a nerd and people hang with nerds and that's normal, that group should be flocking with the other group, just the way, unless you are different. You understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
So you're saying that we're not nerds?
No. Oh my.
I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to back with you, man.
I can't
Can I
raise it on
present
my
something that
own
I
show.
think will make y'all think? Can I present something that I think
Exactly
will
what
make
he
y'all
just
think?
said.
And maybe it supports Thanos' point. But so I was a cool kid in high school, but there were some guys who there were two guys specifically that was from my neighborhood. They was from
No.
my block, and we knew
Stop
them.
jumping to my point. Deal with my point first.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I want to understand your point. So
No, he's about to deal. No,
That's what I was
go
trying
ahead.
to do.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is I was one of the cool kids, but there was a guy, Solomon and Jerome. Now I'm gonna be honest. We found out later that they were gay guys, but they were cool. They were from my block, so I grew up playing with them in the sandbox. You know what I'm saying? Pause. You know what I'm saying? We were playing with our toys together when we were little. When we got to high school, those of us that became the cool kids became the cool kids. But in the neighborhood, they were still our friends. They would hang around us in the neighborhood. But like at the school and things like that, we didn't hang around each other. We had completely different circles at the school, but they were still our friends, and we would play video games together and stuff in the neighborhood. So I don't know if that's some gray area or what, but
I'm going to resort to my secret weapon podcast. You good with these words? Can you express what you heard me say and make it make sense?
Unfortunately, this time I'm not sure if I can, because it did kind of sound like you were saying that they weren't technically nerds. That's what it sounded like, but at the same time, you barely got through it before Rob was like, "Yo, what did you say?" So can you say it one more time?
Yep, I got you. I'll try to refine it. Oh, man, I
Can I try to help you?
Nerd, this would be much easier.
Can I try to help you out real quick? Just
I'll take all the help I can get. I'm struggling.
Okay. Can nerds hang out with the cool kids?
Yes.
Oh my fucking God!
I just gave y'all the circumstances where it happened.
Yeah, like I'm not saying every nerd, but you can have situations where you got older cousins in there, and you just so happen to get in the group just because your cousin is popular, or your brother, your older brother or older sister is popular.
So you're talking about exceptions to
Right,
quote
but
unquote
that's all I was saying. That don't mean I'm not
Which
a nerd
answers the
because I have
question.
exception. That's
Whether
all I was
you
saying earlier.
whether you like it or not, it answers the question, even though
Okay,
it is
no,
an
so
exception.
I'm not.
So can nerds hang with cool kids? Typically, that's a no, right?
Correct.
Right.
Okay. So that's
You,
a no.
you could
So
you could be the avatar
so
and
are
the
you-
master of all four elements, or you could just be them square ass niggas that just control only one.
Okay. So what you're saying? So are you saying that if a person is able to do both, to go between nerds and cool kids or whatever, that person is not a nerd? Or
that person is considered the exceptional chosen one, and it ain't like they just exist all the time. It's not. And the only way they exist typically is if you're in a mixed environment. I had no problem with anybody, period, whether I was in a black environment or the white one. But you know what I noticed? The predominantly white area, they didn't care. So while they may have viewed me as a nerd, it's easier to get along with white people because they don't have so much stigma behind being a nerd. Now, if you're black, if you're in a predominantly black school, no, you cannot do that. You cannot.
So let me. Wait, I got you.
So, you know what? Go ahead. I would say I probably agree with that because when I was around more black people, the more black people I was around, doing nerdy shit was more dangerous.
Well, let me get to these super chats real quick, and then we'll reconvene with these lies. Nas says black women don't like nerds because they get bored easily. They like people that are up to date, i.e., hip and popular culture. No, black women like nerds. They just told us that. Geeks got the girls too. Well, geeks and nerds. Now that's always a conversation we're trying to push, but that's a newer narrative that we never used to call people really like that back in the day. So we're not gonna really say that. Sounds like they only had the classes with them, but nothing else. So they hang out outside of school with them, is what you're saying. They hang out in the neighborhood with the people that they hung out with. There's a distinction there too. Nerds tend to overthink the popular box. Most women get bored with thinking. They are too impressionable. That's messed up. So the point that I'm making, Rob, is that if you're telling me that nerds get to hang out with the popular kids, and that's common, right? Then that means we definitely agree there. We already kind of agree. But the point that I'm making is if the cool kids see you and they want to hang out with you, they typically don't view you as a nerd. They typically view you as, oh, that's still my homie. Yeah, he's super smart. He's somewhat a nerdish, but that's my guy. You still cool to them. You see what I'm saying?
I know this
On the
is
individual level,
a
you mean?
technicality, Aaron, but when you say if nerds can hang out with the cool kids, I think you should say a nerd
Right.
can hang out with the cool kids, right?
Right.
Because it's not something that is typical. Because let me go ahead and put it in my my nigga format, right? In Chicago, you could be a vice lord, but if you could hoop for real and you played for a school on the south side where it was all gangsters, they wasn't trying to beat you up. It was, you was okay with going over there and hanging out with the ops just because you could hoop. You see what I'm saying?
That kind of
Everybody else can get their ass kicked.
That kind of speaks to shout out to Lee. He said, if you can't beat me in chess, you're not a nerd. I pretty much agree with that for the most part.
I
But the thing,
disagree completely. You
Well,
can't be
I-
making qualifications if you're not a
Listen,
nerd.
It's a horrible
I just think it is
qualification.
bullshit, bro.
Listen,
Like this is
let
y'all
the
figure
jokes
the hell out of
be
people
jokes,
for real,
man.
dog.
Y'all know Lee is a troll. Let him troll properly the way he wants to. But the thing is that we basically trying to say is this: we understand all these conversations. Nerds have their own type of area, and even nerds among nerds are actually recluse. They're actually separated from each other. I know we like to believe that all the nerds hang out together. A lot of the times they hang by their goddamn self. It ain't really a group a lot of times. They really hang out by their goddamn selves. I know we like to assume everybody have groups. It's high school, everybody got groups. It'd be a lot of people alone. And most of the people alone are the nerds.
What is that?
What? Who the? Yo, what the fuck?
I don't know who that
Somebody
is.
dual stream.
Somebody playing
That
porn
was my
music.
fault. No, that was my fault.
Yeah,
Oh,
but that's the level. Hey, Aaron, that's the level of nerds. Though I remember every group has levels, so you still got lame nerds, and then you have popular nerds in the same group. Not popular in the popular class.
That
I'm
is
talking
a
about levels.
oxymoron. Why do we keep saying
You-
things like
you-
popular
you-
nerd?
Because you're trying
Aaron,
to
you
say
just made me
everybody's
think
on
about
the
something.
same exact level, and they're not. In all the groups, it's levels in the groups.
There's no such
Aaron,
thing as
you-
a popular nerd. Popular to who? Amongst the
No,
nerds?
no,
You just
That's not true.
a better
no.
nerd?
Listen, I said
That's
No,
not,
no,
that, that's not
there
true.
is.
That's not
There
true,
is.
Chico.
There definitely
in
is.
in each group. I'm talking about not overall popular. I'm talking about
No,
you got levels within the nerd group.
you can be a very well-known nerd. Like you literally
In
like
your
you
own
can be
group?
Popular.
I mean literally. I mean like we can know like this person is the smart kid, and people can. That don't mean they're gonna hang with you. Everybody can know you, can speak to you. You can be well known and still be a nerd. That don't mean that they gonna hang with you. But Aaron, you just made me think about something really
The
important.
smart kid is not a nerd though.
Oh, wait. Let Sean get his point out before he loses. Go ahead, Sean.
Aaron, you said something important. We keep grouping it and making it seem like it's just one. A nerd is like one thing.
Thank you.
There are lots of things that we consider nerds. Now, these could be people who were just gamers. They didn't talk a lot. They were more so introverts. They would look like a nerd to us stupid people who didn't know any better. But now that we're adults and we know better, they weren't nerds. They just didn't particularly care to be around certain types of people. You know what I'm saying? Or they had their own friend group. You know what I'm saying? But they weren't nerds. They were just people who were not on the social scene. So I think it's kind of messing up what we're all saying because we're kind of grouping everybody who wasn't quote unquote popular and outgoing into the nerd group. And that's not true. That's not accurate.
That is not how you did. But that's the problem. Retroactively, you're doing this. In the moment when you were however old you were, you knew what it was and you knew what it is. Now, all of a sudden, now that you're older and you have to think back in that mindset and you can't for whatever the reason being, you don't understand what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
No, Cheeky, no. I can
tell me that there's a such thing as a popular nerd, and then he's still stuck within the same frame or same realm as nerd. It doesn't make sense.
Well, we
I totally disagree with you.
You're telling me you're the top of an anthill instead of the mountain. But what matters if everybody's a part of the anthill?
No, but
but
good
then you're saying
example.
there's no growth. Like you telling me that every nerd stays a nerd for the rest of their life?
Shiki, I'll tell you what we called them in Chicago. We called them the
Nobody
lane.
does anything different. They just grow up, and then people start to realize, hey, this person's not what I thought they were. If you ask every nerd, if you ask every single nerd what changed about you, what your interest, any of those things, they're going to say nothing changed but the location and my grade level. And then you're going to start to realize more and more they're the exact same person who they were in high school. The only difference is it was viewed differently socially. There's a reason why Angry Man said, I wanted to play that game, but I didn't because I didn't want to be a goofball sitting with y'all. Why would he say that?
But here's the
Because he was
thing,
actually a
though,
nerd and decided to do
Cheeky.
something
Well, hold
else.
on, real quick, Cheeky. This is something you got to remember. Now, I think me and Sean was around the same age.
Yep.
Bro, when I was in grammar school and high school, wasn't no whole bunch of motherfucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards and all that dumb shit, right? Nerd probably meant something completely different from when you goofy motherfuckers started playing with cards and shit.
You had Pokemon
We talking
cards.
about
You had
nerd
Pokemon.
when
You
I
had
was in
Pokemon
nerd
cards,
when
sir.
I was in school was simply the motherfucker that was all about scholastics and academia all the fucking time. That's all that motherfucker cared
What
about.
year-
Every
what
time
year
you
did you
saw
graduate?
him, he was on his way to the library. He was on his way from the library. He was on his way to the teacher's office to see if he can get some more goddamn work to sign up for whatever motherfucking shit he could. That person was all about that shit. He didn't have no swag. He ain't had no game. The nigga wore pocket protectors and shit, button ups and shit. He ain't having no flash jeans, no fucking Jordans, no none of that shit. We knew what it was. We knew what he was all about. And sometimes they got picked on.
See, that's the thing.
What year
You're
did you
saying
graduate?
something
at every
you-
school.
These
It's gonna be
But this the
nerd.
problem, Cheeky. What you're missing is some of those niggas was popular. Some of those niggas was on the academic teams and was bringing trophies to the school. Nigga, they was mad popular. Mad popular. Everybody knew who they was. They was celebrated. Does that mean they was screwing every girl that was walking? No. But I'm just saying they were popular.
And Cheeky, here's the other example I was going to give. It's like Bean said, me and him was both in high school in the 90s, early to mid 90s. And so you had the niggas who wore the big ass, right. You had the niggas who wore the big ass Jinko pants, them big hip hop type
Oh, I remember
pants.
the joint.
You know what I'm saying? And they walked around with shoe sticks and all that. Now they was all in their own zone. Now they were not nerds. They was actually cool in their own way. They had their own lane, their own group. They didn't succumb to the social pressures we did to be in gangs and all that. They was actually kind of popping it on their own right. But we considered them lames. We wouldn't say nerds. They were different than the nerds.
Do you remember the captain of the mathematics team? Do you remember the trophy that he brought home? Can you honestly like just stop the bullshitting? Like, do you honestly
I don't
remember
remember the niggas who I don't remember the niggas who played on the basketball team or the football team names either. I only remember one, and that's because me and him
No,
was
I'm
in the
saying
same game.
take yourself back to that moment. Did you even know that your team had a mathematics team? Like, let's just keep it real.
Nigga, what are you talking about? That shit was all over the school.
Absolutely.
All right, let's slow down.
Over the school.
Let's slow down. Let me see if I can get something that's similar. Would y'all agree that most nerds, right, are loners?
Watch this. This is what I'm talking about. A nerd. The thing
Intelligence
is,
has nothing to do
they
with
try to
being
make
a nerd.
nerd all inclusive now, but it was something very specific then. And now that they're viewing it, now they're replaying it, and somehow they are now categorizing the same people that they consider social pariah. And if you're a nerd, they treated you as if you were infectious. There was no celebration. There was no congregation. There was nothing to do with you because of what you liked. And to hear people say, "Oh, all of these people they were all inclusive. Well, this person nerd and this person," that is not how it was rocking. As a matter of fact, the only way you can get out of a certain category is if you move to a whole nother school in a totally different environment. I don't understand why y'all be trying to true.
Bruh.
They know you.
Was
Okay,
it
you know what?
because of what you liked?
This is so insane because it's
because
almost
of
like
what you liked?
y'all really don't treat people the way y'all
Hold
do.
on, welcome to our world, because y'all do the same fucking thing. When we having discussions about the black community, guess what y'all do? Y'all lump gangbangers, drug dealers, and killers all together, and they ain't the same. Not all of them motherfuckers was doing the same.
Cookies and Ray Rays.
And I know you're not the same.
Cookies and Ray Rays.
Was being a nerd about what you liked or how you behaved?
No, you was a nerd if they called you a nerd. That's why I don't
What you like.
Somebody finally said it.
Wait, I feel like being a nerd had more to do with being socially awkward and not calibrated.
Man, you was a nerd if they
It's a combination of a lot of things. Y'all just put it out
Hold
to a
on,
factor.
Rob. What you liked led to you being socially awkward because people didn't want to associate themselves with you based on what you liked.
Well, so, but it's not. But I don't know if that's true. So because somebody like me shouldn't
that is
exist. Then.
true.
Somebody
Both-
like you.
both-
Wait.
Somebody like you only exists in a certain context. It don't exist for black people. I'm telling you, I've experienced this and I've seen the differences. If you go to a mixed school, whether it's predominantly white or a predominantly different group, that fluidity or that ability to venture out is a lot more easier to do if at all possible. Now, when you at a black school, I'm sorry, if you don't got no swag, you don't got nothing. You are not, you're almost regarded as if you got leprosy. And if anybody's caught seeing with you, then they also got to accept the fact that they are nerds too. That's how it works. It's different for every environment. And I know this because I've seen it from the hood, from the country, from the suburbs. And you know what? The same people that was going to school in the 90s are also the same people who all of a sudden know about drug dealing. So that don't even work either.
So does your logic apply to private schools, Cheeky?
I didn't go to private school.
So why are you going so hard like it can't happen then?
That's a great. You took the words out of my mouth.
I went to private school. Stop. Okay, we can answer. Hold on. We can answer that. Do the majority of black people go to private schools?
No.
But what does that have to do?
So why are you asking the question for? What was the point of the question?
Y'all got it. What the hell?
That is the most disingenuous question. You know it's a disingenuous response when a motherfucker answer a question with a question.
That's a disingenuous question.
When you answer a question with a question, you already know it's disingenuous.
Okay.
You talk about what I said?
Yes. The question was, does it apply to private school? So whether or not the majority of black people go to private school don't matter.
He answered the question, so you're wrong. Like the podcast, pay attention because you never off.
I did pay attention. She said he never went to private school. Dano said, so why are you going so hard like it can't exist?
Okay, did Cheeky answer the question though?
No.
Yes, he did.
He didn't.
No, he didn't.
He said, I never went to private school. That's not an answer of whether or not it would apply to private schools.
That
you
legitimately.
You asked me if I went to private school and I answered that.
No, I didn't.
That's not what.
Now, how much money do you want to bet right now? That's not what I asked.
Okay, ask it again.
That's not what podcast said.
I asked you. I said, does your logic apply to private schools?
And I said, I don't know.
You said I didn't go to exactly. That's not an answer. So you said I didn't go to private school. Cool. And then Aaron said, well, does the majority of black people go to private school? They don't fucking matter.
It does matter.
It does matter.
You're speaking from a black community perspective.
I'm going to tell you why it matters. Hold on, wait. No, wait. Because I know, I know podcasts like to play this game. I play with it. It does matter. Why? It matters because, one, everybody here does not speak in absolutes. So you're absolutely right that there's a possibility that one person can experience this. Two people can experience this. But if we're talking in general, how we normally have these conversations, and the majority of black people don't go to private schools. So it actually does apply.
I went to a bunch of private schools.
That shit don't
You're not
matter. I don't give a fuck how smart you say that shit.
Oh my God.
It don't matter.
Rob,
it's whether either his logic applies or it doesn't.
The people that go to private school, Rob has already admitted he went to a mixed school and the majority of it was white. So it lets me know that the demographic of people speaking on this panel, because I'm sure most of us didn't go to private school, it would apply to the majority. Just like I already conceded that yes, there can be a fluid quote unquote nerd, but there's some circumstances that really play a part. I'm not saying all nerds, all this, but a vast majority. So if you ought to act,
I would say if I went to predominantly black schools for all my life, I would say if I went to predominantly black schools for all my life, then I would have been a social pariah. Like I would have been ostracized quite a bit more than I was.
Yeah, but he also speaking from a different generation too.
Wait, that don't even matter. That don't even matter.
He's from the same generation of y'all, and he's still saying the same thing.
I'm talking about you, Cheeky.
Wait, Cheeky.
I know that, and he's still saying the same thing in a different generation. Rob's not from my generation.
Hold on,
he's older than me.
This is what you just said. You just said I acknowledge, right, that it's possible. Well, all we did was give you the situation where it was possible. And you're going off as if it's still not. That's what Thanos is trying to say to you right now. We gave you a situation where it was possible, right? I gave you an example. When I went to Steinmetz High School, you can look this shit up. They were caught in a scandal because they were cheating in the academic decathlon or whatever the fuck they called that bullshit. But when they was winning, them people that was winning were fucking popular throughout the school, and they were absolute nerds, or they wouldn't have been in the goddamn academic decathlon in the first fucking place. Second of all, as also stated, back in our day, I don't know what y'all doing now, but you were a nerd if we deemed you one. That's how that went. Okay?
Exactly.
Point blank. That's how that went. Okay?
And you know what's
Third
so
of
crazy?
all,
You know what's so crazy? Go ahead, Parker. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Third of all, right? At the end of the day, what we're saying is this. You're right about what you're saying, but I also went to a private school. And my private school was like 98% black. And guess what? The nerds ran that motherfucker. Cheeky, I got put out for fighting a nerd. The nerds was trying to stuff me in my locker. And one of the other on some juniors fuck with the freshman shit. And it was another freshman that came in with me. He saw them. He came and helped me out. We beat this one fat light-skinned nigga.
What? Podcast on a
podcast. What the fuck?
podcast
Well,
on a balance.
I'll never be interrupting y'all, bro.
Y'all not listening.
Bro, Cheeky, we beat the nigga up. The other two niggas that was trying to stuff me in the locker with him ran. When we was whooping the nigga, he fell down the stairs. He broke his arm. They kicked me out the school. So all I'm saying is yes, sir. At that private school, you can look it up. It's called Providence St. Mel. It's on Central and Jackson on the west side of Chicago. I went there for like 3 months before I got kicked out for fighting. The nerds pretty much ran that motherfucker. Okay? Wasn't no thug shit going on in there. They wasn't having it. So that's why I asked you if your logic applied to private school. There was a method to my fucking question.
Okay, so you, Sherelle, and Thanos all have the nerd heaven experience, and I'm so glad for you all, right? I'm not glad that you got stuffed into a locker by nerds, which is oxymoron again in of itself. But I'm not happy about that part, right? But I'm happy that all three of y'all was able to experience nerd heaven, where y'all had to test in, and if you had got below a certain degree or a certain got an F, then you get kicked out, or you actually defend yourself against nerds. As crazy as that sounds, and then Thanos being the 6'5" fluid nerd fluid.
No, stay right there. Stay right there with podcast. No, stay right there with podcast.
No. Let me finish, because it's so crazy. We always tell people don't use the exception to the rule, use the rule. And then I know for a fact,
it's not an exception. Stay at the podcast part. Because if those people who beat him up
private school simply one because they can't afford it. And if you want to fight me on that, that's cool, because podcast be the first one to remind everybody of black people's socio-economic status. So now everybody's rich, black, and nerdy, and can beat up on podcasts.
No, that's not what he's saying.
And can't fail, and can't do, bro.
That's not what he's saying.
Can I gauge the level?
Who pissed Cheeky off?
Can I gauge the level of honesty in this conversation?
Wait, no, because you're talking that dumb. You talking that
No. I'm being serious here. Let me just gauge.
Wait, hold on. Let me just gauge.
Wait,
hold on. Put him in his other school. They would be nerds, and they would not be running the school. That don't mean they weren't nerds.
No. Let me gauge the level of honesty, like everyone on the panel. Do you honestly think majority of schools, public schools, because most of us went to public schools, right? Do you think that the nerds were running the school? The majority of the schools?
My fucking God.
That's not the point. He's saying.
Now you see what I be going through, Thanos? Now do you see?
What? Wait.
Bad faith communicating ass nerds.
Wait. What happened with the? Wait a minute. Why is that a question? Whether or not the nerds is running the school?
Because he said it was a possibility.
Already stated the shit. We literally already agree with Cheeky that this is a very small percentage that we're talking about, right? But it can be a very small percentage at every school, and that makes it matter. Me, Sean, and Thanos was only trying to say, which we have only stated, that it's possible, and these are the situations where it happened. Nobody ever said the majority of the time. Nobody ever said all of the time. Nobody ever said 50% of the time. It's just cool that you niggas are some nerd-ass conservative fucking douchebags. You making all these facetious-ass arguments and dumb-ass questions for no fucking reason when nobody is stating this shit that you're asking.
So you bring up the rare exceptions, but we're talking about
that's
majority of the
exactly
time.
what's
And clearly labeled them as exceptions, though, dumbass. That's
Okay,
the
so what was the
point.
point of bringing the exceptions if they're just
Literally,
like, who fucking
because he
cares?
said it didn't happen, and he said it wouldn't happen. When somebody
Angry
says
Man.
something
So why the
won't
fuck would you
happen,
bring it
you
up,
can say
dumbass, if it
yes,
wouldn't
it
fucking
will
happen?
happen.
And this
Dumbass.
is why, and this is
Fucking
why,
moron.
and this is why we don't get
Black
along
Don, you know I
with
love you, though.
nerds.
Oh my god.
Angry Man,
Hey,
don't
black,
worry. Black
black,
women that's 230 and 5'5". There is a 6-figure man who will accept you.
This
You
is
know,
so
so
fucking
aim,
stupid. Like,
aim
it's
for the
such
stars
an
and shoot for the
argument.
moon.
He's like,
Look,
we
this
glad
what we
it's an
gonna do.
exception.
Hey,
We know it
look,
never
look, look,
happened,
this
No,
what
but
it's
it
not
could
that.
we gonna
happen.
do.
It's
What
not
we
that
gonna
you
do
say an
is we gonna
exception.
start.
You
Hey, I better not
calling
hear
people
none
liars.
one of y'all
Moron.
niggas. I better not hear none one of y'all niggas ever say nothing about black women no more. Because every
That's
exception
the
counts.
I
dumbest
don't
shit I've
talk
Even
ever
this
about
heard.
black
one,
women, so
right?
you don't
That's
have
what
to
we
worry
gonna
about that
do.
from me.
Cheeky. Talk to him, Cheeky.
Yeah, that's what
I
we
don't
gonna
talk
do.
about
So,
black
hey,
women, so you ain't
hey,
talking
so
to
for
me.
all the overweight black women that's ugly, you know what I'm saying? There's a 6-figure man out there waiting for you. They'll accept you. I promise you. There's a
But
small
we
percentage.
were
So you
talking
got to keep
about
that in mind.
possibilities.
And that could be
Hey,
you. That's
We
still
were
right.
talking
Black
about
Dawn,
possibilities.
Black
You guys
Dawn,
are calling people liars up on
Black
the panel
Dawn,
because they share their
Black
experience,
Dawn.
and you
We're
saying it's
talking
not
about the
true.
probability of it
Hey,
happening.
Black
I don't
Dawn.
like if it's like
No,
a
you
if it's
calling
like a
people
we
small.
liars.
never even
No,
said the
when you
word
have no
probability.
stop.
Well,
Wait, stop.
The word
hey,
probability
one
was
When you're
never
mic,
having a
said.
no, no, wait,
please.
stop.
You
When you're
One mic,
calling
having a
people
please.
liars.
conversation,
You
when
call
you're
people
Black
having
liars
a
in
Dawn.
no,
that
wait, stop.
conversation.
Wait, stop. When you're having a
Black Dawn.
conversation, you're talking about what's most likely going to happen. We could bring
No,
up the
I was
side
talking about my
exceptions
actual
for, oh yeah,
experience.
this is 2% can happen, or I know of one very certain
No, I was
particular
talking about my
scenario
experience.
where
It
I
was
was
no
shoved in a
percentage
locker
and no
by a
nothing.
nerd. But we
Hey,
all know
Black.
that's not the majority of the experience.
No, you were
Let's
using
keep it
that to
real.
argue.
So
Okay,
this is
okay,
not worth
okay.
bringing up.
Time out,
You were
guys.
using it to argue.
Time out. Sorry, guys.
Black Dawn.
Brothers.
I
Brothers,
Black
was
hold
talking
on.
Dawn.
about
Jesus
Hold
my
on.
actual
Christ, what the
experience.
fuck?
Brothers, hold on.
Like,
Then
why?
you trying to say somebody
Brothers,
capping.
brothers, hold on.
Talk
Hold
before
on.
you got
Hold
here,
on.
bro.
Please calm
Canadian.
down.
Some of us waiting to talk before you got here, bro. Hold on.
I know.
Hey, Black Dawn. Hold on. No, you hold on. Look, Black Dawn.
I'm trying
Dig this,
to
bro.
help you guys.
No, I don't need no help. Black Dawn. Look,
Yeah.
you are calling them in retrospect. You are calling these the exceptions. I want first off, me, Thanos, and
They
podcast
themselves called it an
are the
exception.
totally different era from y'all. Our generation is completely different. No, okay. Once again, we're in a totally different generation. All we're doing as a part of this conversation is telling you our real life experiences. We're not diminishing your experience. We're not saying anything that you all say you experienced didn't happen. Oh, they did that to you, Cheeky? Oh, no, that was some bullshit. That barely happens. That rarely happens. We didn't diminish anything y'all said. You can't diminish our experiences just Black because they sound like
Dawn.
outliers to y'all, bro.
Man, Black Dawn, fuck your experiences, nigga. Fuck all of that extra goofy ass motherfucking shit, nigga. You extra sensitive ass motherfucker. Fuck all that shit, bruh. We can't help it if you experience some goofy shit as a nerd in high school. That's not our fault, goddammit. It just is what it is, my nigga.
Y'all gonna put some respect on Black Dawn's name. Y'all not about to.
Nah, you know why I can't? Because he trying to go at podcast. Podcast is one of the toxic Avengers. We not going for that goofy shit, man.
Whoa, hold on.
Aaron,
You give out toxic
we got a new
Avenger passes and you ain't hollering at.
we gotta
Time out.
look, Aaron,
Let me
I
clarify
understand now.
something.
I understand what Sean is saying, right? And I understand what he's saying. That's not cool to try to diminish what they experience, right? I'm assuming the conversation we're having is going to be meant for the general, right? Or more specifically, what happens in most cases. I just think that's normal because we expect that when we talk to women, when they say not all, you know, they get upset about that when women do it. But, you know, I understand what you're saying now. So I think you're right. There's always going to be exceptions to the rules. Not all this, not all that, right? So when I was speaking, the expectation is it was going to make sense that it wasn't fitting all, but a vast majority. But if we want to rock with the rules, then, you know what I'm saying? Black women.
It's not about the
Black
vast
women.
majority.
If you
it's not about the vast majority.
You 230, go find you that 6-figure nigga, bro. You got it.
No, it's not the vast majority.
Okay.
It's just the fact that it was different when you went to school versus when we went to school. It's not.
Rob literally just said if it was come on now, we're talking about
like this is
Rob, how old are you? Hey, Rob, how old are you, Rob?
Hold on.
Rob, how old are you?
Hey, man, why don't y'all let CBN talk, bro? Let him add to the conversation,
Because he
man.
keeps trying to jump over a conversation that's already happening.
No.
Hey, Rob, how old are you?
I'm trying to clarify the confusion you guys have.
I'm 44. Beans, how old are you?
Beans. Hey, Beans, how old are you? I'm 44.
44,
How old
about
are
to
you,
be 45.
Hey, Beans, how old are you? You're 45, right?
Hey man,
No.
hey man,
Beans is
you ain't the
45,
only nigga
Thanos
that's
42. We're totally different.
Damn. Oh shit. Back. I'm laid back because I was in the back of the chat. Now.
Hey, we was probably classmates with Cheeky's pops, bro. Like real talk.
Let me just say this. As a black nerd throughout my life, I could say this is very common. Nerd are like a different organization by themselves when it comes to high school, middle school, elementary school. Yes, you get picked on. Yes, we help people do their homeworks. We were always studying ahead of the class. Some of us skip class, meaning we have no who got into one school from second grade, instead of going to the third grade, they jumped straight to the fourth or sixth grade. That happened a lot. Now, I've been to both public and private school. The nerd in private school different than the nerd in public school. The nerd in private school depend on if they got it in on scholarship, and there's a huge number of them, and they kind of collect higher rank, meaning they're on the dean list, they're on the principal list, they go on all the different type of competition. They try and get master scholarship, multiple program. Those type of nerd have, I don't know how to say it, but they got security clearance to do what they want. So a part of what Little Podcast talking about, they may be trying to bully, but they use their authority or their privilege to try to get rid of you if they feel like you're not good for the school. That do happen based on certain private school. Now for public school, well, in the United States, back in New York City, there's some public school that are not really public school. They're like underground private school. Perfect example. Anyone from Brooklyn who knows this school, they'll know what I'm talking about. Brooklyn Tech. Brooklyn Technical High School. That was the hardest school to get in. Reason why, if you get into that school, you have to maintain a 3.0 GPA average. You cannot drop below. If you think you are smart, the moment you enter that school, you are outsider. Reason why, the demographic is crazy. About 75% of the demographic is Middle Eastern and Asian. They are the smart breed, hands down. The next one is maybe 5 or 10% white. Then after that, a very small percent Latino. The rest is mixed between Black, African American, whatever. The moment your GPA drop below 3.0, you're on probation. If you don't do well, they get rid of you.
Yeah, you're talking about elitism.
A lot of nerds in most, I know, but a lot of nerds in the other school trying to leave the regular high school because they feel like they cannot relate to nobody there. Yeah, they stay by themselves. They're kind of like awkward. They don't have the swag. They don't mingle with anybody. Either they're gamers, and I hate to say this, most gamers that you make fun of, they're actually hackers or programmers. They're working for a game company, get paid. If you think about it, the top gamers in the world are all nerds.
Yeah, y'all wasn't gamers or hackers typically in sixth grade.
No, no. First of all, I took apart my Atari 2600, trying to figure out how to work and put it back again, and trying to hack into it.
Y'all projecting in these conversations.
I'm not projecting. But here's the thing: you understand C++, you understand DOS, MS-DOS. That's part of coding.
Yes, we know.
Next level is PowerShell. You got to have the in-depth knowledge of how to utilize these type of programs. It's not something simple to learn. Somebody had the gift. I'm talking about, I watch people hack people's email account to bank account into all type of accounts.
David, can we get back to the main topic?
What I'm trying to explain is this: most nerds are high-paying people.
Okay.
They're trying to study either in engineering, in physics, chemistry, or any type of major.
Doing this in school. They're not doing this in school.
That's not even the topic. Like,
Rob, let me ask you this: were you called a nerd?
I was called a nerd throughout my life.
I called a nerd. No.
People do their homework.
Wait! Stop!
I was called.
Oh no! Wait! Let me get.
I wasn't called. I promise. Let me say this. It depends on which school I was going to.
I was always called a hateful yellow motherfucker every school I went to.
See who trolling now?
I'm dead serious.
Okay, Rob, you said you was called a nerd, or you said depending on the school.
Depending on which school I was going to. Yeah.
Who called you that?
People who were, I don't know, cooler than me.
Shut up, Marcellus.
Nobody knows, and that's what I'm trying to get at. Nobody knows how they get the title. They just know when they got it, because everybody around them points it out for you.
Exactly.
But here, I want you to stop
That's what
saying
we were
that. If
saying, the
somebody
same
knows
thing.
about hacking or
What are you
computer
talking
programming,
about?
you can't say that's not
Canadian?
nice.
I gotta go, bro. I can't. I count on it.
Yeah, Cheeky. That's all. Me and podcast and Sean was saying. You was a nerd if you was labeled one. Just because it's not the same definition of the nerds when you went to school, don't mean you wasn't a nerd. People called you that. We didn't call ourselves that.
Okay,
But
Thanos.
there was to
Go ahead.
speak to what the brother was saying. There is a, like, if you have a school that's an academic school, there is like a hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? Like an elitism to that.
Yep.
And even in the school I went to, there was one kid named Christopher, right? And he was super nerd, but he would run the school store and he was cool with all the teachers. Nobody picked on him because they knew if they fucked with him, the school was gonna get your ass up out of there. Like, they left him the fuck alone. You know what
That's
I'm
a
saying?
privilege.
Wait,
That
what?
is a
Wait, what?
privilege.
That happened, Angry Man?
Yeah.
And he was a nerd?
No,
Yeah, he was a nerd.
It does.
Who got this goddamn Sonic thing?
It's Angry Man, his stream. He's
My
doing like
bad.
a
It's my
cheat
stream.
thing.
Hold on. Let me.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that, but hold on one second.
Okay.
No, what Eggman said and totally true. There's some
See,
nerds
Aaron,
that get
that's
that
all I
level of
was saying,
privilege.
Can we just bring it back to the original topic?
Yeah.
They get the pull.
Do black women love nerds?
No, we all said
No.
no from the beginning.
So we
Okay.
Black
I think
Don.
we've settled that.
Hold on. Let's stop that.
Black Don,
Let's
it's
let me
already
stop
been
that.
answered, and nobody. And of course, when we're answering this question, we're not talking about the offshoot. Can we please establish that now before I blow my brains out? Please.
Don't waste any time with the fucking exceptions.
Cheeky,
No one fucking cares.
Cheeky, calm down. Now,
No,
in the
because
90s,
everybody wants to have this discussion.
no
and
black
say,
woman
well,
loved
not all
nerds.
black women.
That shit was
Okay, you know what?
absolutely fucking
Congratulations,
retarded, and
0.3
you
of the
know it.
population. But when we're talking about a conversation and we want to have a good faith conversation, we shouldn't have to establish every single time, not all. That's what we complain about women for doing, and now men are doing it.
I knew this one private school when I got
That is
bullied.
not
put
the
in the
same
lockers by the
thing.
nerds.
But Cheeky,
It's
haven't
not the
you
same.
realized yet that most of the dudes are hypocrites and they do exactly what the women do? Haven't you realized that shit yet?
I know now.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking morons. I got shoved in the
You know what?
locker.
You protagonist
Oh,
ass
private.
niggas.
What
Y'all
type of
niggas
dumbass
had
argument was that?
circumstances where y'all was in particular situations. That wasn't the majority of us, you motherfuckers. And y'all know it wasn't.
Granville, you definitely not in my class range.
Hey, Patsy, you come up here one more
Nigga,
time.
wait,
You
Thanos,
come-
how old you is? I know podcast and
42.
Chris older than Sean older than me.
I'm 42.
Patsy.
Yeah, I'm only 10 years younger than you niggas.
That's a big difference.
Hey, Patsy.
Not a big difference, my guy.
Yes, it is.
It is when it comes to going to high school.
That's a big difference.
Patsy.
What's up, AM? I'm gonna answer your one question. What's up?
If you have one more outburst, I'm burning all your Pokemon cards, bro. Setting fire to them bitches.
Chill, Granville.
Yo, you know what? You trying me. You really trying me. But I ain't gonna budge. I ain't gonna budge.
Granville, Granville.
I ain't gonna budge.
Yo, Granville ain't no nerd, man. He a thug, man. He straight thug.
I'm not no fucking thug. I'm not no thug. I just had two older brothers. Look, you know what I did? You know what I had? Thanos, you know what I had? Thanos, I had two older brothers that saw what I like. And you know what they used to do? When I was younger, before them niggas went to jail? They said, nigga, you like what you like. It ain't gonna never work in this city. You gonna have to fight. So I'm gonna beat your ass up every day until you fight me back. That's what I went through. And I thought them niggas was lying until I went to middle school.
Yeah, they beat
and I started having a fucking fight.
They beat
for
the
what
nerd
I like.
They literally beat the nerd out of him. I know because my cousin.
They ain't beat no motherfucking nerd out of me. I was who I was, but them niggas wanted me to defend myself.
Out of you, bro.
Nah. Them niggas wanted me to defend myself.
That's why you so hostile right now, bro.
Nah. I'm hostile because you niggas capping up here. You niggas had protagonist situations, though.
Hey,
you wasn't no average niggas like me.
I'm not gonna lie. It is pretty annoying.
Hey, bro, it's not your fault, bro.
What's up?
It's not your fault,
Just calm down.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. It is.
Y'all niggas wild, man.
It is.
Just calm down.
Bro,
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
I'm a computer nerd. I'm a computer junkie. And I wish I was on no next level nerd where we actually making almost $500,000 or $1 million plus. in computer programming, computer software engineering, and then some. They're the one that get snapped up from high school.
Oh, 20 did
Man, can somebody use $20 to boot this old nigga? I'm so sick of this shit. That's not what we talking about.
Hey, look, here's
That's
the
not
thing,
what
bro.
the fuck we talking about.
Here's the thing, bro. We need more nerds.
You know what? I know what I'm gonna do. I'll be right back. I know what I'm gonna do.
There we go.
Bro, look, bro. We
You
need
need to
more
calm
nerds
down.
in the world. Because if we have more nerds in the world, there's more people for me to hire. And if they don't do the job right, I can beat them up.
Lately, nerds are running companies.
Cause you gonna dry your fucking feet off? Cause I know you wearing Timbs with no socks over there. Stop playing with me.
I got socks on and I got on Timbs, nigga.
Stop fucking playing with me. Stop sweating over there like you got the gout. Stop playing with me, dog.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I'm used to this. I'm used to niggas fucking with me all day. I'm used to this shit.
Passe, don't get mad at me because you could only afford the mountain gear boots, nigga. Leave me the fuck alone.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, let me read these. Let me read these.
Just go beat up another nigga and just leave me alone, cause I'm gonna fight you back.
Let me just read these super chats real quick. Nerds like me were afraid to talk about their love for Animal Planet around women. They were too busy to loving Real Housewives of Atlanta to care. Did they love Real Housewives of Atlanta? I don't know.
You like watching Animal Planet? Nerd!
Oh my god, I can't do this with y'all. My hair's turning gray. I ain't gonna never be able to be young again.
Then here go Tam.
Yeah, you gotta go. Mother
She the
J.
nerd. She the
Why
nerd.
Mother
Tell
J
me the
got
nerd.
she got all black everything. Okay, Granville Thugger, that's my brother. Quit lying. You are not a nerd, yo. Shout out to all the nerds, though. This is so interesting. People are disqualifying and qualifying nerds in real time. This is crazy.
Mother J.
So crazy. I can't believe
I just
it.
don't just like if you weren't a nerd, just be who you are, bro. Like you don't have just because it's popular all of a sudden. Like you don't have to spend the weight to.
Black
Go
Dom,
ahead.
you know what's crazy? These are the most hardest nerds I've ever met in my life. All of them swear to God they can shoot, sell drugs, and do everything.
I've been to jail. I was a GD. I'm a nerd.
What nerd said that? What nerd said that?
You tell me. You let me know. You telling me what a nerd is? I'm gonna let you tell me what a thug is.
I'm being. He's talking about me. I'm being hyperbolic.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, what nerd said that?
Nah, it's just like I don't know, man. Like, just be who you are, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, you a nerd, you a nerd. If you're not, you not.
Black Dom,
you don't have to come up with all these like. You don't have to come up with all these like stipulations.
No, Black Dom, was it not said? Was the question not if you were a nerd or not? Now, if you were being called nerd in school, that's how you get labeled a nerd. You don't label yourself a nerd.
Okay, Thanos, we agree, but we're also saying now we starting to see the most amount of nerds we ever seen in our lives, and they are not acting or behaving like so.
All of a sudden,
if you look in the chat,
when it becomes socially popular,
I was a nerd. Look, everybody was a nerd and loved nerds, and I cannot believe this, right? Because I'm looking for. I was like, where was all of this at when we were growing up? Yeah. Am I tripping?
I'm just gonna
always here, and I'm just blind.
I'm just gonna keep it 1,000.
No, you're not lying. You're
I'm
not
gonna keep it
lying.
1,000 with you old heads. I just think some of y'all are lying.
My people was outside. We wasn't on. It wasn't no YouTube and all that. So we wasn't.
I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you old heads. Some of y'all on this panel right now are not being honest.
There's only one.
Just gonna keep it honest.
Or two.
How can you say somebody's not keeping honest?
Just from what you tell me, and just from how like
answer that question
and the way you're like describing what a nerd is,
bro.
So just because you black, if you tell me you're a doctor, I'm not supposed to believe you because you black.
You can't tell nobody nothing, right? Because their experience is their experience, and that's what that's his point.
So that was my problem. Like you can't call people,
and I agree.
Because
we can't tell you.
That's why people never learn.
We can't tell you didn't experience that, or that's not what a nerd is, and that's fine. If you
that's all I was saying.
And right, Thanos, and I agree. Sure, you're absolutely right.
I think we disagree.
If you're saying that you were an exception to the rule and you went to exceptionally circumstantial places where nerds were accepted and you had to test in, and If that's your experience,
nerds wasn't
I call bullshit.
Nerds
no,
wasn't
you don't gotta call
accepted.
BS. Like that's
I
the
got
experience.
I got
I call
accepted.
bullshit.
You guys know that nerds
Stop.
evolve.
All right, guys.
Yo, tell Black Diamond, shut up.
What
God damn.
listen. What Thanos is saying is he recognized how nerds were treated. He was a part of that until he added non-qualifying nerd characteristics and things to his repertoire. He says that's all he's saying. He's like, I know how nerds get treated, but if he not telling y'all to add this stuff, but he said if you do, because I added this stuff, then I can move in different circles. And then Rob said, I was able to move around here and there, this and that. But when I was in like black schools and whatnot, black chicks, they was not checking for me. Rob's wife is definitely not black. I'm joking, Rob, joking. But in all
Jeez, man.
This is how we doing, gaslighting like a
This is people say it so often. I'm like, hold up, I gotta correct people.
Bro, listen, I listen. Bro,
hey, Rob, is your wife Swedish?
Say something I remember, bro.
Is she Swedish? You can tell.
There's black people in Sweden.
Y'all is crazy, man. I'm just this is crazy.
Is it hard to realize that nerds have evolved from back in our day to now? Nowadays, nerds dress like angry men all day, every day. You just won't be able to tell the difference.
That's the point. Whoa. They try to
this guy.
Cannot copy this.
They got Timbs and socks on too, man.
Yep.
They try.
Working on rockets.
Yeah, but they got Timbs on. But they Timbs is laced up tight in the motherfucker. Okay, so
say they got the butt neckers.
Yeah.
Here what happened.
That's nasty.
They did try to look like Anger Man. They did try to look like Angry Man, but they did have a 3D print beard.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I just want to check. CBM said he's a nerd. So do you like black women or no? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, I love black women, but black women wasn't checking for me.
They wasn't checking for you? No, that's not true. They just told us.
That's serious.
That's what
I
he was
agree.
like.
I believe
While I was in high school, I mean, that's serious. While I was in high school, the only girl that was checking for nerd are non-black women.
Hold on, I had a story. I remember this one time.
That's Sherelle been.
I'm being clear with you. In high school,
I actually pulled.
The only female that was checking for nerd are non-black women.
Yeah, like I remember I pulled a black chick from like a more hood environment, and we got along at that environment. It was cool. And then by the time I got her phone number and started talking to her on her phone, it took maybe like an hour, and she was like, "Nigga, you was so boring." And I was like,
"Wow!"
I was like, "Geez." Because I just didn't have the whatever it is she was looking for. I ain't have it. I ain't had no sauce. I ain't had no sauce.
Sounded to me like the hood chicks.
I was like, what? She was like,
they get it.
Here's the funny part. When she said you boring, I was like, what? She was like, you don't raise your voice at me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like it was jarring.
Because once she figured out that you were in her mind a nerd,
right?
You lost all rank. So
100% of it,
voice,
it was gone.
She was gonna be like,
but they didn't say hood girls. They said black.
It was a girl. It was a black girl I thought was pretty.
So black girls didn't like you either.
No.
Let's just be real. Like, I'm only listening to some of y'all because most of y'all are ugly.
Somebody was just saying.
Am I ugly?
Somebody was just saying, "Oh, it's the girls you don't give a chance. It's the hood chicks," and then you're gonna get treated like that.
Okay, all right, guys. Okay, wait. I want to hear Angry Man. Let me read the super chat real quick. Y'all tripping. All you had to do is sag your pants a little, and you have all the black girls you wanted. Stop the go sag your pants.
Finally, some real answers. Real
JB, you know, if you come from an African home, you that your ass is destroyed. So don't play that.
Finally, JB
but see, that's the thing. That's why we can't broadcast this is one thing because y'all that are immigrants, y'all have a whole different reason why people didn't like y'all, and y'all who are unattractive have a different reason why people didn't like y'all.
I hate it. Hit it real
Brandon, we
fast.
don't want to hear women complain at
There
all.
will be-
Y'all ugly.
No,
All
let
the
me throw-
girls
let
that
me-
can't get a
let
man
me
is
throw a
ugly.
real fact
'Cause
out
that's
here. Let me
what
throw a
you
real
talking
fact
about.
out here.
No,
Some of us are ugly too.
no,
It is
all
what
of
it
y'all ugly because
is.
y'all
Ugly
talking at
people
the
exist.
conversation. Hold on,
But
wait, hold on.
you know why women be ugly?
You
Because
trying to
y'all be our
you
daddies
trying
and
to
we look
chalk
like
up the
our fathers.
conversation to this is about attraction, right? And that's very disingenuous. Because if that's the case, if all the arguments is it's because y'all unattractive, then all the women shouldn't complain at all. Because the only reason they ain't getting men is because they unattractive. We found a solution to life. Be attractive.
Some of them is ugly. It is what it is.
Rob, I'm gonna tell you where you
They
went
look
wrong,
like their
bro.
daddy.
Man,
I'm gonna tell you where you went wrong. The moment you
I-
got on the phone and started talking to her in your regular voice, that's
Right.
what did it. It was the tone of your voice. So you supposed to drop it down a couple octaves and just
Believe me.
one
No,
word
no.
shit like
No,
just
I
be
get
like,
it.
yo, like,
I
yo, what's good?
understand that stuff now. Like
Yeah.
it's funny.
Again,
like, it's
they
funny.
didn't
Like
like the
that's not the only experience I've had like that. I've had one chick, and this is a chick that we had a cool relationship outside of, and then later on she didn't want to mess with me because her girlfriend, like her friend, heard me on the phone and was like, "Is this nigga white?" It was like, that type of deal. Like I've had that experience multiple times. Like it's just weird, man. Like
shock value, bro. The
But
the
Rob could
moment
still
she
pull
called you,
girls
the
because he
moment
was
she called you
attractive. He just ain't have
boring,
no riz to back it up. You see what I'm
the
saying?
moment she called you
I wasn't
boring,
socially calibrated. Yeah.
fam. The moment she called you boring, you supposed to be like, I bet you when I glaze them buns, it won't be boring.
So I was incredibly afraid to say things like that. Like I had no like no sexual talk swag. Like I couldn't say anything like that. I had no idea what the fuck to say.
Again,
Word.
at the end of
No
the
idea
day,
what the fuck to say. At
the
that
end
age,
of
I
the
was
day,
lost.
It sounds like what we've been saying is true. Black women don't like nerds. They may think they cute, they may think they're attractive, but they do not like what you are. That is the problem.
Here it
The
is,
problem
Cheeky.
is they don't like what you are and then expect for you to change for them. And that's the
Here-
thing. When you go to a mixed school or predominantly white school, they like you for you. Like, I like the stuff you do. I like you.
Yeah,
But
That's
the
a
moment
they're more
stereotype,
amicable.
That's
But
a
I would say,
stereotype.
Cheeky, what to kind of put your point down a little bit more, like there's a difference between attraction and arousal, and they might be attracted to you, but they're not aroused. You know what I mean? There's no the sexual side isn't there. Like they're not aroused by you.
Hey,
And
Rob,
that's
would
why
you say you were
Michael B.
handsome back
Jordan.
then?
And that's why Michael B. Jordan
I've always looked good.
has predominantly dated
Talk
outside
your
of his
shit,
race.
Rob.
And the same thing with probably Kobe Bryant and anybody else that's considered a nerd, right? Because when you look into these people's lives, you start going, hey, they got some commonalities. They like these certain things. They do these certain things. And then when you start looking at who they marry, aka Childish Gambino, it ain't a black woman.
Here's another fact.
Hey, I don't like to
Here's
tiptoe
another
around
fact. Hold
shit.
on, hold on. I won't take too quick on it. Here's another fact. There's a nerd who made over $30 million on a program at the age of 19, which he worked at the age of 14. He wouldn't hang out with nobody. He would be on some kind of coding software. By the time he turned 19, a big corporation paid him $15 million for that application.
See,
Hey, that's real, but let's talk some real shit though.
I'm trying to tell you, nerd don't waste time with
Hey,
about you.
Canadian,
They bury themselves.
Canadian.
Wait. Here's where the problem's coming in at. It ain't about your money. Okay? It's not about your money. I know women say that shit all the time, but it's not. You feel what I'm saying? It's not initially about your money. You feel what I'm saying? Now, women like dudes with money. You feel me? They do. But if you got money and you don't got the other thing, they're gonna take advantage of you.
And that's true.
They're gonna be fucking around with this dude or that dude while they're using your money. You know what I'm saying? So it's never about the money. It's about,
and that is true.
It's about your mentality. And the problem with nerds, in my opinion, is when it comes to, or just any dude that's socially awkward, you're putting the woman on a pedestal. It's like, oh, she's pretty and this, that, and the third, or whatever. The reason why jocks are so fucking good with women is because, quite frankly, they don't give a fuck about them. Their ego is so big that they just give a damn about themselves. And that makes the woman want to chase him, because the woman's trying to get him to do what the nerds do, which is worship her. and he never does it. And that's why she spends all her time chasing him. That's why when he messes around with another chick, she's standing in the hallway with her homegirls crying, I can't believe he did this to me. Da, 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 da. But she still want to get back with him.
What? This. Hey, Canadian, can I ask you 2 real questions? And I'm not even trying to be funny.
Go ahead.
2 questions, Canadian. The way that you talk, you have a certain way of talking, like, and I'm gonna be honest, it kind of presents a language barrier at times. Did you talk like that when you were younger?
I'll talk a little bit too proper at one point.
No, I mean, like, it's kind of hard to understand what you're saying sometimes because your accent is really thick.
No, I get it. My accent changed from going back and forth with 2 different countries, but before that, I had to speak proper. You pronounce your word and everything, stuff like that. Yeah, I got picked on for that.
All right, so my next question is, and I'm not trying to be funny. Do you feel like as a teenager, like in high school and things like that, the women would have considered you to be handsome?
No, they wouldn't pay me no mind.
Right. So what I'm trying to say, sometimes there are other contributing factors. Maybe they really just didn't think he was attractive. They didn't give a fuck if he was a nerd or not. They just
like that. In the high school, both here and in my country, girls didn't pay me no mind. When after I joined mixed martial art, because most nerds tend to go to mixed martial art a lot, they don't pay me any mind. They stay away from me more because they're like, okay, this is no good.
Right. But I'm saying, but there could be just it probably ain't have shit to do with you being a nerd. They probably like, shit, this nigga ain't fly, and I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Man,
I didn't care
how
about
do we
being
know what
fly.
to attribute it to?
No, I didn't care about being fly. Yet I get jumped. Yet I got bullied. But when I got in my 11th, 12th grade, everything changed. When I got into mixed martial art a couple of times in high school here and middle school. But same thing happened in my country. Only thing happened that different when I got into 11th, 12th, I got into mixed martial with a Chicho with karate. After that, everybody kind of got afraid of me because for one, I whooped one of the strongest guy in my high school in my set and the one above me. So after that, they left me alone.
Let me debunk something, right? Because I see what they're trying to do. Let me ask y'all something. Have y'all ever hold on, CBN. Have y'all ever heard people say, "Man, he ugly as hell," and then say, "But he got money though"? Have you ever heard that before?
All the time.
So the reason why they say that, I'm gonna just try to see that out. Because if you have something that's a qualifier for a woman, if she desires it, she likes it, she'll overlook other things she don't like. So when y'all keep saying, "Oh, but you ugly though," and you was a nerd, right? Because y'all trying to insinuate these things, right? If the nerd was more important to her and she liked nerds, she bypassed the ugly. Just the same way y'all say she'll bypass things if you got money. If it was important to her, qualifying to her, etc., if the nerd was so important to her, she would bypass the ugly. But see, it don't ring true in both scenarios for some strange reason. But when you have somebody like me that can identify these differences, it won't work in these conversations. So let's not use that excuse unless y'all are agreeing women don't like nerds.
Because nerds don't come off like they can fuck. Thugs do.
They're not
I can't wait
arousing.
to get to you on this.
They're not arousing.
About you.
Rob,
Name the movie where the thug was in there tearing the coochie. I mean, where the nerd was in there tearing the coochie up. Name the
What was
movie.
that movie with Kid and Play?
Again, and it's one of these things where the point's continuously being proven.
Yeah,
right? These women just don't like nerds. Like it's fine, right? I think we all agree on that. For whatever reason, women like lying to men. I think it's because they get turned on by it and I don't know what's wrong with them. Something off. They got psychological issues. But for whatever reason,
it's because
we can all agree to this. And then when we make statements like were you ugly or this, that, and the third, and I understand that. Some nerds actually look the exact same way.
But it's not. You got to realize, Cheeky, the reason why is because of our culture. It's because of Black culture. Black culture does not celebrate intellectualism.
Man, look at switch all that shit up. Switch all that shit up. That's why Black Dawn, Cheeky, and all my other niggas that fall into the category like me, go fuck with that white girl, son. You know that white girl fuck with
you. I'm sick
that white girl fuck with you. Go fuck with her, son. Leave this shit alone. Leave this fucking shit alone. Leave these niggas behind. Leave these niggas behind.
Nah, I'm sick of that.
Leave them alone.
I'm not doing that. But
yo, look, here's the thing. In our culture, because of the history of our people, let's just be honest, women are attracted to men that display dominant physical traits. So if you're a guy, like, I've never seen a guy that could fight that couldn't get any woman that he wanted.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That ain't got. So you just making the point of the conversation more poignant every time you make these.
Well, he's on our side of the. He's on our
And
side of the
y'all
aisle.
see how a black woman
Arousal
gave
versus
Granville
attraction.
a spot so he
You
could come up
said,
here and say
wait a
that
minute,
bullshit.
wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute, black nerd, wait a minute. You said I'm on the
black
outside.
man allow Granville
No,
to
you
stay
said
up
you're
here,
on
even
our
though
side
he's
of the
speaking his
aisle.
truth.
I didn't say you're the outside. I said you're on our side of the aisle.
No,
Wait,
I'm
what
just-
happened? What
Even
happened?
black
You
girls
said
like you.
black
You don't
nerd?
like black girls.
I'm
No,
just
I
You said black
observing.
nerd?
No, I
I'm
said
just-
Anger Man's on our side of the aisle when it comes to this particular argument. He wasn't.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just observing
Oh,
what I saw
sorry.
growing up. Like, what I saw growing up is the three types of guys that could definitely get a chick in school was the funny guy, the guy that could fight, and the guy that could play sports. Those three guys had no problem getting girls. No problem, right? But if you were a smart guy and you got good grades and all of that stuff, chicks always put you in the category of a lame, even if you wasn't a lame. That's what they would do every time.
Bro, this is. Look, man. This is why growing up, you just kind of chill. You just leave it all to go.
Yo, what's pop? Yo, what's poppin'? Yo, could y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you.
All right, yo, let me just say something real quick. All right, yo, first of all, shout out to the panel. Shout out to everybody on the panel in the chat. This is a good conversation. I'm not a nerd. Specific things come together to make you a nerd. First of all, you can't be attractive and be a nerd. It's very hard to do. Women gonna pull you right out of that nerd category you trying to sit in. Secondly,
I don't know.
I can see that.
Secondly, if you don't know how to play chess, you're not a nerd. Nerds are strategic and cunning.
Pretty boy Rick. Pretty boy Rick. Go your fucking ass on. Go your ass on.
Let
We know you get hoes.
Let
We know you get hoes. You ain't never had this problem. You done beat up niggas all your life. You got the fist
Lee up here with us, man. Lee, go ahead, dog.
Man, y'all gonna let Pretty Boy Lee go ahead? All right, go ahead, Pretty Boy Lee.
You a pretty boy too, Granville, Green-eyed Granville, chill.
Nah, nigga.
Let Lee rock, bro. Let Lee rock.
Nerds are strategic and cunning. They're not here for the bullshit. Okay. Normally, nerds are not in the way. So if you're someone that's getting jumped and you're calling yourself a nerd, no, you are not a nerd. You are a guy trying to fit into the black community. You need to be honest with yourself. Okay. Because I'm from New Jersey, densest population in the country. I've seen it all. I watch dudes who weren't nerds, but they were broke. They came to the session with the pro wings on, right? And it mashed them out. I never seen a nerd get beat up in all my years of being around a bunch of people, not just black people, not all type of people live in New York and New Jersey. Angry Man could attest to that, and he probably was in school with all different coaches as well.
But But what they doing, Lee, is they keep these dudes keep discounting the fact. Okay, number one, black people are the trendsetters of the world. We literally are the definition of cool, swag, style, lingo, all of that shit. Everybody copies us. So when you're a black man that doesn't do any of those things, you're at the bottom when you don't do that. They don't get that. You come to school and you ain't fly. Niggas is picking on you. Niggas.
Well, look. Let's dissect that. You could come to the school and not be fly. I've seen it many times, and they would be in their own sections. This is how I would play chess. And this is how I found out what the nerds would be, because I used to play chess since 5 years old. And when I would play chess, that's when I would be like, "Oh shit, it's nerds in the school. I never knew y'all was around." But I'm telling you, nerds really just stay away. They strategic and cunning. One thing about being strategic and cunning is to stay away from black men. That's if you're smart, you're gonna understand that. You need to, like, even I heard Aaron say one time, he said, "Yo, when I see a black dude, I'm gonna look at him like, he's smart. That's smart to do that. So
I
black a nerd will not be in our vicinity. They're not. I remember this one nerd. We used to play chess and shit. We used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And to this day, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! On my Xbox.
No, you don't.
On my soul, I can show you right now.
What's your Duel Links is? What's your Duel Links is?
My Duel Links name is. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me just tell you the story real quick.
All
But
right,
I'll show
all
you
right.
on everything. Like this nerd dude came up when I was chilling with these Bloods and Crips on the corner, right? He saw me, he remembered me, and he felt he could walk up and had this conversation. Yo, what's up, Lee? Oh, I just got the Xbox. Is that me?
No, you good. I'm just showing the people that's supporting.
Shout out.
Look, they count your pockets enough. Stop stunting on people.
Let me just finish this. Right, let me just finish this. So he pulled up and he thought, he could come up and talk to us. He never, the whole time knowing this kid, he never got in no trouble. He came around us trying to stunt. They looked him up and down, saw he had, I'm gonna just say pro wings. They beat the brakes off him. And I tried to stop him. I tried to help him, but they whooped his ass. And then about four, not friends, acquaintances went to jail for 2 years for that. Because again, this nerd got into the police car and they had all of us walk up to the police car, and then they'll flash the light once. If it wasn't you, he basically told him, yo, he was helping me. And then they flashed the light twice. And the people that got the light flashed on them twice, then come back home for 2 years. Nerds will snitch on you. They don't live by these hood rules.
But you got.
And then the last thing I want to say is nerds don't use the N-word. They just will not use that word. It is a derogatory word and it's stupid to use that word.
But you gotta.
So a lot of us here are not nerds.
You gotta add a caveat. You gotta add a caveat when you're talking about. See, here's the problem. You gotta add a caveat when you're talking about anybody that's from up north, anybody's from New York, Jersey, or whatever, right? Those type of dudes is different because you look at the Wu-Tang Clan. These obviously was hood dudes or whatever, but they knew Marvel comics. Mm-hmm. They was into certain shit. So you think like, okay, when you start putting the category of nerd on people, there's a lot of things we try to put that on, but that's not what it is. It's really how a person carried himself. And you're right. Any dudes that was nerds, like if we was all standing, like for instance, when you get out of school, whatever, depending on what school you're in, if you got school buses or whatever, right?
Right.
When you get out of school, most people will just be hanging out outside of the school and shit. Not the nerd. That nigga
not the nerds. He hopped right on that bus.
He going home. He get on the bus and get out of there because he not gonna be able to hang with everybody else and shit. You feel what I'm saying? So you're 100% right. They'll fade into the shadows on your ass.
Right. They was leaving because Pokemon come on after school.
Hey yo, salute to the panel. I was a nerd in school. I was a nerd, a straight nerd.
Oh, look, Israel, don't come up here triggering people.
You was a nerd. You can't even see. I was a nerd in school. I was a super nerd. Hey, yo, hold on.
Everybody nerd.
You wasn't on my time, man. Everybody a fucking nerd in school.
Less than 1% of black men are nerds.
Yeah.
Less than 1%.
In New York,
listen to how we talk. Most of us have these cool type of accents. There's no way Israel could say he was a nerd.
Yo, I'm telling you, listen to the story.
Hold on, right before you go, let me just read this super chat. Fellas, Snow Bunnies ain't gonna call your favorite animes dumb. I ain't gonna cuss. Dumb cartoons. Go dive into the snow a little bit.
As a matter of fact, you can.
And I approve that message. I approve that message, Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan.
Let me tell you
Hold on.
At least somebody in the chat got common sense.
Wait, hold on, fam. For facts, right? So I'm from New York, right? But my parents moved away. Like I'm from New York, born and bred, right? But my parents moved us to Arizona when we was young. You know what I'm saying? And then I moved back to Brooklyn from being in Arizona. So, in Arizona at the time, it was all white people. It was like no black people, whatever the case may be. And white kids is all about learning, doing their schoolwork, and just playing. Now, they some freaky little kids, but other than the little freak stuff they do, they is all about learning. So I went back to Brooklyn, to Brownsville at that. And when I was in class, of course, I talk mad proper. They was like, oh, you talk mad proper, la, 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 right? And so I was an outsider when I came back. They was picking on me, whatever the case may be. All I wanted to do was get good grades and learn. I put my hand up all the time. The teacher's like, put your hand down. Give somebody else a chance. Put your hand down. Yo, I'm telling you, I was a super nerd. Niggas hated me, yo.
All right, okay, wait. If you a super nerd, I gotta ask you a personal question that I don't really want to ask, but I have to ask.
What's up?
Did you lose your virginity prior to you turning 18?
I did. But this is okay, so let me answer the questions. I lost it. Wait, I lost it while I was
Dad,
saying
don't do this.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Black John, let me say this. Wait, hold on. Son, let me tell the story, son. So, son, this is what happened, right? This is what happened, son. So I was a nerd. And then what happened was, like Lee said, because I was smooth or whatever the case may be, them shorties brought me out of being a nerd, and I had to fight my way out of being a nerd. I was a nerd.
Yeah.
But I didn't stay a nerd for long.
I wasn't. The
Auntie
nerd shit
Jay's a
was
nerd,
beat. Yo,
Israel
bro,
Mills a
check this
nerd.
out. Check this out. The nerd shit was beat out of me at an early fucking age, bro.
Me too.
At an early age, because I wanted to do certain shit. And when I came outside with that shit, niggas was like, oh, word? Boom, 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 boom. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and imagine, see, here's the thing, Israel. Imagine going down south to VA and picking up that accent and then going back to New York with that fucking accent.
Yeah, that's
All
the way
I'm
it
saying is, no,
Talking mad proper.
y'all
Yo, they
is
was
wrong.
on it.
Angry
was
Man
on
Israel,
it.
y'all are trying to Me Too Cheeky's movement. That's what
No,
y'all
I'm
doing.
just telling you,
Y'all
I was considered. We ain't trying to
Yo,
move.
this is the first time I agree with Sherelle. I agree with Sherelle.
Granville, listen.
What the fuck? I agree with Sherelle.
For
The world ended. The world ended. The
until I
world's
was in
ended.
sixth.
It's ended.
Until I was in sixth
I knew
grade,
Cheryl was one of the good black women.
Until I was in sixth grade, I was considered a
Black
nerd.
Dawn.
Straight up.
I changed my mind. I'm going back to black women.
Y'all really trying to Me Too this movement. Y'all like.
What your name
like
is, Lee? What your name is? I can't see your name. What your name is?
He'll put it in the back chat, bro. You
Put it in the back
decide.
chat. Put it in the back chat. I'm gonna put mine in the back chat.
Hey, passe.
Jerome was right. Black women is God.
Passe, you too excited
Quit
about
playing that baby game, man. Pick up magic like a real nerd. Pick up magic like a
you
real
want
nerd.
magic smoke too? Put your magic in the bag too. Put your magic in the bag.
Hey, guys,
Lee, I'm good at chess too, though.
Y'all don't want no
Lee, I'm
smoke.
good at chess. Ask Angry Man. I'm good at chess. Ask Angry Man. Yeah, I play chess and all that. Like I said, I was a real nerd. Yo, wait. I'm gonna tell you. Hold on, Sherelle. I'm gonna tell you how you know I was a nerd. I was the type of kid that used to have to read the damn dictionary and write the definitions to words like 1,000 times. Like that was that type of kid. My dad made me write book reports on stuff that wasn't even from school. I was that type of nerd.
All right, so you might have came into the stream late because you're an Angry Man, damn their brother. So I'm gonna ask you this politely. If you didn't watch the beginning of the screen, were you called a nerd in school?
Yes.
Did you get the treatment of a nerd?
Yes.
All right, say less then.
So wait, hold on.
I was never called.
Hey, wait, hold on, fam. Wait, hold on, fam. Until sixth grade. So what happens is in Brooklyn, of course, like I'm the oldest, right? So I ain't have nobody to fight for me. So the thing was, I wouldn't fight. I could always fight because my dad taught me young, but I would not fight. And I used to come home crying as a young kid. Listen, I used to come home crying as a young kid. You know what I'm saying? That they was picking on me and stuff. So my dad told me in sixth grade, which was really the worst advice ever. Like, yo, if you come home crying one more time about them bullying you, I'm gonna beat you up. And so
Israel,
the next day,
everybody was smart in elementary school. That don't even count.
I'm talking
elementary
about
school is
right.
5 plus 5.
What
if
you
you wasn't
talking about?
If you wasn't a nerd in high school and in middle school, that doesn't even count.
Sixth grade is middle. Wait, hold on, Sherelle. Sixth grade is middle school where I'm from. I don't know what you talk about, yo, but the schools that I grew up in, them kids was like damn teenagers at 7 and 8 years old. They was killers.
Israel, what you was doing in ninth grade? Yeah, 9 to 12.
Just stop. Hold on. I just want to say this because I got to get it out. I know it's supposed to be my show, but it ain't really my show. It's y'all show. But let me just say this:
it's our show.
If being a punk was cool, y'all have people coming out. I used to get punked all the time. I was a punk. The way y'all clamoring to be nerds, this
Bro,
stuff
you
is
bugging out.
insane.
Wait, Aaron, you bugging out.
I would never claim
they,
Nah,
hold
bro,
on, wait, hold on.
No, check
They
this
bugging
out.
out. Wait,
You
they
see this,
talking
right?
all
I just want you to pay
They
attention
talking
to
on.
this.
Wait, hold on. They talking all over the story, so you
I can
can't
say
even
this.
catch the story. So hold on, Rob. So this is the thing, right? Yo,
Bro, I can't.
if you
Y'all have
was
a good day.
getting picked on, if you was called a nerd, I was
Peace
getting
out, Rob.
picked on. I was
Don't
getting
leave.
called a nerd. All right, I was getting picked on. I was being called a nerd. You know what I'm saying? In school, that's a fact. Up until 6th grade. So then, when my father told me to fight back, and I fought back, of course, you can't be considered a nerd no more if you beating everybody up.
No, I was getting.
Israel, you are so wrong. You really me too that movement. That's
Let me
wrong.
say this.
You're
Let me
wrong.
say this. Let me
too,
say
then. I'm
this.
just
Let me
telling
say
the
this.
truth.
Let me say this. I was getting suspended from 2nd grade up. I was never called a nerd ever, even though I liked a lot of things. Like, I was the kid that if one kid was talking about Star Wars and shit and he got beat up, I'm like, I ain't talking about that shit. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want to get, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to have to be fighting all of these niggas all the time. Because usually when I went to a school, the first day of school, I would butt heads with somebody and we'd be fighting. You know what I'm saying? And so I never got the nerd label. I never really got picked on that much unless it was a dude that knew. And look, my family. You know the niggas. You know them niggas. Would you ever
No doubt, but hold on.
any of them niggas nerds? Like,
nah. But let me ask Sherelle a question. So Sherelle, you saying that if you was picked on 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade, if you was picked on, if you was called a nerd, if you was getting all straight A's, if you was into learning and into computers and all that stuff, and you was getting beat up and all that stuff, you telling me that you're not a nerd? That's not a nerd.
That is not a true nerd because the
What's
things
a
that
true
they're
nerd?
talking about, the things that they're talking about, they experience mostly in middle school and in high school. You shouldn't have been having sex in elementary school, so you being a nerd didn't matter.
And
By the
can I
time
add?
you got to high school, you was having sex. You had a social currency and everything. Everybody was smart and getting straight A's in middle school, unless you was just a badass degenerate.
Yo,
Because
do you know where I'm
everybody
from?
knows
I was a
Everybody that was
badass
not getting, they
degenerate.
was badass
Nah, yo,
degenerates.
Israel,
They
you
was
about to
having
stunt.
sex and all that.
Israel, look, I mean, I don't want to say you about to stunt, but yo, look, at the end of the day, you were trying to fit in. If you were truly a nerd, you would have found, again, I said nerds are strategic and cunning. They would have been able to outmaneuver you, like getting beat up, getting jumped. I never saw a nerd get jumped. I saw the dudes who were trying to fit in, who would pull up with Jordans on. Nerds wouldn't wear Jordans. They'll have boat shoes. Wait. They would have boat shoes on. They would do everything to try. They would do everything to try not to look like how black men perceive what is cool or try to fit into anything that is black men. Because
talking about younger
we all
nerds,
know, no.
That's wild,
you're
bro.
talking about younger nerds.
That's
You're
wild,
talking
bro.
like 30 something, right?
Guys. This is
I'm not a
Cheeky's show.
nerd.
Hold on,
I'm
guys.
not a
This is
nerd.
Cheeky's show.
I don't
When
think
he
none
wants
of
to
us
speak,
here are nerds,
hold on,
except
guys.
Rob and Black Dog.
This is
Hey,
Cheeky's show.
to damn it, Freddie, you said I'm calling myself a nerd to try to. I didn't even call myself
He
a
didn't call
nerd.
himself a nerd.
And here's
at
the
all.
thing. Here's the thing. This is what you got to realize too. Just because a nigga ain't a nerd, don't mean he ain't smart.
Facts.
Like, what are you talking about? Like,
we understand
when you talking about nerds, see, first of all, when you're talking about nerds, because I know some niggas that was street niggas, straight dope dealers that was fucking geniuses, smart as fuck, right? So look, here's the thing. You got to realize, like, when we talk about nerds, when I talk about nerds, I'm talking about the person that they may get good grades, but they're also socially awkward. They're not really good at making friends. They're not really good at being social. That's a nerd in my opinion.
But this is the thing, Angry Man, that's relative to your environment too, because again, coming from Arizona at that time, going back to New York, it's a whole different environment. So what made me successful in Arizona made me the biggest loser in damn New York. You know what I'm saying?
Because you were trying to fit in, and you were
hold on.
Stop.
I wasn't trying to fit in though.
All right,
you had to fit in. You were in Brownsville.
And we're telling y'all to stop. Let them get back control of the panel.
So Lee makes a good point. Most of the nerds wasn't really getting jumped. All right, they might have got bullied, this and that, but jumped, that's a little deep. Now
I didn't get jumped. I never said I got jumped. I didn't get jumped.
You said it.
No, I said I got beat. I got a
what
fight.
What that got to do with what I'm saying?
Listen, he said, well, Lee was trying to disqualify me and say
it
does. Hey,
Lee was
let
trying
Aaron
to
We
finish.
said that before you came on the
me from being a
panel.
nerd. Okay,
Let
cool.
Aaron finish, man.
So most of the nerds that I can recall were to themselves. I know we love the group nerds and say they was hanging out. They're really they isolated people. Like they really to themselves. Read a book when it's downtime. You know, they hang in areas where everybody's not there. Like a lot of the times. Go ahead, Am. You got something?
I just want to ask Israel a qualifying question.
Oh God, here we go down the rabbit hole.
And if you answer this question, I'll know whether you really was a nerd or not, right? When you was in elementary school, did you listen to any music at all and did you dance?
No.
God damn, you might have been a nerd.
So go ahead, Cheeky. No, go ahead, Cheeky.
So this, I just thought this was funny.
Look at this goofy hope. I'm sorry.
One of the homies send this to me. It says Michael B. Jordan, being nearly 40, rich and famous, still reacting to who called him corny in high school, really just proves that he's effing corny, right? This is her. I 100% hold grudges against people who call me ugly. I don't care how long it's been. LMAO. And don't let it be a nigga who called me ugly in middle school trying to talk to me now. This is the exact same woman saying this.
That's funny.
You can't make this shit up, people.
That's hilarious.
So this is what frustrates me, right? Because everybody will gaslight and claim to be something that they all of a sudden not. And then in the same breath be holding grudges like this woman was. And it frustrates me because I know.
But
honestly,
honestly,
in the comment section talking about, oh, y'all just hurt. Y'all are this.
Cheeky,
Y'all
but
are just
hold on,
that.
but
And
Cheeky,
then when you really get down to what they went through, they still bothered by it too, because it's annoying. Nobody
but
wants
Cheeky,
like,
but if we being honest, I don't remember. Like, I'm not nowhere near Michael B. Jordan's level of success, but I don't remember the chicks that fucking rejected me.
See, okay.
I do.
So wait. That's not necessarily true, right? Like you'll remember one or two that you was like that you really wanted that was not gonna give you the time of day. But okay, so listen, you might not have a distinctive memory, but most guys remember the chick that they wanted.
I do.
They wouldn't give them the time of the day. They got 2 kids now and be like, haha, dodge that.
I remember the chicks I didn't shoot my shot at.
No.
I never remember. I don't really like some of the chicks that wasn't feeling me. It's hard for me to even remember their face or their name.
No, that's fair. But I'd argue most people remember them. When you hear these rappers start getting in their songs, they remember. Now they might not remember your name. They might not even remember your face for the most part, but when Michael B. Jordan was responding, this girl has her own podcast. So she's not necessarily a just nobody-ish person, right? She technically is, but she's not, right? So they talked about it recently.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
So he's not saying he recall every single body that said it.
You know what I remember? I remember the fights I lost. That's what I remember.
Oh hell,
that's funny. I remember the
lose
2 girls that
for me.
rejected me in middle school. The ones that
ain't
like
losing
what they
enough.
used to do is this chick went with me for a day and then she broke up with me and then she said psych and then she got back with me and then broke up with me the next week. I remember that to this day.
In
I
general,
don't remember none of that.
Just in general, human behavior.
I didn't get rejected that much.
We remember how people make us feel, and if you felt little, hurt, etc., at a point, you tend to remember those moments, like whether your parents did it, whether your cousin did it, and that moment, you like, yeah, I remember when I was 13, and you said we was the broke family, we couldn't go on a vacation. Don't remember that. So I understand your point, but I'm saying in general,
that's true.
People remember those things, bro.
That's true, Aaron. Especially when you are like removed from that, or you don't get that a lot, then you definitely remember those times where you did get that kind of treatment. You remember that. I remember the girl name to this day. I don't know where she at. But I remember
I was talking to a lady that I never met, and we was just chopping it up, and she said, "Yo, I give my parents $1,000 a month," and all these other people be like, dang, you take good care of your parents. And look, this lady was like in her 40s. She's an engineer. She said, yeah, I remember when y'all was making fun of us, saying we wasn't going to be nothing. And now y'all jealous. So I'm telling you, bro, people
Pepperidge Farm
Michael Jordan
remembers,
did the same
nigga.
thing on his Hall of Fame speech.
But that's
Thank you.
different. Like
Tom Brady did the same thing, too.
I remember people that try to pick on me if I was struggling and my sneakers was fucked up, or if I got to fighting with somebody and lost that fight. But like a chick that fucking didn't want to talk.
I mean, no, most people, you don't remember all them, bro, but there's at least one or two chicks that most people can be like, I mean, we went to school together. You wouldn't give me the time of day. You got 2 babies, 3 babies. Your baby daddy ain't around. Ha! I'm just saying.
You know why?
True. I mean, ain't no need to argue that. That's true.
Here's the thing. You know why I don't remember? The reason why I don't remember is because I was hollering at mad chicks, bro.
But okay,
I wasn't when I was
you get the point, bro. Most people remember those moments, bro. If I ask everybody on the panel right now, do y'all remember a chick that was bad, that definitely gave you the swerve back then? They're gonna be like, yep, and she got 2 kids now, and she fantastic. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Of course,
she's 300 pounds.
Of course. Yeah, and
So
I smile.
You the man out.
I smile every time I see her. I smile every time I look at her life. Like,
well, yeah,
Nah,
that's
you
good.
right. I
I
can
never get
remember
to
that.
see these
I can
chicks.
remember
Y'all
that,
get to
actually.
see these chicks. I never see these chicks in real life. I never even
I,
hear
like-
from them or see them or know
Nah, you
what's
gotta
going
be on
on.
I don't know. Maybe I
I don't
had
be
a
on
different
Facebook, so that's
experience because
another thing,
like
too.
coming up, there was a lot. Like the first girlfriend I had, I didn't have to shoot my shot. Like she wanted to talk to me because I was new to the school. And so she was like, yo, you're gonna be my boyfriend. And she just happened to be the most popular chick in school. So I think that set the
No, you
tone.
eliminated from the nerds category. We won't talk to you no more. Kick him off the kick
Look at this bullshit. See this bullshit?
Yeah, see, I don't have
bullshit.
that. That's what I was telling you.
Yeah,
I don't have that
bullshit.
start.
I'll just say
Until
this,
high
right?
school. High school, I blossomed, but before high school, shit.
You know what I want to? Yeah, I want to say this. I think a lot of us are getting the fact that a lot of us were squares confused with being nerds. A lot of us was just because I've been called a square.
Nah, I was a nerd.
I'm not a. Okay, you probably. I'll give you that, Israel. You probably was a nerd for a specific moment. Then women came along, and then you started getting into fights, and now you're not a nerd no more, right? You allowed the city to change you, right? Let's agree to that. But I think a lot of us were squares, meaning that we understood that it was hot, right? We understood we in the hoods. We understood that it get a little hot. So we would just stick our toe into it just to be able to blend in, right? So we not getting beat up. So we not getting jumped. I've been there. I've been a square. I've been in different situations I should have never been in. But I think a lot of us is getting that confused. A square with being a nerd. A nerd is a specific person, individual, a specific mindset. If you're not good at chess, you cannot say you a nerd, bro. Look, I'm telling y'all, most Asian people are masters at chess. It is something they learn at a young age because chess teaches you how to be strategic and how to think moves ahead of your opponent, and that can go in every aspect of life.
Hey, Lee, I would love to have a chess game with you.
Hold on, Lee,
let's do it. Chess.com.
Hold on, Lee. I get your point. I'm rocking with a lot of the way you said, but technically, you don't have to be good at chess to be a nerd. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying the technical. If we break it down, it's the fixation on certain things that they particularly like.
Yeah, you could be good at other strategy games.
Yeah, let me get to this
strategy games. That's all I'm saying, Rob. Exactly.
No. I get what you're saying, Lee. The truth is, the folks who used to make fun of nerds now are adults and realize the true winners in life are usually the nerds they made fun of. Meanwhile, they're still circling the same damn block.
Wrong. That ain't always true.
It depends.
The majority of the time, it's true.
Yeah,
I just want
to.
The majority of the time, it's true.
Everything.
Always.
Everybody we gotta make sure we understand what words
around.
we're using. Always is a word that you shouldn't use.
I just want to say that I'm a reformed thug / nerd. I just want to put that out there.
I never picked. I put it like this. I never picked on anybody. When I was a kid, listen. When I was a kid, I never picked on anybody. I never tried to bully nobody. I never picked on anybody. I never tried to do nothing to people when I was young.
Well, why you niggas lying like this, dog?
That's a fact, Passe. I'm telling you.
You niggas are lying, son.
All right.
Lying about what? But let me say
niggas wasn't like me, son.
Okay.
Well, okay. But
I'm so sick of all you niggas. All you niggas come up here with this real shit. Y'all was hugging the block. Y'all was out there hustling. Yada yada. All this bullshit, son. And now all of a sudden, niggas is squares and nerds. The
Nah,
fuck
yo,
out
you
here,
can
son.
start one way and end one way. This is America, Jack.
So I
You can
never.
start out
First
one
of
way
all,
and end
first
up
of
If
all,
you
another way.
if you
hey,
wasn't a
Y'all
nerd
niggas
from
being
first
real
grade
corny
to
right
twelfth
now, my
grade is
nigga.
You
not a
could
nerd.
be a nerd in the beginning part of your life and
Yeah, what's
change
up?
your
What's
whole
up,
life.
AM?
First
What's
of
up,
This is
all,
AM?
America.
first of all, I never said that I was a fucking nerd
I ain't put you
growing
in there,
up.
AM. I ain't
I
put you
didn't
in
say
there.
I was a square because I wasn't none of that. I had too many player uncles and cousins that was
But
alphas.
AM, I ain't put you in there though.
They would not allow me to do none of that goofy
But you
shit.
talking
Like
to me, and I'm telling you, I started out one way and
I'm
ended
talking
up
to the
another way.
rest of these niggas that came up here
Talking to me,
with
right?
these life confessions today.
You talking to me, right?
Gentlemen,
Like they
calm
like they in a
I'm
confession
calm,
box speaking
fam,
to God.
fam. Hey,
No,
listen,
so
I'm just
is
telling
I'm
you
not
what it
talking to
is.
you.
Is
Is I'm
Okay.
not talking to you. You usually calm, brother. Wasn't talking to you. So
Okay.
when I say
Add me up.
gentlemen, I'm trying not to make it personal against anybody. I'm just trying to broach the panel just to relax. That's all. It ain't nothing personal.
Yeah, but I did. You could start in America. You could start out one way and you could end up another way. That's how America is. That's what makes America a great
But
place.
see, the thing
Thank
is
you,
though
Izzy.
is most
Thank you.
nerds stay nerds. JB says most of the chicks who were baddies when they were in school are now busted baby mamas, and at least half are fatties. The real world hits different. I told you they were. JB
That's
could come on
facts.
here and tell you a story about a chick. I ain't gonna make him come up here, but a lot of guys gonna tell you the most of the chicks that passed up on them when they wasn't the man per se, and I'm not saying
Busted.
they get back and they be like, yeah,
It's the culture. Like
if I
Angry
may
Man said, is
go-
our culture. Our culture is like the way we were brought up in America makes it so we kind of outcast positive energy. You know what I mean? Being a nerd is really just being an articulate and smart person. That's why I would deem Rob and Black Dawn nerds, because of how the way they say their words. That's why I could never call myself a nerd, because the way you speak, and Eric too, the way that they talk is different than most of us black men on this panel. That's one of the key ways that you can see somebody a nerd, when they be like, oh, you talking like a white dude.
I think they lack second to third level social skills, right? There are some men that just like understand the room, the panel. You see people up here just saying any crazy thing, and the rest of people like, you don't realize what you're saying. Like they're just levels to a social. There's a social hierarchy, right? And certain people have an ability. I talk about this all the time. Self-awareness. There are levels to this, right? And so sometimes people the thing about nerds is when people saying they used to be a nerd, I don't know no nerds that's still not nerds. I'm sorry. You tend to be a nerd.
Hey, yo, Stephen Urkel became Stefan. So what you talking about? He became Stefan. What you talking about?
Okay. I got you.
Nigga.
Hey, yo, I
Stefan
see a
Urkel.
challenge, yo. I see a challenge, yo. We
Hold
gonna
on,
play
let-
later. Matter of fact, let's play
And
now.
Michael
Let's see how
B.
good you are.
Jordan became Michael B. Jordan, nigga.
Oh, I'm
So,
scared.
hey,
Wait,
hold
hey,
on,
look,
real quick. Hey,
wait,
hey, yo, Aaron. Hey, Aaron,
I'm
bro.
still bugging
Hey,
on.
yo,
Wait.
yo.
Let me ask this. Wait.
Go ahead.
Let me ask this. I'm still bugging. So y'all dudes really be remembering the chicks that rejected y'all? Like all of
Yes,
them?
son. Yes, as kids, yes.
I'd boot you off if I
Yes,
could.
fam.
But
Fam, yes.
toxic
Yes. As a
Hey,
kid, I
Angry
still
Man,
remember
you
to this
right, bro.
day. Yes.
Ain't nobody, bro. You not supposed to be memorizing that shit, bro.
Yo, if it don't happen to you often, and if it happened to you at a time where it was traumatic, you definitely remember it. Yes.
So let me get in here, bro. Let me get in here.
Hey, look, bro, hold on. The issue with that,
no.
listen. The issue with that is like being turned down by women should not be.
Damn. Oh shit. Back. I'm laid back because I was in the back of the chat.
Bro, being turned down by women should not be traumatic.
We're not about to derail the show, okay? We focusing on the truth here, okay? That's the whole point of the show, because a lot of lies been exposed. Now I'm gonna bring my guy Fantastic in because he ain't been able to speak too much. I want to ask you, Mr. Fantastic, do you know what a nerd is? And can you please try to compartmentalize not what the popular nerds are now, what you remember back in middle school and high school when people called people nerds? Was it a good thing, and were nerds popular, and were chicks checking for the nerds?
No, nerds were a negative connotation back in my time. Okay, I'm 39 years old. I was in middle school in like 95, 96, and I graduated from high school in 2002.
Wow, I did not see that move.
It should be matched up properly, right? So either way, yeah, man, it was always a negative thing. I got joked because I like comic books. I got joked because I like anime. niggas did and it's crazy, right? Because shout out to JB, like, bro, the nerds are always ahead of the curve. You know what I loved, and it's not even just the girls thing. You know what I love? When you silly niggas, you silly Negroes went all kind of crazy. Y'all dressed up, y'all cooked meals for Wakanda, for fucking Wakanda, man. Y'all for the Black Panther, niggas showed up and showed out. But I was like, hold on. This nerd shit. What y'all doing for all this nerd activity? You mean to tell me y'all had whole families and you niggas know more about fake Wakanda than real Africa? Then what else? The anime thing. Now everybody loves anime. You know, everybody's at Goku and Luffy and all this anime shit. Everybody is an anime head now. But bro, I told you I'll never forget this, bro. This is when Hot Topic, because Hot Topic came up somewhere around early 2000s, right? I got a fucking, bro. I paid all my own little money, $25 for Goku screen tee, clowned hard. Okay, clown, super clown. So yeah, bro, that's what it is now. We paved the way as normal. You know, the 80s babies were the best babies ever. You know what I'm saying? The best generation ever.
Fuck out of here.
This is why the shoes get recycled.
Hell no, little bro.
This is why the shoes get recycled. This is why the movies get recycled. Any and everything that's hot shit right now is shit that was hot in the fucking 90s, bro.
Nah, it was really the 70s, but
no, it
80s,
wasn't
80s and 70s.
Nah, it was the 80s.
Nah, it's the
You know what you're
90s,
talking
fam.
about.
It's the
Hey,
90s.
but check me out though.
That's
Check me out
That's
though.
a
Check me out
fact.
though.
The
So
90s.
look, like for one, I agree with Angry
Salute.
Man. You're not supposed to be memorizing like no women and whatnot that turn you down. You got other stuff to be focusing your mind on.
Nah,
And to
you
make
remember
and
it,
hold
Pratt.
on real quick.
He got
To
bad
to
memory. That's why they
listen
making
though.
him.
To listen though. To make the assumption. To make the assumption that somebody who considers themselves a nerd to be a monolith would also mean that somebody who called himself an athlete got to be an idiot. You feel me? That literally means that student athletes don't exist. That literally means that you can't find a nerd who will beat the fuck out you even when he was in high school. You know what I'm saying? And was getting females and was fresh as fuck. He was just in the smart classes.
Can I address
me?
Thanos real quick?
Hey.
First of all, Thanos, a mind that is working properly deletes information that's not pertinent, that doesn't have no effect on your fucking life, bro. I never sat there and worried about chicks that fuck, because a chick rejecting me was me like, yo, let me get your number. And the chick being like, nah. I don't remember shit like that.
No, not you.
Nah, that's
man.
not
I'm talking about him.
rejecting.
He way younger than you. I'm not talking
That
about
is rejecting.
But if that's not the type of rejection I'm talking about, though, fam.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a chick that pretend to go with you for like one day and then she break up with you. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. That's the rejection I'm talking about.
Look, check this out.
Talking about psych.
Wait a minute.
Psych
There was a chick. Wait. There was a chick, this bad Spanish chick in high school that was like, yo, I want you to be my boyfriend. And she was my girlfriend for like 2 weeks. And then she broke up with me. I don't even view that as rejection. I don't even give a fuck about that shit.
You still remember it because you talking about it though, fam. So you
remember
it, because
but
he don't review
it
it. He don't consider it rejection. He don't consider it rejection.
I don't consider it rejection because for the 2 weeks that we was together, I was hugging and tonguing and shit. Nigga,
I wasn't doing none of that. She didn't let me do none of that for that.
Okay,
day,
then. Hey, well, look, that's look.
Hey, yo, who I just played on chess, yo?
That's somewhat a moot point, unless you don't remember none of the girls that rejected you. Because all you saying is specifically.
What's your name on chess.com, Lee?
All you saying is specifically in that particular time of your life. You don't remember those girls rejecting you. But if you ever remember any girls rejecting you, have the ability to
remember. Hey, add me on chess, practical, absolute.
Hey, y'all, do that in the back chat, y'all. Come on,
yo, if a chick rejected me like how y'all are talking rejection, I moved on. I didn't remember. I don't like that shit. Didn't remain a key thing in my mind. Like right now, like my cousin could call me up and be like, "Yo, remember when that chick did XYZ?" And I'll be like, "Which chick?" And then he'll describe it, and then I'll be like, "Oh yeah," but I don't remember it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not important enough for me to remember.
I don't disagree with you, but you see, they making it seem like Michael B. Jordan was walking around like, yeah, that chick from high school. I'm telling you, she's someone that has a podcast or a show, and it was brought up recently. So he heard about it and was like, oh yeah, I ain't forgot.
Bro,
that's all it is. It ain't the same.
Bro, I had a chick hit me up on fucking Facebook trying to reminisce with me when we talked in fucking middle school, and I swear to God, I didn't even remember the chick. I didn't even remember that we was in a fucking relationship.
See, Angry Man, right? I don't even remember the girls who shoot they shot at me, let alone remembering girls who turned me down. Like,
Thank you.
let's
Nah,
be
I
real.
don't
Let's be
remember
real
all the
here.
girls that
I don't
shot
know
they
why.
shot at
I
me.
don't
I
know
don't,
why
I don't
y'all
remember that.
Maybe you do. I
I
swear,
don't.
I
I
swear
said I
I
don't
don't. I
remember
just
that.
got my
remember
shot.
that
I just had a
rejection.
girl shooter shot at me today and whatnot because she know me from the hospital, and I forgot her name or her face was like. I did not remember her. I just lied because when I looked at her like I was bewildered, she got like a little sad. So I just played the game and shit. You feel me? So
well, okay, you know what? If we're gonna take these little small, unless you go on and be more important and valuable than Michael B. Jordan, what you just said is irrelevant. Because if it helped
hey,
him,
Michael B.
no,
Jordan is corny
no.
though.
I heard what you
He is
said.
corny though.
No, I heard what you said. If it helped him where he at, then that's what it is. That's the standard now. Because y'all just doing over too much. Just
I'm
get
sorry.
Shout
I
out
just-
to that corny ass
I
nigga,
gotta
man.
say it. I gotta say it. I'm gonna catch hell for saying it, but I'm starting to feel like a lot of y'all dudes made these chicks more important than they really was.
Yeah,
Nah,
back
man.
in high,
Nah,
back in
if
high
you
school.
Well, yeah, I mean that's part of
Back in
so
high
as a nerd, I would you didn't get a whole lot of action. So yeah, the chicks that you got action from probably was more important than they was.
I guess y'all wouldn't
ever
call me a
since I
nerd,
can
bro.
remember,
I had a
these
4
dollars.
point, bro. I was maintaining a 4.0 GPA in high school playing basketball, and I was getting all the girls that folks bragging
You
about.
don't get to be a self-proclaimed nerd. It's the point of this conversation.
I had a 4.0 GPA. What you
The
mean?
point is, being smart doesn't make you a nerd.
Yeah,
We
just
already
being
said
smart ain't
that.
just
Aaron,
it. You
Aaron,
gotta
you
have
see the
it's
difference. You
other
see the
things.
difference,
If you
right,
could
Aaron?
get
You see
girls,
the
you're
difference
not.
in these niggas, right?
If
Being
you a
smart
guy
ain't
that
it.
girls
Just
are
like Lee
attracted
said,
to,
you
you
have
can't
to
be a
play
nerd, bro.
chess.
So
Bro, I
I
play
got a
be
chess,
question.
bro.
or one of
I
those
got a
games.
question.
I'm
I gotta
messing
be a
with you.
nerd.
I got a question for the wait. I got a question for the nerds. Y'all always say that black women didn't like y'all, the white women like y'all. Are y'all dealing with top tier white women? Y'all dealing with the popular white girls, the white girls that's on the cheerleader, the white girls that anybody can get, or are y'all dealing with awkward white girls too?
So
Hey,
here's
I was
what
getting
happened to
I
black
me.
dealt
girls.
with
Hey,
the
I
Here's
was
what
motherfucker
getting
was
who gave
black
me the
girls.
shot.
I was
here's
getting
what was
black girls.
interesting about me. It depended on where I was. So there was some super fine some white chicks that was at the pool. They were lifeguards, and I was always able to interact with them, pull them, hang out with them, that kind of stuff there. But when we got back to school, they didn't want nothing to do with me.
Hey, Rob, tell me you did not pull a squints. Tell me you did not act like you was drowning so they would give you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
I did not do that. No.
Jenny
I was there.
Peppercorn.
I have a high level of pride in my swimming prowess. I am a good swimmer.
Why does everybody
about
want to
you,
be a
Black?
nerd, though?
What
I'm trying
about
to
you?
figure out.
I
I'm
don't
What
trying
about
to
you,
understand.
figure out.
Pase,
Hold
I'm
bro?
on.
not a nerd now,
I'm trying to
fam.
figure out how
Wait,
someone.
I
stop.
fuck with the person that fuck with me. I already
Hold
said it.
on, because y'all
So
keep trying to.
they wasn't dumb girls. They wasn't dumb white
Bro,
girls.
y'all tweaking.
That
Did
don't
I ever
matter.
Y'all
say
tweaking
that?
so
No, they
hard.
weren't. There was the people that fuck with me. I
Gotta
fuck
be
with the
smart.
people that
Hey,
fuck
y'all
with me.
let Aaron
No,
talk,
I
man.
stay
Let
in my
Aaron
lane.
talk. Hey, wait, Aaron talk. Let Aaron
That's
talk.
exactly the point. Like people don't realize just how much they say one thing, go back on it. When people actually listen, they will say, "Oh, the nerds don't even go after the own people that's interested in them." Apparently, if whether she was top of the line or not, it was the girl that was interested in them, and they got her. So I don't know why y'all don't.
But this is the thing. To be a black girl, the only thing that can make you not a popular black girl is being socially awkward or being fat. If
No,
you're a
that's not.
decent
Nah,
looking
fat
black girl,
chicks.
you're popular.
Nah, it
No,
was a
And
you're
whole. It's a
not.
whole.
white
I don't
girls
know
is
about the
different.
fat
Hey,
ones.
Sherelle,
I'm
you
telling you,
wrong. It was plenty
I was
fat
with
with you
white
bitches
for a
out here.
minute,
girls,
but
it's
it's not the
different.
fat
With white
girls.
girls, it's different. You gotta be doing something. As a black girl, if you look decent, you popular. That's it.
Hey, am I the
That's
only
not true.
guy? Let me
That's
I
not
ask
can
true.
agree with that
Let me ask
part.
the question.
That's not true though.
Am
She
I the
wrong.
only guy here? Wait a minute. Let me ask this question. Am I the only guy here that was in constant competition with the other guys in my peer group to try to talk to as many chicks as possible? Am I
Nah,
the
I
only
used to do
one?
that
No,
too. I
not
used to do
later.
that
And
too.
later in life,
I'm guilty.
I did because I was one of the dudes
Sadly,
that was in
I would do
Hey,
competition
that.
with you.
I got my
Hey,
number.
Angry
You know
Man,
what I'm
you know
saying?
I was
Folks
one
is
of
Yo,
the
trying to
Angry
dudes
get
that
like
was
Man,
in
did you ever
competition
play
with you.
who could get the most numbers? Who could get the
Yeah,
most
me and
numbers?
Angry Man
All
used
the
to do that
time.
shit all the time.
But see, here's the
As
thing.
older dudes.
We was doing that, but see, here's the thing. We was doing that going all the way back to elementary school. We was doing
facts.
Nah, I wasn't
Yeah,
doing
Facts.
that
my
then.
Middle
I
first
school,
wasn't doing that then.
girlfriend was in
middle
second
school,
grade.
I
middle school.
wasn't
We
doing
had
that then, though,
competitions
Angry Man.
on who can
But
get the most most females.
Aaron, these niggas so far off the topic, dog.
Bro, we was in fucking look. These niggas, see, you don't want to talk about that shit. See,
Nah, I
But go
wasn't
back
doing
to
that
talking
at
about your
elementary and middle school.
crybaby nerd shit, my nigga. Go back to
Yeah,
talking
that
about
weak
Hold
ass.
on, hold on. You ain't gonna comfort me like that.
fuck out of here,
I done
man.
already told you. Look here, old man. I done already told you. Stop playing with me
Hey,
like
shout
that.
out to
nigga.
Anger Man, bro.
You get to
That
talk
weak ass nerd
Look,
talk,
look,
bro.
look, look, look,
Nah,
look,
it was
look.
after
You ain't gotta be no bitch.
it was
Bro,
Just
after
you ain't
cause
high
you
gotta
got
be
a
school
no
I
short
bitch to
started
be
doing
a
attention
that.
span
nerd,
like
bro.
them niggas in
You ain't
Dragon
gotta
Ball
be
Z
no
don't
bitch to
mean
be a
nothing.
nerd, bro.
Bro, I was a nigga that went to school in elementary school rocking the Goku shirt and dared somebody to say something crazy because I'd have kicked their fucking
Dragon
ass,
Ball
my
Z
nigga.
Nah,
don't
I'll rock the
count.
polo. I'll rock
But
the
he
polo.
not
Dragon
saying
Ball
that,
Z
bro.
dudes count,
Universally,
Pops.
nigga.
Man, don't you
No, he
start that
said
disrespectful shit, Blanca, about
Angry Man
DBZ.
said that he.
I'll
Angry
kick
Man
your
said that
ass.
he
Dragon
not a
Ball Z
nerd.
don't count. It
Oh
don't
my
count.
DBZ
God,
do not
Sherelle,
count.
Sherelle
Everybody
and
like Dragon
Pops say
Ball
I
Z.
will
Everything
fuck
that
Everybody
y'all
count
up
like
about
Dragon
my
Somebody
Ball
scoop
Z.
a
You
DBZ.
ain't
lot.
gonna find a
Hey
nigga that don't
man.
know that.
Don't start this shit about DBZ.
Yo,
Don't be disrespectful to
Look,
DBZ.
this what I used to do. I had a shirt that I copped, right? That had Goku and Frieza on the shit. Nobody knew what the fuck it was at the time,
Ooh.
right?
I'm just
So
trying
I
to
went
figure
to
out how all
school.
y'all black dudes are
Look,
nerds,
I
bro.
went to
This shit
school
is
with the
hilarious.
shit. I went to school
Bro,
with the shit.
I'm still a
And when
nerd, bro.
niggas was asking me like, "Yo, what
I'm
kind of
not.
shirt is that?" I was like, "Yo, you don't know what this is? You a lame ass nigga." Like that's how I fucking carried it. I didn't
How did
carry
you
it on
survive in
some.
the hood
Okay,
being
all
a
right,
nerd?
stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Bro,
You
beating
had
the
to
shit
fight.
out,
You had to
motherfuckers.
fight. Yep.
Okay,
You
all
That's
right.
how you
can't
did.
you
Don't make me
can't be a
start this over.
nerd and be able to fight.
So,
No,
so look,
Oh,
Bro,
that's
what
that's
the
not
not
true.
fuck
true.
you
That's
talking
not
about,
true.
bro?
That's
You
not
are a
true.
tweaker,
listening,
unlikely.
How
Just
you
because
listen,
you,
listen.
bro, you don't gotta be a bitch and be a nerd, bro.
That's right.
it's
That's
not
not true.
about being see,
I
that's what
will
I'm saying.
start.
Your
I will start
Let
mentality.
Aaron
muting you.
talk. Let
I'm gonna
Aaron
start
talk. Let
muting
Aaron
you.
talk.
I'm gonna start muting you. Sherelle, she'll do even worse than me. I'm trying to make this point. You do not get to be a self-proclaimed nerd. The whole point of this conversation is you don't get to do that. Okay? Like this is the whole thing about nerds is they didn't walk around saying, "Hey guys, I'm a nerd." They were just designated that by other people. It's
Facts.
important.
Hey,
But
damn it,
now,
Freddy.
but here's the
Facts.
thing. Here's the thing. They was trying to be invisible because they knew how people would treat them. They knew that. Now you got people coming out the way with, I was a nerd. I was a nerd. I was a nerd. If it wasn't popular, people would not come out and say this. They
What?
would
You are wrong,
not
But that's
Aaron.
not
You are
true, Aaron.
wrong,
You
Them
bro.
wrong.
niggas
Wait.
not
Hold on. Hold on.
wrong. Y'all got
Practical.
the
Bro,
game
folks
fucked
Hold on.
up.
Hold on.
people
Hold
that
on.
call
Real.
me a
Real.
nerd.
Hold
Man,
on. Hold
dog,
on.
these
Wait.
niggas
Bro,
Wait.
is
hold on,
Five
hold on.
seconds.
Let
dog.
me
These
say
Wait.
this.
niggas
Let me say
Practical,
this,
is
bro.
bro.
One
Let me
second.
say this, bro. Let me say
Practical.
this
None of
One
real
y'all
quick,
were
second.
real quick,
nerds,
One
y'all.
bro.
second.
Listen, listen,
Practical.
listen.
One
these
What?
second.
niggas
One
I'll be
second.
talking
done. I'll be
bogus.
done
Practical.
real quick, bro. I'll be done real quick, bro. I
You a
appreciate
nerd,
you.
but you
So
able
look,
to
bro, the
beat
whole thing
people
with
up.
the nerd talk, right? Bro, it was real quote unquote gangsters and all type of folks who did real capital crimes. They'll call me a nerd, you feel me? But I hang with them. I'm dressing like them, you feel? I'm hooping,
He
all
making my
kind of
point.
stuff, bro. So I wasn't a
He don't
self-proclaimed
get it.
nerd,
He
bro.
don't get it. This
Just because
nigga
I can
don't
beat a
get
nigga
it,
ass
son.
don't mean I
Oh,
can't
see,
be a
yeah, you
nerd,
gotta
bro.
hold
The
on.
one,
Wait, wait, wait,
look,
wait,
here's the
fam.
reality.
Wait,
Yo,
fam.
Of
hold on,
course
here's
they
the
gonna call
reality.
you a nerd. They
Here's
were
the reality.
doing crazy shit. Like compared
Here's
to
the
what they was
reality.
doing, of
Yo,
course you were a
yo,
nerd.
Bro,
yo,
I ain't
this the
gonna speak.
part,
I'm
this the
not gonna
part y'all
speak
not
on. I'm
getting.
not gonna
Aaron, am I
dox
allowed
myself for
to?
Yo,
Am
none of
I
that
allowed to
shit,
tell
bro.
my
yo,
truth, Aaron?
this what
I'm
I'm
y'all
gonna
not
not
say
finna
your
getting.
dox
truth, fam.
myself, bro. What
This
you
is what,
Yeah,
mean, bro?
get up here
This
with
is a
that
good
shit.
this what
conversation.
y'all not getting.
Don't do it.
This what y'all not getting. Those of you that saying, yo, I could fight, I could do this. You weren't a fucking nerd.
You were not.
Wait, let me say.
Yes,
Hold on,
bro.
hold
I
on. Wait,
was a
hold on.
nerd, bro.
Practical,
Yo,
I was the
Angry
only
Man,
practical,
why
nerd you
me
would
and you
know
the
practical.
that
only
went to
one
juvenile.
keeping it a
Hold on,
stack,
bro.
Practical,
bro?
I
hold
was the
on for a
only
Why
second,
nerd you
fam.
would
everybody
Hold
know
gotta
that
be
on,
went
a
to
nerd?
juvenile
You
Angry
court.
Man,
got the
Angry
rock. Hold
Man,
on for a second.
Hey,
Wait.
Angry
hey,
Man.
listen, bro.
Wait,
I'm the
trucker.
only
Hold on.
nerd you ever met that went to juvenile
Wait,
court, bro.
listen.
I'm a
Hold
fuck
on,
nerds?
Angry Man. To address this, hold on, Angry Man. What happens is this: sometimes your parents, because you are a nerd, your parents put you in martial arts. Your parents put you in different things to be able to defend yourself. And a lot of times, as a nerd, so I'm not. Hold on, practical. I'm not a self-proclaimed nerd. I'm not a nerd anymore. But when I was in school, in middle school and in elementary school, kids was calling me a nerd and picking on me. But what my parents did was they put me in martial arts, they put me in jiu-jitsu, they put me in ninjutsu, they put me in aikido. So I had like 3-4 different disciplines under my belt. So after a while, I was able to more than defend myself.
Bro, you ain't gotta be in no classes, bro. You can just go out in the street and fight, bro. You ain't gotta be in all the classes and shit.
First of all, when you take martial arts give you something that nerds don't usually have, which is fucking confidence.
But I mean, you
Like,
can learn confidence, but fam, you
That
can
is a
learn
fact.
confidence.
How do
But
you learn
That is a
confidence,
fact,
bro?
angry man.
By
What you
being
mean?
around
Wait,
people, right?
So you
By
don't think? Wait,
being,
hold on, no.
but you're
Wait,
running
you
right
don't
into
think
They
that
don't
you can? Hold
realize
on.
what you're
You
saying.
don't think
Man,
I
they do not
understand what
realize
he
what
said?
you're
Passe,
saying.
stop for a second. You
cool
don't think that you can
nerds.
learn? Wait, you don't think that you can learn confidence? You don't think that you can learn belief in yourself? You don't
No,
think that
yeah,
you
No,
can
my
you
you can
nigga,
get
you
good
don't
at
know
something?
how hard it is to take
you
that fucking
can't.
step. That's
Alright,
what
Yo,
you
bro,
don't
what you talking
understand.
about? You don't know what you talking
You
about,
You
don't
fam.
can
understand how
learn
hard it is to
confidence,
take
but
that step to
What are you
change
look,
talking
yourself.
about? What are
Granville,
you
this is what
talking
you're trying to
about?
say.
That's
Hey,
why
I'm the most
you
confident
don't
Granville,
see
nerd
what
you'll
I'm
ever
talking
meet.
about because you don't understand it.
Nah,
I'm
You
the
don't
most
I'm
confident
understand
asking you
nerd
niggas
what you
you'll
like
ever
talking
me,
meet in your
about.
son.
life.
you got to
Granville,
understand how
You
a
think?
person
Hold
gets
on, Lee.
confidence. You
Hold
get
on, Lee.
confident.
If you starting out and you going through the programs and you going through your katas and you going and you learning and you learning and you learning
My
and
nigga,
then
my
hold
nigga, you
on,
not understanding
Granville,
how hard
hold
it is
on.
to take that step.
Yo,
You
man,
not understanding how hard it is to
you
take
sitting
that
there
fucking
spazzing,
step.
you
To
spazzing
you,
out and you
nigga.
talking, you
To you.
spazzing out
No,
and you talking
no, not to
over
me,
me.
because I'm one of
All
them
right.
niggas that took that step.
So
But I
that's
know a
what I'm
lot of
saying. So
niggas that
what you mean?
didn't.
That
That
step
I
not
hung
that
So
out with.
hard, bro.
I
okay,
was
that
in
just
that
changes
group.
the difference between
That
people
step not
who don't
These
hard,
stay.
bro.
niggas
Wait, hold on,
fools,
practical.
son.
That changes
That
Bro,
step
between
is
people
not
bro, I'm
who
10.
hard.
that changes between people who stay nerds and people who don't stay nerds. That's all it is. When you learn, when you get confidence, when you learn how to protect yourself, when you learn how to get girls, when you learn how to talk to people, then you get out of your shell and you're no longer a nerd. That's why I say I used to be a
Hey,
nerd.
hey, nah, hell nah. You
Stop,
wrong, bro.
stop.
I've
That's
been a nerd.
bull.
Damn. Oh shit. Back. I'm laid back because I was in the back of the chat. Now.
Bro, I've
No,
been a
no.
nerd.
Listen. You never ever graduate from being a nerd. You're a nerd
Never.
for life.
Never.
What are y'all
You
You
never
talking?
ever
Y'all,
graduate
that's
from being
not
a nerd.
true. That's not
It
true.
it
Hey,
it,
hey,
it
It
I'm,
is
I'm
is.
the most
true.
player
It is
nerd. I'm the
true.
most
It
player
is
nerd in the
Yo,
true.
so
world.
that means
All right,
wait.
That's
That's
bull.
not
You don't.
true.
Y'all
My
gotta
God,
chill.
y'all are
I gotta be able to
crazy.
say.
I think y'all are conflating.
Stop
Can
over talking,
Y'all are,
Aaron.
I think y'all are
Calm down.
conflating. I think y'all are conflating a person coming out of their shell and a person being a nerd. I think y'all are conflating the two things.
Of course they are.
That's
Of
what they
course they are.
doing. It's
So
crazy.
wait. So you saying hold on. So wait, hold on. So to be clear, y'all saying that if you're a nerd, if you was a nerd, that you could never not be nothing but a nerd your whole life.
You making it seem like being a nerd is a
Hold on,
bad
Lee.
thing.
I'm
And
asking
yes,
Aaron.
that's what we're
Hold on,
saying.
Aaron. I'm
I'm
asking
a part
Aaron.
of
I'm
his
asking
yes.
Aaron.
He's going to say yes.
Lee,
Okay.
I'm asking Aaron.
This guy be hogging up the
Listen.
Lee,
conversation,
I'm asking
man.
Aaron, fam.
You are
Let's see what Aaron got to say.
You are a nerd forever. However, how people identify you as you get older changes. This is the proof that we're trying to tell y'all. Now, what people are doing, people are saying, "Oh, you're not a nerd. You people just didn't understand you." They're changing. And what I'm saying is the stuff that people were into in high school, the nerd stuff that they're still into for the rest of their life. It never goes away. The thing is, society has moved on and we popularize more things year by year and we start to include more and more things and it gets lost in the conversation. I'm telling you, the people that are nerds are always nerds.
It's like
I agree.
Bro, that's true,
me.
bro.
Wait, so
Aaron,
you
hold on,
saying
that's true, bro. But that don't gotta mean
That's what he's saying, man.
you gotta
Stop
be your
asking the
weak
same
ass
questions.
I'm
nigga.
not
Yes,
That
asking
don't
the
mean you
same
gotta be
question, Lee.
yeah,
I
soft.
was
you
gonna
about to
ask a
ask
You
different
could
him the
be,
question.
bro,
I
same
was
bro.
gonna
That
ask
don't
questions,
a
mean that don't
different
mean
man.
that you
question.
can't be clean, bro. You could be a fresh ass nerd, bro. You could get all the females, and you could be a nerd, bro.
That
The
doesn't
nerd
mean
doesn't
no.
care about being
He don't
fresh.
get it.
A nerd doesn't care about being
listen.
fresh.
It's like me being.
He's tweaking.
It's like me
Okay.
being a hood dude. It doesn't matter how much money I get. It doesn't matter where I live. It doesn't matter what I do. I'm still gonna listen to rap music. I'm still gonna do certain things that hood niggas do. It's always gonna be in me. It ain't never going nowhere. And
Thank
it's
you,
the
angry
same
man.
thing with
Y'all
Thank you.
crazy.
And
Y'all
take the
want to be
nigga out
nerds
the
so
hood,
bad.
but you
Y'all
can't.
from the
That
Hey,
hood.
hold
don't
on,
mean
wait, hold
that's
on.
all you
I
are
got a
though. That
question.
don't gotta
I
mean
got a
that's all you
question
are.
for everybody. I got a question for everybody. Just Would y'all consider the normal God to be somewhat in between, like the popular and the nerd, or just?
See what I say, Aaron? See what I say, Aaron? They keep
I'm just
conflating being
asking.
a square. They conflating being
No,
a
I'm
square
just
with being a
hold on.
nerd.
I'm not. Y'all wait. Calm down,
That's just a
y'all.
square, bro.
Calm down. I'm just. Okay. So it's considered a square.
Yeah, it's a
That's all I'm
difference,
asking.
man. No, I get what you're saying, but that's
That's all I was asking. I didn't. Hey, I
Bro,
ain't
a
trying
lot of
to. I
these
know
motherfuckers
everybody.
y'all calling
Everybody
nerds.
pissed
A
off
lot of
right
these
now. I'm just
motherfuckers y'all
asking.
calling nerds are really some squares, bro. A lot of these motherfuckers y'all calling nerds
I
really
said that
squares,
earlier.
bro.
Hey yo, but square
Yeah, it's just
is what's square? What's your definition?
Lame ass
Hold on.
niggas, bro.
Well, okay, besides lame, what's your definition of a
but he
square?
a nerd though. But that's how he
I'm
speaks.
asking you a question. What's your definition of a square?
Bro, I am a nerd, bro.
A
I know,
person.
bro.
Practical.
I
I'm
know how to
asking
do. I know how
Lee.
to do. I know how to
Practical.
do
I'm
3-dimensional
asking Lee.
It's
integration,
cool.
bro.
He
I'm a
can answer
nerd,
the
Definition
question. He can answer
of
the
a
question.
square.
I explained it
bro.
already. A square is a person that basically gets into to shit at a certain degree. Okay. That's what a square is. A person
Yeah.
that like
So I'm a
basically
nerd.
gets into stuff at a certain degree.
Simple.
So like he's smart. He basically shows all, because that's what I was called a lot. He can speak articulate. He don't speak with like a hood accent. He don't say nigga in every sentence. But he's not someone. He can also blend in. He could be a part of the conversation with the cool kids. He could chill with the shorties. You're
That's
a
a
square.
square?
Okay,
Yeah,
now
No,
that's
that's
more of
not
me. That's
square.
more of
No,
me.
That's not a
That's me.
nigga.
square.
I
That's
just
not
had
what
to
No,
get
people do.
you are a
confirmation. That's
tweaker.
That's
all.
not a
That's not what
square.
That's
that,
what a
bro.
square is,
Don't let
bro.
this nigga lead.
Cause
Don't
yo,
let this
I'll
nigga
get
lead
yo.
fool
I'm a
y'all, bro.
bro. Look, a square. Look, they call you a square when you in the hood, right? You in the hood, and in the hood, y'all act like y'all all nerds, but y'all not. It's no way you could be nerds, but you grew up in the hood. Like all these black men are nerds, and they grew up in the hood. In
What,
the
bro?
hood,
You
bro,
are a
you
tweaking
have
ass
to.
nigga, bro.
Oh man, just go ahead. Somebody else talk. I fucking hate this
Lee,
word.
do you think you could be a nerd and a square?
A square is kind of in between.
Bro,
That's what.
a lot of
That's why.
these
Hold
folks
on,
lame as
Rob.
fuck.
That's hold on. Square. That's okay.
How are
You
you a
right.
nerd and you
I was
speak
okay.
like
I was.
that?
I was a.
Like, what's
Bro,
I
wrong
was
with
because
you?
I've
late.
How are
been
you a nerd, but
because
you
I've
speak
been,
like the most
Bro,
bro,
Trucker
ghettoest man
yelled
I've
it
ever
because
I know
he
how
heard?
to
liked
code
there was
switch.
to
You
live.
Because I
you're
know
I
how
not
was
to
a
a
code
nerd.
square
switch,
dog.
nigga.
You're not a
I
nerd.
know how to code
He
switch,
You're
was
a
a
bro.
hood
nerd. He
rat.
was a
Look,
gangster. He was
you a
fat. He
hood
was
rat.
skinny. He
You
was a
not a
baby
nerd.
daddy of
You a
wife,
hood rat. You need to just
uncle.
Bro, I'll
accept
show
what
you.
you
I'll
are.
show you that I'm an intellectual nerd. I'll show you that I'm a
Nah, you
boxing
not
nerd. I'm a nerd.
intellectual.
Right. I think Nerd is
Intellectual
Bro, I'm
right.
on.
people
I
don't
got a
use the
I
scholarship.
N
think
You little
word.
goofy.
I
I
think
got
I
a
think
scholarship.
Okay.
You
hold on,
goofy.
hold on.
Yeah.
I got a
Okay.
scholarship. Goofy ass
Hold
nigga. What
on.
you talking
I
about?
think
This
oh my god, is it
this
really that serious about it's
but
not it's
he's a
really not
nerd.
that
But
serious,
he's a
man.
nerd though. Trucker, he's a nerd though.
Yo, I think Aaron is right.
This guy's is
I think what's
crazy.
happened, I think what has happened is over time, just like with geek culture, nerds have become popularized. And now people are identifying with being nerds based upon a couple of markers, but that in totality doesn't make you a nerd.
I understand, but Angry Man, I don't think what I was saying is I'm not a nerd now, but when I was in school during that period of time, I was called a nerd. I was teased as being a nerd. I was even told by the teacher to put my hands down because I answered all the questions. I was trying to get all the answers right, schoolwork, all this stuff. So I was considered a nerd in that particular era. But I don't consider myself a nerd now. So I'm confused on.
But here's the difference. But here's the difference, though, right? Here's the difference. And I can speak to this living in so many different places. If you would have went to high school in VA, they wouldn't have called you a nerd.
Exactly.
The reason why you was being called a nerd in New York is because one, we already know in New York, if you show anything that's different than what's the norm, niggas is gonna pick with you. Now they may have picked that particular word, but it doesn't necessarily mean you was that.
Thank you.
See what I'm saying?
That don't make sense. The word nerd, like to be described a nerd, using the definition, it's already to be an expert in something. But besides that, other than that, it's a relative term. So if you get around some people who real life killers and you decide to pick up a book once, you will be called a nerd. But if you get around some real life nerds, then you'll be called a thug or some shit like that. Like that was a problem that I had in high school, for example. Like every group that I was in and whatnot, I ended up having something that ended up
This nigga said he was in multiple groups and he don't fit.
And that's my point. Wait. Practical just made a valid point. That's my point. It's relative. If you're like, look, when you're looking at the actual definition, that's one thing, right? But when you around a bunch of ignorant ass niggas that want to talk shit just for the purpose of talking shit, they gonna call you shit that you might not actually be.
Thank you.
That's the point I'm
y'all
making.
taking reference from hood dudes.
To a nigga in the hood, it's just like Practical said. To a nigga in the hood, if they saw you with a book, they'll call you a fucking nerd. If they see you, if you said something articulate, they'd be like, man, shut your nerd ass up. Like it doesn't mean that you were actually a nerd.
Thank you, bro. Oh my God.
I didn't know you were saying. I didn't know you were saying that point, Lee.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, yo, I get that what y'all saying. I've been called a nerd once too, and I'm telling you, I was not a nerd. But if you're not saying the N-word every time, if you're not trying to put on Jordans, they're gonna call you a square, they're gonna call you a nerd. But that's hood mentality, that's black mentality, that's black culture. And in our culture, we could clearly see our culture is messed up. We gotta remember that we used to be slaves like 2 weeks ago, fam. It was a whole business, a whole country. Hold up, it was a whole country that tried to push us down, and most of our culture is still built off of that relationship of negativity, of who's the mandingo, who's the toughest man. This is what we really are, and we're changing that over time. But for us to be sitting here saying we damn nerds, bro, that's crazy.
Yo, first of all,
I'm not saying I am now.
Here's the thing,
Fact.
just the first of all, just the atmosphere of this conversation. I would argue that ain't nobody up here nerds that if, like, for instance, I'll give you a prime example. Maybe Rob. Because if you notice, Rob is not arguing with niggas. He's not going back and forth with niggas. He's not doing all of that. But all you niggas that be up here like, nah, fuck that. You are not a fucking nerd.
You're not a nerd.
Kill that noise,
Wait, I never said I was. That's why I asked the question. What is it? Because I was in between. I didn't know. I'm not a nerd.
He was a square,
was a
bro.
square.
He was a normal dude who just did what you had to do in the hood to get by, bro.
Wait, let me give.
Wait, Angry Man, say that again.
Let me give Yale a reality check. Nigga, you are a truck driver. You're not a goddamn nerd.
I never said I was a nerd.
Bruh, kill that shit.
Who the hell said I was a nerd?
No, here's the thing. No, here's
I said I was a nerd. I just said I agree with everything you were saying. Damn.
Wait, bro, listen. Listen, bro. Hold on for a second. There are people in my family because they're not as articulate as me. They're not as intelligent as me on certain things. You feel what I'm saying? And because I'm into certain shit, you feel me? They'll look at me a certain way. Like there was a chick that was dating my cousin, and she told me I was a lame because I didn't have a felony.
Dude, I went through the same experience.
Negative black culture, man. I definitely feel you.
I went through the same experiences.
But listen,
bro.
Hold on, that's black culture. But here's the thing: if you were to really go somewhere where there was a bunch of actual nerds congregating,
you be the cool guy.
You would not fit in. You would not feel comfortable in that fucking environment. You wouldn't.
You got a point. Hey, Angry Man got a point. Let me give a personal anecdote. So look, when I was in high school, I was in the IB program. I was in the IB program, right? And I was in classes with a lot of smart people, and I was in there due to my intellect and whatnot and my grades. But the stuff folks was talking about and shit really did not appease me. Like, I just didn't fit in on a lot of discussions. Over time, I had to like start assimilating to some of those things that I thought I could have got a part of. You feel me? But it was real live hard though, because a lot of folks is like really, really nerdy. You feel me? But I still got nerd tendencies too. So
let me ask this question. Right? Just a simple question. By show of hands, everybody in here raise their hand if you got a tattoo.
You know I got a tattoo.
I raised my hand. You did my tattoo, fam.
I did your tattoo.
You did my tattoo. So you know I got a tattoo.
Cameron, raise your hand.
I don't have a tattoo. I don't have tattoos.
Hold on.
Angry Man did it. You know, for a long time I didn't have one though.
Nerds don't get tattoos.
They're not. I don't have no tattoos.
They're not gonna get a tattoo. There's certain look. Here's the thing. We know within the culture, there's cultures within the culture, right? There's an argument that, like, because some people will be like, "Oh, Angry Man, you said you was a nerd." I don't technically classify as a nerd, even though I'm intelligent, but I do classify as a geek. And most people don't know the difference between a geek and a nerd.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying?
Hey, talk your shit, Angry Man.
So most people don't know the difference, right? So because I like Star Wars, anime, all of it. In fact, I'm the one that I put Israel onto anime because he wasn't really feeling that shit, right? So I fall in the category of a geek. But see, if a person don't understand and they hear you speaking intelligently and you're into geek stuff, which some nerds are into geek stuff, they will miscategorize you, but it don't necessarily mean you're a fucking nerd. Let me tell you something. In my opinion, I think nerds are dudes that have an above average intellect and they go into certain fields and shit. Like nerds are like the fucking Steve Jobs and the Bill Gates type niggas and shit.
Yes.
That the Mark Zuckerberg type niggas. Now you look at them niggas, you know they're not fucking they're socially awkward. You know they're socially awkward, right?
Yes.
You know they have certain proclivities and certain ways they go about doing shit that's out of the fucking ordinary. If you have even a little bit of social skills,
right, you're not a nerd.
Why you was a nerd?
You gotta have an ant farm. Who got an ant farm? Who had an ant farm?
I had an ant farm.
I did.
Okay.
Ant farm?
Okay.
Nope,
I was more
who
on
had
the
a telescope?
exotic
Who had a telescope that could look into space? You had a telescope?
I had a telescope. I had a telescope.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a telescope.
Okay.
Yo,
I didn't
Mr.
have an
Angry
ant farm,
Man,
though.
what about the scientist from Jurassic Park? He was like a cool nerd.
A lot of y'all just was good dudes, man. You know, in the hood changed y'all. That's all, man. You know,
I know that's a
nerd is
movie. I'm just using
Pretty
it
boy
as an
Lee.
example.
That's a movie. You can't base it off of a look. Yo, I've never in real life seen a fucking scientist that was a cool ass motherfucker. I've never seen that shit, bruh.
No.
Never.
That's not how it works. If girls like you, you're not going to be a nerd. I'm telling you. If you're attractive to women, you're not pulling this nerd shit off.
Well, if you're arousing, maybe not.
I don't know about that, man.
Arousing.
Nah,
So
that's
I
what got me
make
out.
it. I make
If
it
you
distinction.
I don't know.
attracted at it,
I'm only
at a young age.
Lee, I'm only saying that, Lee, because at one point in time, man, I used to like what you were saying, like
Hey,
nigga, I was getting
MRM's a
called a
cool-
lame ass
he's
nigga.
a-
I was
he's
getting
showing
called a
his
lame ass
telescope
nigga.
now.
But that's our
Hey,
culture. That's our
Renaissance
culture. You
man,
gotta
Renaissance
understand. Our
still
culture
had
is
the telescope.
negative.
Stop for a
Our
second.
culture is
Renaissance
negative,
man,
yo.
Wait a minute, Renaissance man.
And Angry Man just made the point about that.
Before
We know
you
you're a nerd,
before
Mother
you even
Renaissance
come up here, no, the fuck he's not.
Nah, I'm
Before
messing
you
with him.
even come up here,
He's
before
an
you even-
athlete and everything.
No, he was a
Hell no, he not a nerd.
Number one, number one, I don't
not a
care.
nerd.
I
He
don't
just
care.
smart.
I don't care if he's a doctor. He is a Chicago nigga that plays sports. No, there's no way he's a nerd. There's
And he got
no
muscles,
way.
son. He got muscles. Son be leaning
got
back,
muscles?
all
What
his
you
muscles
talking
be
about?
pop. Yo,
Why are
I'm
you
telling
looking
you.
at the man muscles, Lee? What's going on,
See,
fam?
here we go with this toxic masculinity, toxic masculinity.
Look, man,
Because I'm
I'm
relating
gonna let
them
y'all
to
have it. Y'all
myself.
have a
I'm
good day,
relating them
man.
to myself, which is
said something about a telescope. Though. I'm like, hold on.
Yeah, he has his
Hey Lee,
telescope
check
in
this
there, though.
out. Check this out, Lee. Just
What
to
up?
be clear, what is just said to you, a nerd would have never said that to you.
Exactly. He think that's what I'm saying.
Nerd would have never said that.
I'm not a nerd anymore. I'm a reformed
You
nerd.
never
I'm
were
not
a
a nerd
nerd.
anymore.
You never were
I
a
don't want to be a
nerd.
nerdy no more.
Never were, bro.
Yo, none of us are nerds. Rob and Black Dog, they probably the closest thing I hear on here to nerds. But everybody else, bro, the N word just be spewing out y'all. Nerds you wouldn't just use that word. They have other words to use. They would just say, dude, bro.
Hey,
some other word.
Hey, Israel,
Y'all,
let me ask you a
come on,
question.
man.
Israel, let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you this question. Where's Slick Rick from originally?
He's from the UK, from
A
England.
nerd wouldn't fucking know that, bro.
Yeah, nerd wouldn't know that.
I mean,
nerd
why? I
wouldn't know
know rap culture now, fam.
He said now.
I'm talking about back in the days. I know it now.
Wait, one sec. Now,
Yo,
how
this
many
is
of y'all
hilarious.
said y'all had ant farms growing up? Okay.
I did.
No, how many of y'all had ant farms because y'all knew how many different species and how many different ant types there were?
I had carpenter ants. I had carpenter ants.
Yeah,
fire
I-
ants.
Difference.
I was into biology. I was
If you
into
don't know
fire
how many
ants.
different type of ants exist and all of this, that somebody
you.
gifted you the damn ant form. It ain't the same.
Bro,
Nah,
I'm telling you,
we made
nerds
this
are on a
fight.
different level of some just wanting to know how things tick, wanting to
Wait,
know
did
how
someone
things
just say
work.
who is Slick Rick?
Is a difference, bro. They don't
Yeah,
care
that's my
about that
worker.
shit. They
Where's
sitting,
Slick
they
Rick?
trying
May
to
not
figure
be
out how
there.
the galaxy evolved and shit, bro. I'm
Did
telling
someone
y'all.
type in the chat who is Slick
Hey,
Rick?
Lee,
That's
can I
a
ask you a few
nerd.
questions?
That's a
How many
nerd,
people?
That's
bro.
cool.
That's a nerd that
All
asked
right,
that question.
guys. Let me get TK in here. Well, TK, what up?
Okay, hi. How's everybody doing?
What's up?
So Lee, I do have a few questions for you because what you said does make a lot of sense. Growing up around nerds and being a nerd myself, we did avoid confrontation a lot, so we actually didn't get into a lot of fights.
Exactly.
But the one thing that I do disagree with that you guys said is that a nerd is always a nerd, and the only reason why I say that is because just as you said, we're strategic. We also know that there's a detriment to being a nerd as well. So, like for us, we know that it's beneficial to be a nerd and to try to make ourselves more presentable, more likable, things of that sort. So it's like
So
it's like
leveling up to a square, leveling up to like someone that can actually like be around and like Aaron said, nerds are introverts. You try to be an extrovert. You know, because you don't want to be alone. Like you know,
They
your
can't.
human
No, but
nature kicks in.
here's the problem though. You still can't trick us. Like you could try to
And
fake not being a nerd
that's-
all you want. They're
that's-
easily
yeah.
identifiable. Like you
Like
can't.
you sound
the
like
moment
you. I'll put
came
you
up
in there with
here,
Rob and Black Dawn
The
as soon as you
moment
started
came
speaking.
up here, TK, I was like, yeah, TK is a nerd.
Yeah, I thought the same thing as soon as I saw you.
Yeah,
And then when you spoke, I was like, yo, you definitely. I believe
well, I
you.
gotta. Well, to clarify, right? So I work in provider service. I talk to doctors all the time, stuff like that. So I had to learn how to communicate. It's not that I always was like this. I was definitely socially awkward when I was younger. When no one told me you have to learn how to
still
talk.
are.
Yeah, it's the nasal in
Exactly,
your
you
voice, bro.
still
No
are.
disrespect. No
Wait,
disrespect,
well,
TK.
Actually,
It's
like
the
whenever I
nasal in
came
your
up here,
voice.
people
wrong with
guys
that,
don't
TK.
actually
This is
understand
the
the parameters
delusion.
of like whenever I
This
come
is
up
the
here.
delusion
that's
you're
a
talking
nerd.
Particular
about.
thing
That's
is
a
You
nerd.
can't hide being a
understand.
nerd.
I
Yeah,
actually
You cannot hide it.
because actually you can't because this is exactly the way that I talk seriously. You guys just don't know that I put up the front when I come up to the YouTube streets and everything.
Modern Renaissance, man.
Bullshit.
God, you got him
Bullshit.
pegged with that one, fam.
Bullshit.
You got him pegged with that. Hey, no disrespect to you, TK, but you're right. He's right. Man.
Yeah.
You're still a nerd, baby. It's all good, man.
It's all good though. Ain't nothing
Reside
wrong
in
with
your
that.
nerdness, my brother. It's
Well,
okay.
no, I just mean
I
like,
love it
no,
when people like
compared to where
TK
I
do come and
was.
tell me stuff.
TK, what happens is this. Nerds are in a concentrated environment in school when there's many elements there and many variables, right? So you have to operate a certain way. When you're not forced to be in an environment, you don't have to conform to it anymore. So then you start to feel like, okay, maybe I'm not alert. Let me put you back in those environments with all those jocks and all those people in that type of environment, and they spot the nerds immediately.
Immediately.
TK,
That's and I just
we
told a
love-
story
we
about
love
a
you,
nerd
though.
trying to
Let me
fit
ask
in.
Mama
And
J, we
TK
love
a
you.
question.
it was bad.
Let me ask TK a
It
question.
was bad.
What's your question, Angry Man?
So TK, have you ever been having a debate with one of your friends about something that you knew you was right about, and then when your friend kept going, did you ever at some point say to him, I bet you if I kick your ass, you will shut up? Have you ever said that?
I've never said that, but I do get mad when I get into those types of debates. I get into those debates pretty often.
Exactly.
Where people
Darn
just
it,
have no
Tommy,
idea
you
what they're
caused
talking
me to
about.
go into my quiet place.
Callie Bev says I'm old.
Who
Peter
is
says I'm old. I know we old. I'm old. I'm old.
Bet you I stomp a
TK
mud
has
hole.
never
Hey, but we
sniffed
love you though,
black.
Mother J. You don't have
It's
to
very
hate
hard
us.
for a black man to be a nerd,
burner
man. It's
count, I
very
sniffed
hard.
your
Very
mom.
hard.
Hey,
Nah, bro, that's not the
TK make
case.
it look easy though.
It's
TK
very
make it look
hard.
easy.
You have to ostracize yourself. Basically, you got to exclude yourself from a lot of shit. Our culture is all around us. We're black men. Our culture is literally. I mean, I'm not gonna say literally negative, but it has like the whole nerd concept come from like in a way our culture, right? Anything that is you talk articulate, you a nerd. Oh, you talking like a white boy. Why you talking like a white guy? Like everybody in my family.
Actually, it
What's up?
comes from Europe.
Comes
Actually,
from
it comes
Europe,
from
yeah.
European culture. like in Europe, they had like the highly educated Europeans or whatever, but then they had the Europeans that were less educated, that were ignorant than a motherfucker. And what they used to do is everything we do now, which is they got drunk, they got into fights, and what determined who was the best man in those areas and those communities, which was usually around Scotland, Ireland, and shit like that, is whoever could kick the most ass was the motherfucking man. That's really where we got all of that shit from.
Exactly, you're making my point. Yeah, that's what they kind of taught us, how to be negative. That's a part of the program. So that's what that's what I'm saying. Like,
Let me
it's
give you an
hard to.
example.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Lee. Let me give
No,
you.
you go.
If you tell me, hey God, I'm going to be taking the next 9 months and I'm going to be studying rocks, and they're going to actually in a particular area, and I'm just going to study all the history on these particular rocks because I'm truly fascinated by this. I'm going to study the science on this. I want everybody to get it. You're a nerd, okay? Because
you're a nerd, like
they're not taking 9 months out of their life to go and do that type of stuff.
It's so
and I'm not
true.
saying that specifically only makes you nerd. I'm saying, like Angry Man says, there are certain things that nerds have a proclivity to do, and we can highlight them, and there's indicators. So all I'm saying is y'all can't hide.
Yeah,
y'all
like none of y'all
you're gonna get hurt trying to blend in.
If I was to ask y'all what your idea, like to get away, like to go on a vacation or something, like y'all are not thinking about going to a seminar about some obscure topic, like oh well, you know, they're having this seminar on gene splicing, and you know, so and so is going to be leading he's going to be the keynote speaker, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not thinking about shit like that. Like, you motherfuckers are thinking about going to the beach. You thinking about going to a concert. You feel what I'm saying? You think about going to Disney World. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Hey, yo, real quick. Hey, y'all, I'm out of here. Shout out to Aaron. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Y'all have a good one, yo.
Peace.
Keep listening, though. This is a good conversation.
Yeah, I actually
Bye,
got to
Sherelle.
jump too.
Sherelle,
Yo, but
there?
I did just go to a rock. I did just go
Bye.
to a rock collectors convention last week. I did do that.
Shit.
You do.
Yeah, I've been to a Gene Roddenberry convention.
If you do wrong in the Middle East as a woman, all of them go to the rock.
I ain't never been to no convention.
Wow.
Ever.
Wow.
That round, was that kind of nerdy?
Wow.
I don't know if everybody else caught that.
Yeah, I caught it.
Okay, yeah, my model's here, so I'll see you guys.
Oh,
later.
here come this nigga with the bullshit. Look at him. Look at the look on his face. Look at
AL
him.
talking about he a cool nerd.
Coming with the
Stop
bullshit.
that shit. And you ain't
You
no
ain't
cool
no
nerd.
fucking
Ain't
nerd,
nothing cool about you, AL. Nah, I'm just playing.
You ain't no nerd, bro. Look at your jacket. You're not a nerd.
No, Angry Man, I disagree. I think AL is a nerd.
That nigga is not no
like
nerd, bro.
Coming to America.
You just don't know.
That nigga
AL
is
is a
not
nerd. What up, Poppy? Poppy ain't no nerd.
Right? Yo, let me
Poppy-
ask you this. Let me ask AL this question. AL, that jacket you got, all of that shit. Why did you buy that?
What'd you say?
Why did you buy that? The jacket. Why did you buy it?
I like it.
Because you like it. You're not a nerd, bro.
I'm definitely a nerd.
You're not a nerd.
Look, because you, all right, for example, you just said about going to conferences. I go to conferences all the time.
Bruh.
Yeah, what's bad about going to conferences?
Look, hold on. First of all, guess what? Mark Zuckerberg wants to literally create a uniform that he can wear every day so that he doesn't have to pick out clothes, bruh. That's a nerd.
Yes.
If you're picking any
That's the only way to
clothing,
be a nerd.
if you're picking any clothing for the aesthetics of it, you're not a fucking nerd.
Listen, I gotta tell people before. I was doing astrophysics research in high school.
And I could have a conversation with you about string theory, and I'm definitely not a nerd.
You're a nerd too.
Yeah, you're a nerd, bro. You can have a conversation about string theory. That's what's up. You need to do
I got a question, yo.
That's not being a nerd. It just means that he's interested in some shit, bruh.
That's the definition of being a nerd.
Yeah, that's some nerdy shit right there, bro.
That's the actual definition of being a nerd.
Actually talking
Look
about
at
the
actual
definition?
of a nerd.
No,
The problem is,
I don't
Angry
think
Man,
we are.
hold up. The problem is you're confusing nerd with dweeb or dork. Those are two
Here
different
we
things.
go. Here we go.
Got a good point.
Yo, I got a question, yo. All
What up, Poppy Blanco? Wait, Poppy Blanco. Poppy Blanco got a question. What up, Pop got a question.
Wait, hold on, Israel. I didn't even recognize this nigga with that bald face. What the hell, bro?
Oh,
What
hey, I didn't even know that. That's Sharon.
Yo, that's Sharon, man. I didn't know who the fuck that was. Yo, I didn't know who the fuck that was. Yo, you look crazy.
What it do? How y'all doing?
Yo, you don't look. Yo, don't come up in here bald face
Yo,
like
before
that.
I go, I got a question, son. I got a question. Yo, do y'all think a black nerd is the same thing as a white nerd?
Hell no. Hell no.
A nerd is a nerd.
No,
but it's two different words though.
That's what I thought. That's a good question.
There is not necessarily a difference, right? See, a nerd is a nerd. However, your experience by certain people can change that. So if the world sees you with color, they're going to add that to you. But a nerd is a nerd.
Facts.
Yeah, but Aaron, but the reason I asked Aaron is because a white bro will fuck a nerd with no problem, but a black girl will not fuck a black nerd, bro. They don't, bro. Universally,
when you get older,
hold on, listen. Universally, females don't like nerds, my nigga, and not only in America, this is everywhere, bro.
Except for the white.
They told us they love
Sharon,
nerds.
did you lose a date, Sharon? Did you lose a date, man? I mean, did you lose a bet
in high school?
Nah, I didn't lose no bet.
Why would you do that, man?
I got
come
about
up here looking like LeVar Burton.
I got about like 200,000 reasons why.
You didn't wrinkle ass nigga.
You heard?
You said 200,000?
Yeah, I got 200,000 reasons why I did it.
Oh, God, I got you. I feel you. Hey, say less. I got you. Get
that like bag, a real fam. Grandpa now.
Nah, he gotta get that bag, man. Get that bag, fam.
The bag.
You gotta look less intimidating, huh? Culturally appropriate. I got you.
All right, you can call it what you want. I just when I'm in Rome, I do as Romans do. That's all.
Hey, smart move. Smart move.
What's up with y'all, man? Like, I'm a nerd because look, all I got is books.
Yeah, no doubt. Me too. All I got is books at my house too.
Me too. All I got
is books at my house.
I got
sneakers.
That's a fact. I got sneakers and books though. I got books and sneakers.
I got a couple of
sneakers will make you a nerd.
Books.
I got
books and tons of.
Oh no, he's saying that books make you a nerd. Having a whole bunch of books make you a nerd, but he don't have sneakers. I'm saying I got a bunch of books, but I have a bunch of sneakers.
Journals.
Too.
Facts,
Me too.
I got them
See, I'm just not.
I got that same one.
Right now.
I got the same
I'm
one.
reading for fun. I'm reading a family of I'm reading a new family of ultra low loss reversible phase changing materials for photonic integration circuits. That's a nerd. It's a nerd shit.
I agree.
That is some nerd shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely sounded like some nerdish type things.
Yeah, we can't argue with you there. You got it, AL.
I can't
remember.
I don't even remember what he
He's saying a white nerd can get laid, but a black nerd can't get laid.
No, he's saying a black nerd can get laid by a white woman. That's what he's saying. He's saying a black nerd can't get laid by a black woman.
Oh, okay.
That's what he's saying.
I think that's the thing, though. Like,
I think it depends on what that nerd does.
Yeah,
and also
bro.
He goes over there and fix her computer and take a virus out of that bad boy.
You know, most people
turn around and give him a virus
like that, bro.
Oh man, that's horrible.
Most humans don't like nerds like that, bro. Let's be honest over here.
Some chicks try to get an A.
Whoa.
They go ask you for tutoring.
Oh, yo, Sugar Bug said, wait. How many people on the panel didn't go to the prom? I went to 2 proms. So
I didn't go to my personal.
I didn't go to my own.
Me neither. I went to 2 other girls' proms.
I went 2 proms, baby.
Me too. I went to 2 proms.
I got y'all beat. I went to 5 proms.
You got me beat there. I only went to 2.
Beat.
Yeah, I only went to 2.
I think college go to prom.
There wasn't that many schools where I was from to have to go to 5 proms then.
Yeah,
I had a lot of women back then.
Yo, before that go, man, and I believe that the reason why females don't like nerds, bro, is because nerds generally are boring.
Nerds are what?
That earlier.
Because women are boring. Okay, we got it.
No. Nerds are boring. You see what I'm saying? And one thing you cannot do is if a woman tell you that she's bored with you, it's over, bro. It's over. You might as well leave that bitch alone, bro.
Most of these girls talk about they couch potatoes, they homebodies now. All right, you got it. You right.
I'm boring. Y'all see that? I'm definitely boring. And Poppy be trying to bully me for being boring.
Oh, Sherelle, we know you a
You
nerd.
don't know nothing about life.
No, Sherelle, you just lame. That's it. You're not a nerd. You just lame.
And there you go.
And
There you go.
You blind.
Hey, that's
y'all believing everything they say.
I don't want to hear that shit.
Hey, well, listen.
Yo, I'm gonna see you later.
We have reached the end of the show. I know. Shout out to my guy Sharon. We glad to see you back, Brody. We glad to see you back. You guys have
glad to see you back, Sharon.
Okay, you've reached the end of the show. I appreciate everybody being here. I'm sorry if you came late. We was getting the conversation rocking, doing what we do. You know me, I like to try to create the conversation in the environment. You're not a nerd just because you think you're cool. You're not a nerd just because you want to be a nerd. You're not a nerd because you're a self-proclaimed nerd, okay? Nerds are nerds because we know they nerds, okay? I'm tired of this.
Wait. This first of all, congratulations, Aaron.
No, don't be real. The show. I want to talk about me. I want to keep it flexible.
Aaron, no, we gotta give you your props, okay? Because first of all, you doing your damn thing over here. Do you understand me? You got the #1 show. Do you understand me?
The #1 show to me is Angry
about
Man.
you, big
That's my favorite show. Angry Man and Anton Daniels show.
Aaron,
those are my favorite shows. Okay?
Aaron, you got the juice. You hear me?
Okay,
for the new content creators. For the new content. How about that? For the new content.
Listen. I just want to make sure we have a good show. Okay, so I appreciate everybody. I just want to let everybody know, just because y'all think it's cool to be a nerd, y'all don't get to come on my show and scream, I'm a nerd, okay? If you're not certified by a actual nerd, you're not a nerd. Listen, like my man Gore said, we got to get the paperwork in. You got to be solidified about being a nerd, and we got to talk to multiple nerds about getting you in to the frat, okay? Because as of right now, everybody's saying they nerds, okay? I can't take it. I can't take this no more, okay? I gave y'all opportunity to come up here and lie, and y'all did that, okay? Shout out to the real nerds that decided to stay in the chat for the most part, because that's what nerds typically do, okay? And then shout out to all the women that lied and said they like nerds, because all the nerds came up here and they refuted.
And shout out to all the women who told the truth about liking nerds. Me.
Which would be damn near none. And the ladies in the chat that was lying about the nerds too, y'all never stop. But either way, I appreciate y'all as always. Now, podcast, I ain't forgot about you. This stream went a lot longer than I anticipated. I apologize. I will have that conversation because it is a phenomenal conversation to have. I agree with you. I don't know if we'll be able to get in tonight because I know Jay is going to go live. But I will definitely set that up for tomorrow, no doubt. Definitely hit me on the IG. Let me know what your schedule is, bro, because we will get that rocking. To everybody else, I appreciate y'all. As always, shout out to my co-host, Cheeky. He couldn't survive the end of the show because he's traumatized by the experience of being on the Aaron O show. I am sorry for that. I do my best.
He left us.
My best. But I appreciate y'all. Thank you for everybody that continue to support the channel. We're going to keep it rocking. Shout out to my brother Thinking Man. I see you. We getting up out of here. I see y'all when I see y'all.